So, okay. Don't know what happened just now. That was a little weird. That was a little weird. Okay. Okay. Looks like we're good now, though. So, you cannot throw away your bud of love for a battler. Yes. However, at this rate, the bud, the root, will kill you. People need a universe to survive, and one person cannot create that universe alone. Two are needed. A universe. Together with Battler, you created the universe of that bud of love. Now that one half of that pear is gone, your universe has crumbled. People cannot complete a universe on their own. However, Battler saying the other person who creates my universe won't come back. Then you must create a new universe with someone else. You mean create one with someone other than Battler saying, I will give you such a person. Which person? A creature to bury the pain in your heart and heal you. He will not betray you. Yes, let it be a sibling. I will give you a little brother. A little brother. A boy you have always been close to at the Cocoon House, whom you love as if he were your real brother. That I shall give to you. Together with him, you will create a new universe. Will that little brother make me forget about the pain of my love for Battler Sand? Correct. You need a universe. Then what will happen to the bud of love in my heart? My feelings for Battler Sand won't change. I can't make them wither. I shall accept that bud and those roots in your place. You will. You can forget the pain of love and create a new universe. Come back here. I will accept the bud of love in your place. It means that I will accept the pain as well. But I will learn of the single element I do not possess, love. Beatrice wanted to know love. She wanted to feel what Shannon had felt in the world of humans. And if Battler ever does return, if the bud still has not withered and you still desire it, I shall return it to you. What do you think of that? Still hanging her head, Shannon gave a small nod, but said nothing. It would mean release from this unbearable pain, and it would mean giving the bud of love to the witch, to hold in her place. Shannon spread the hands that she had held to her chest. As she did, a faint light popped out of her chest and floated in the air, gradually swallowing everything with its brightness. As the brilliant light began to fade away, Shannon and Beatrice, still facing each other, were now inside a vast, starry sphere, like a planetarium. They were the only ones in this pitch-black, starry sight scene. Shannon felt as though she had seen this place once before, but she couldn't remember. Then I made another announcement. Modify this word. Let the bud of love travel from Shannon to Beatrice. This way, Shannon won't be tormented by the bud of love anymore. And furthermore, she will be given a little brother with whom she can create a new universe. The design for the little brother will be a younger boy at the Fukuan house with whom Shannon was close. For a name, let there be the character as the Fukuan house rules state. Yeah, I've decided. That's a perfect name to go with Shannon's. He'll be a quiet, reticent boy. He'll come to Rockinjima as a new servant. There, he'll open his heart to Shannon. As a duty-minded boy who loves Shannon like a big sister, he'll always be there for her. Let's have him be a special servant like Kinjin, who is permitted to serve Kinzo directly. Yeah, that sounds kinda cool. Then, Beatrice, from now on, you will carry the bud of love. In other words, the role of being infatuated with Battler and waiting for his return will go to you. While you are still the witch who reigns over Rockinjima's night, you have also been waiting for Ushiromiya Battler ever since that day 3 years ago. Along with this change in setting, I'll give you a new form as well. He did tell us what his ideal woman would look like once, remember? A woman with a good figure and long, golden hair like a foreign model. Golden hair, long hair, a good figure. Yeah, something like that. That's what the new Beatrice will look like. Come now, hold that bud of love in your heart as you would for Battler. This way you will learn of love in exchange for earning pain. Yes, this will be the setting for my new world. For Shannon, a new servant like a little brother will come. He will be a silent, reticent boy, a duty-minded kid who loves Shannon as a sister. And the bud of love that has tortured Shannon will go to the witch Beatrice. She will just be holding on to the bud of love for the time being. However, while she holds on to it, she will be a maiden in love with Battler. For that time, you will be able to learn what love is. Come, let the world be modified. Oh, I am one but many. Awaken us, and stretch your wings to this new world. Slowly, I open my eyes to the gentle rays of the morning sun. How long has it been since I last saw such a pleasant morning? The face in my mirror is tear-stained and pathetic. However, my heart is as clear as the morning sun. I could still clearly remember that strange dream. However, I can feel myself forgetting it rapidly. The place I was in my dreams had been such a strange place. A peaceful, calm place. There, I had left behind the pain I had carried in my chest. Until yesterday. So this morning, my heart was at peace. Good morning, me. My tear-stained face really is pathetic. However, My expression is bright and cheery. Even now I, like Battler Sand, but for some reason I've calmed down. It feels like I put something precious safely away in the place it belongs. Battler Sand, when will you come back? I wonder. When you do, I would like to talk to you about mystery novels again. Oh, I almost forgot. A new boy servant will be coming today, right? One of the rare servants who will serve the master directly. What kind of kid will he be? I hope we get along well. What was his name again? I'm pretty sure it was. Men in work clothes were spreading a tarp over a section of the hall. From the way they measured the wall and set out tools, it could be seen that they were planning some sort of construction project. This is of the utmost importance to the master. Be sure that you do not damage it. The president of the construction company nodded his head several times to show that he understood. Then six
Random
young.
Marco said. Years until the incident, huh?
That does seem to be the case, yes. Welcome on in, Marco. I hope you're having a wonderful existence. Then, six young workers carried in a large rectangular object wrapped in a white sheet. Okay, careful there. Set her down gently. I said gently. Is this the spot? Great, let's get started. Apparently, they were putting something large onto the wall of the hall. He plans to hang that thing there. That's what he wants. After all, this mansion is a little more than one of Father's toys. Natsuhi took a deep breath. Though this was a whim of Kinzo's, a man she greatly respected, she seemed to resist the idea of hanging it right here in the entrance hall, the face of the mansion. When the white sheet was pulled off, a Western woman wearing a beautiful dress came into view. It was a massive portrait of a woman. Is it proceeding well? Yes, they will be finished by this evening. I would like to see it hanging there for all to see as soon as possible. I want you overseeing this, my friend. Leave it to me. Father, it seems a splendid portrait. Indeed, quite exceptional quality. I am satisfied. This is your benefactor, the woman who gave you the gold, right?
Random Marco said. Haunted calling it right now.
Yeah, it probably is, isn't it? It's haunted by the witch called Beatrice. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Indeed. If I had not met Beatrice, I would not be here, nor would the Ushiromiya family, nor would, of course, the mansion. It's only natural that her portrait be displayed in the best possible location. Now that he had said this bluntly, there would be no contradicting him. Kraus and Natsuhi could only shrug. Master, the epitaph plate is here. Would you please check to see that all is in order? Indeed, each and every word must be correct. Epitaph. Kraus and Nezri crooked their heads and followed Kinzo. The leader of the workers set down a plate wrapped in a sheet. The others thought that the picture's name and description might be on it, but it seemed to have quite a lot of words for that.
Random Marco said. The title reminds me of an anime a friend of mine loves, Higurashi something something, I forgot the rest.
Higurashi, yeah. This is actually made by the same people. They actually have three different games that they have that follows the cry motif. The Cicadas, the Higurashi, is the first series. The second series is currently uncompleted. The answer arcs aren't completed. Something about the war in Ukraine, I guess. I don't know. I guess it's about war or something. This is the third one, Umineko.
Random Marco said. Buying it right now.
I would recommend it. If you did enjoy Higurashi, I would recommend it. We are quite late into the game right now. It follows the same pattern as Higurashi. The story is different, but follows the same pattern. You've got the first four episodes that are sort of the question arc, and they actually bundle it this time into one game called Question Arcs. And they've got the other four, which are the answer arcs, which was where we're at right now in episode 7. But yeah, I would recommend it. It's been great, interesting, and I think one of the characters from Higurashi even shows up in this game. It's been a little weird, and I'm not completely sure about that, but I think. Father, what is this? Behold, the Sweetfish River running through my hometown. Read and interpret as you like. Okay, that being said, there is one minor thing I feel like I should warn you about for this game. There is a very overt reference to sexual assault and rape. Just fair warning. Fair warning. A father does take advantage of their daughters. So if that triggers you, just that is something to note about Umineko. Very very dark section in the storyline there. So we finally reached the appearance of the epitaph in the portrait. I don't know much about this epitaph. It doesn't exist in my world. Probably not. In your world, there's already a clear successor. You. But not in this world. In other words, this epitaph was set up to choose grandfather's successor after all. Most likely. Or he might have wanted to believe in the chance of a miracle. A difficult riddle he made so that no one would be able to solve it. If someone actually could solve it, they themselves would be a miracle. Perhaps that miracle would guide the person Kinzo most wanted to solve it. In short, this epitaph really does depict a ceremony to revive the witch, Beatrice, just as everyone thought. That does seem to be the obvious interpretation. A mysterious ceremony sacrificing 13 people to revive the witch. However, the true ceremony
Spin
wasn't
Diva
that.
said. Where dat backpack hero?
Well, the date is an odd number, so it's Visual Novel Day. Backpack Hero will be back on the RPG Day, which is an even number, which is tomorrow. Welcome on in, Spin. I hope you're having a fantastic
Spin
existence.
Dash Diva said. Ah,
Yeah, try to keep the schedule even between the two categories. That being said, fair warning, Spin. We're probably getting close to the end of Backpack Hero. We know where our mom is, and we just gotta go rescue her now. So, fair warning, we're gonna be doing Troubleshooter Abandoned Children after that, probably. It lies in wait for someone to miraculously solve it. That is the true ceremony. However, fate does have its irony. Genji already knew. Maybe Kinzo set this up in the first place because he guessed that Genji knew everything. Was that fate a coincidence or something planned? I do not know. However, with this epitaph, the witch Beatrice will revive in the truest sense. Chapter 8, Journey to the Golden Land. This is Beatrice. My soul was captured by the romance shown in that massive portrait. That might have been literally true. Or, rather than captured, perhaps it would be better to say that my soul had returned to a more fitting place. The place it belonged. The beautiful blonde hair was the same as mine, but tied up. The dress she wore was a deep black, making that golden hair stand out all the more. This is the witch, Beatrice, my true form. What is this? There was a plate with too many words for it to be the title of the picture. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the king. The golden land, I see. So my world is the golden land. I have always called my own personal world a paradise, but tonight I shall change that. From now on, my world shall be the golden land. I am the master of the golden land, Beatrice. And then there is the brutal ceremony of sacrifices, starting on the first twilight. On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. If I carry out this ceremony, will I revive in the truest sense? Then, on the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the Golden Land. Kinzo received a massive amount of gold from Beatrice, and rumor has it that still lies hidden somewhere. Is this? As the family members and servants are all whispering, a code showing the location of Kinzo's hidden gold. If a human solves it, they will obtain a great quantity of gold. However, if I do, it will mean my own resurrection. Kinzo, you aging magician. Just when I was mocking the shortness of the time left to you, you start a game like this. How interesting. I'll definitely solve it. Then I will revive as the real Beatrice. When that happens, I will use my great magical power to rule over object and man, day and night, and all of Rock and Jima. Everyone says
Nekosis
that.
said. Cheap viewers on stream.com remove the space MBRMW.
Everyone says that epitaph is a guide to finding hidden treasure. The rumors tell that the master has 10 tons of gold hidden away. Yes, and Beatrice supposedly gave it to him. I've heard that one too. 10 tons of gold. That would be incredible. I can hardly even imagine it. If you had all that, what would you use it for? I would like to touch it just once. Forget touching it, I would like to spend it all. But why would he go out of his way to display this epitaph, this code showing the hidden hiding place of the gold? That's obvious. He's laughing at everyone since he thinks no one can solve it. It's a challenge to the rest of us, isn't it? He wants to know if there's anyone here wise enough to solve it. It seems that the master doesn't intend to let Kraus-sama take the headship easily. Perhaps the one who solves this will become his successor. Genji-san, what is this? Could this be a portrait of Beatrice? The Beatrice? Correct. This is Beatrice-sama. What on earth? There's a strange little poem-like thing over here. What's this all about? It's almost like a pirate code that shows the way to hidden treasure. Genji-san, what does this mean? The master said to read and interpret it as you wish, that the riddle applies equally to all who can see the epitaph. You said riddle just now, didn't you? That means this can be solved. Yes, that's it. Father doesn't want Nisan to succeed him. So, whoever solves this will become the successor. Finally, the tables have finally turned, and now I have a real chance to become the head. What do you think, Kyrie? I think it's extremely likely that this epitaph points to the location of the hidden gold. It looks like Aneki thinks the one who solves it will be chosen as the successor. That's another theory that might fit. Father certainly doesn't view Krause Nisan as an ideal successor. This might be a huge trick he's set up now that he's reaching the end of his years. So, if you really solve this riddle, you stand to gain 10 tons of gold and the position of successor. On the surface, perhaps. However, I'm sensing some malice, as though he doesn't think anyone capable of solving it. I doubt he made it to be solved easily. True. Guess we won't have trouble looking for something to do over a drink for a while now. Ridiculous. How could anyone solve this? Rosa tossed aside a notepad with the epitaph written on it and flopped over onto the sofa. Solving this means 10 tons of gold. With that much, I would never need to worry about schemes for cash again. If I had money, I could pay off my debts, and that man might come back to me. I know where Father's beloved hometown is, and the Sweetfish River. There are many rivers there. What's the village supposed to be? I don't have a clue. What's wrong, Mama? Maria looked concerned. Kids are really good at riddles, so maybe. Hey, Maria, do you think you know the answer to this riddle? Maria gazed at the paper with the epitaph on it as though she was trying to bore through it with her eyes. Her eyes opened wider and wider. What do you think, Maria? I guess it might be a bit too hard for you. This is a witch's ceremony, a resurrection ceremony for Beatu. Where did you get this? Hey, Mama, where did you get this? I'm gonna ask Beatu. I'm sure the ceremony will let Beatu regain her full power. She'll be able to appear in front of everyone and do miracles of magic without having to worry about the anti-magic toxin anymore. And the epitaph? It seems the family members are all competing to solve the riddle. Good. Let everyone try, and none will solve it, except for the one blessed by a miracle. If I let my guard down, even I might forget the process. That is how difficult it is. Because it is difficult, solving it will bring about a miracle. Precisely, this miracle shall be the last one I desire in my life, my final bit of magic. When a miracle comes and allows one to solve that complicated epitaph, it will surely mean Beatrice's resurrection. Beatrice, I just want to see your face one more time. I don't need wealth or honor anymore. If I could only meet you one more time. This would be the last bit of magic that Kinzo, who realized he was facing his last years, would ever use. He was betting everything that Beatrice had given him, hoping to meet her just one more time, after being separated by death through 2 generations. His meeting with Beatrice that day had been the true beginning of his life, and even with them gone, Kinzo had remained there alone on the stage that had gone dark. The aged monarch had obtained everything, accomplished everything, but this was the one element that had always slipped through his fingers, no matter how much he struggled. If he could just have that element, he would need nothing else in life. In the end, perhaps his whole life was just a journey to learn that one single element makes up all that it means to be human. My friend, will my life's final bit of magic show me a miracle? For a while, Genji was silent. He wasn't at a loss for words or struggling to find an answer. During that silence, something had passed between the two men who had known each other for so long that their friendship would have surpassed that of master and servant. No, that will do. No one will solve it. That's why a miracle will occur. Master, please tell me one thing. What is it? If I ask you, a miracle does occur. It may have been different during his youth, but in his old age, Genji rarely spoke of dreams and what ifs. When Genji said if, Kenzo quietly waited for the words of the man he called a friend. If a miracle does occur, if your magic comes true, and Beatrice Sama does revive, what will you do? As the one closest to Kenzo, Genji obviously knew of the crazed feelings with which Kenzo had searched for Beatrice in the past. And yet, Genji was asking what Kenzo would do if Beatrice did revive. Master, at one time in the past, you experienced the miracle of Beatrice Sama being reborn. If that miracle happened again, what would you do? My friend, so, after all, you do blame me. I have no way of knowing everything in your heart and Beatrice Sama's. However, I believe I do understand at least part of the way in which Beatrice Sama adored you. I lament the fact you may not believe it, but as I have aged, I have come to regret all of it. If a miracle does occur, and Beatrice revives, then, of course, I do not care if she knows nothing of the time she spent with me in the past. No, as long as she is Beatrice, I don't care who it is. I just want to apologize. Is that truly how you feel? Yes, my friend, I regret it. How deeply I regret those mistakes I made in youth. You have aged as well, so you must know. One cannot feel guilt for the sins of their youth when one is still young. However, like deep thorns, they began to fester, tormenting me. I, Ushiro Miya Kinzo, no longer care how I die. However, this thorn, this regret, is the one account I must settle. I will return everything to Beatrice, and I will ask her to forgive me for my sins. For that is my one and final, only and final wish. Kenzo covered his eyes and sobbed. The aged monarch, who had built up great wealth in a single generation, was reaching the end of his life, and he could do nothing but sob because he wanted someone to apologize to. Wasn't the epitaph a trial grandfather made to choose the successor? I thought that too at first, but it looks like the situation's a bit different. At this point in time, I also thought it was a trial. That was a game for selecting the successor, which Ushiro Miyakinzo decided upon on a whim. And it wasn't. This epitaph meant something for Ushiro Miyakinzo and wrote, "No, Genji, that only the two of them could understand. Ronoe? Rono. Ronoe. It's probably Ronoe, right? So, this was not the workings of fate. It was inevitable. I was no more than a Cinderella, with a pumpkin carriage and glass slippers all prepared beforehand. I get it. So, this was a farce that Kinzo and Genji set up. Kinzo did understand, and Genji realized that this was a message. I don't have a clue what you mean. What did grandfather understand? And what does Genji-san have to do with this epitaph? The epitaph wasn't solved. Someone was made to solve it. And then Beatrice truly revived. If that revival had never happened, then 1986 would still have come, but the incident might have been completely different. And so, since the time of my birth, I have been trapped by the crossroads of fate, never given the right to make any decisions of my own will. Oh, I am one, yet many, and yet we have never been able to resist fate. We are little more than leaves caught in a whirlpool. No matter how we dance, we must eventually be sucked in and disappear. Gab's the one who specializes in instant movement. She's the 33rd in rank of the great demons. You must really be incredible to have a friend like that, Beatu. I see, the great demon Gap. Very well, my friend, you will now be Gap. You may call yourself by that name. Oh, wonderful. So, you've finally given me a name. It's a relief after being nameless so long. In that case, I would be honored to receive a name as well. Being nothing more than the head furniture lacks flavor, does it not? Maria, I need a name for this guy too. He is also a great demon and serves as my butler. He is a subordinate with whom I can trust. Ronov, I guess, the 27th rank of the great demons. It said he'll give you reliable underlings. My, what a coincidence. The family name of my double, Genji, is Noe. Oh, I see what you did there. That truly is a coincidence. I see. It seems this is the best possible name for you. Very well. You shall now be known as Rono. Oh, how pleasant it is to be called by one's name. I thank you for this wonderful name, Lady Maria. Just as a form can be a vessel, a name can be a powerful vessel too. For unknown creatures of the other world, simply gaining a name can greatly increase their magical power. That's why names are important. True, names are important and wonderful. Right, Leah? You can call me Gaap now, okay? Gaap, a splendid name. I will remember it. And I'll ask you to stop shortening my precious name. So, you're Virgil Ea, the one who guides travelers to Beatrice. That is also a splendid name, perfect for my lady's teacher. Yes, I do like it a lot. A name is a life. Maria, thanks to you, My friends have found names. I am deeply grateful. Now it's your turn, Beatu. Draw pictures of my bunny friends, like you did for Sakutaro. Very well. Lend me that grimoire. Beatu's drawings are really bunny friends. I can't think of their name off the top of my head because I'm bad with names. But 35, 310, 0, those guys. Beatu's drawings are really great. I can't wait to see. What'll it be like? What'll it be like? I can't wait to see the bunnies. They were in a forest band, were they not? A band. A band. Yes, something like. All of a sudden, Maria was no longer a little girl who did nothing but follow her mother around, laughing or crying. Though she is still young, she already has a powerful self-image and possesses enough knowledge of the magical world to even surprise me. Together, we called ourselves Maria Age Sorciere and made each other's magical worlds deeper and richer. So, a name can become a powerful vessel. How profound! It's very important to have a form for a vessel, but a name is just as important. Indeed, those with names leave a greater impression than those without. It's not just about forms and names. By knowing more and more about them, you can make them exist much more strongly, which is why porn games are much funner than just watching porn because you can enjoy the characters and know them much more strongly. So I'll think of lots of stuff for you. Did you do this for Sakutaro as well? Yep, Sakutaro isn't just a name. There's a lot more to him than that. He is a lion cub, correct? Sakutaro's a Vegeta lion, so he doesn't eat meat, but everyone else thinks he does, and they're scared of him. But Sakutaro's also a scaredy cat, so he's just as scared as the others. Sakutaro's such a coward. I don't eat meat. I'm not a scary lion. Oh, look, a flesh-eating sparrow. Sparrows are scary. Sparrows don't eat meat. Sakutaro's a coward, so he thinks they do. Did the sparrow go away? You're such a scaredy cat, Sakutaro. If you keep this up, Sakusuke and Sakukichi will start making fun of you again, right? I'm not a scaredy cat. The sparrow's back. No, I'll be eaten. Sakutaro is quite entertaining. Then are Sakusuke and Sakukichi his siblings? Yep, they're his little brothers waiting for him at home. Sakusuke is a lot more reliable than Sakutaro, and Sakukichi is so skillful he can do anything. But they're all really good friends. They all play together on my bed. Your bed must be covered with lions. Yep. So I call my bed Lionland. But there's lots of other animals too. Lionland, isn't it? It sounds fun. By interacting together, all of Maria's friends can reinforce their own existence. It's a magnificent world. I guess that means we should work on deepening our relationships as well. By strengthening our bonds, our existence and magical power will grow stronger and stronger. Let's expand our world more and more. From what I've heard, Maria's world has far more than just Sakutaro and the bunnies. We can't let her beat us. My. In that case, shall we find more minions for ourselves? It's no fun with just the gold butterflies. After all, they cannot speak. I would like some chatty minions who can talk, jump around, and fight with each other. True, of course it'll be better to spice things up around here. Here in Maria Age Sorciere, we have learned how to expand our worlds and create new minions. By now, you may create new minions as often as your imagination allows. My lady, what about those? Could you make vessels of those dark tools you found when cleaning out Goldsmith's storage room? Oh, perfect! Minions created from dark-looking vessels like that will surely be fitting for me. There will be more and more of us, and it will get very lively here. We'll get more and more new friends. That's my magic. And Beatrice can take my friends and give them a form. You can make them grow. You create them, and I grow them. Indeed, that's Maria A. Sorciere for you. Still, bunny ears are pretty hard. It might take some time before the bunnies manifest themselves. Be sure you make them cute. But of course, this is where I get to show my skill. Create a creature, give it a name, give it a form. Doing that is no different from giving birth to a new life. When a human gives birth to a child, they give it a form, give it a name to identify it by, and deepen its character by raising it in the world. Maria Age Sorciere is doing the same thing. In our world, we can create whatever creatures we think of, give them forms, give them names, and make them friends we can interact with. We were engrossed with our game in this world called Maria Age Sorciere. At least, Maria was engrossed. She would badger me to play this game every time she came. And, of course, I was too. However, when Maria started happily writing something and I just sat there for a while, I must admit that I sighed and looked up at the sky, making sure she didn't notice. It's fun to increase the numbers of our minions. They make things lively, so I do not tire of it. I may have tired of my minions alone, but even that problem goes away when I can interact with Maria's as well. It takes two people to create a universe. I now have that second person, so I am satisfied. I think I am satisfied, and yet one little part of me is not. It truly is a tiny part. After all, it's so much fun playing with Maria that time seems to fly on by. But even so, when I look up at the sky during those short moments, I feel an empty feeling I can't describe. I know
Stream
my
Elements said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
my universe is not complete. My apologies to Maria, but she is not the second person I want to create a universe with. No matter how much I nurture my world with her, the roots of my love in my heart leave the gaps. 4 years have already passed since that day. He left, saying he would come for me riding a white horse, and I was the only one without a letter. And he even said that he probably wouldn't be returning to Wakajima. Is this love? I always believed that love was so much sweeter, so much more intoxicating. But now I don't know anymore. Though I long for him so much, it's maddening. I can sometimes feel hatred underneath. However, even that hatred is wrapped in adoration. The roots of love have remained in the corners of my heart all this time. At some point, I gave up hoping that Battler would return. However, the roots of love stayed right where they were. In other words, even 4 years later, I still believe he will come back someday. The flower of my love has curled up and withered as though against the winter cold. However, the root is still alive, and it is always, always waiting for him to return, waiting for a chance to bloom beautifully again. I'm grateful to Maria. Maria A. Sorcier has eased the burden on my heart so much. If we hadn't met like this, I may have withered away along with that root. Even this incomplete universe is necessary for me to remain alive now. I must live on until I can create my complete universe. Until that day, I will not be complete. Though I have a form and a name, no matter how deep my world grows, I will not be complete. I am not complete. Beatu, I accidentally muttered what I had been thinking. Maria stopped talking to Sakutaro. I regretted that my slip of the tongue had ruined this fun time, but there was a long silence before I could smooth it over. I laughed, but it probably sounded hollow. Maria, not knowing why my face had suddenly changed like this, looked taken aback. Though my minions will each deepen this world in their own existences, becoming full, I alone will never be complete. I know why I will not be complete. It's because you don't have enough magical power. Maria answered instantly. Beatrice had lost her magical power and was unable to regain the strength she once had. That's how the story goes. So, Maria's answer was correct. That's right. I may be incomplete because I have lost my magical power. In that case, if my power becomes complete and I revive in the truest sense, will my world become complete as well? Does that mean that the person I want to nourish a universe with will come back? If, as I claim, I really was able to control miracles at will in the past with my magic, then if I succeed in reviving, would that miracle definitely occur? If such a thing were possible, I would want a true magical power to use for my resurrection. That's right, it's because I do not possess enough magical power. Poor Beatu. It must be pretty inconvenient with your magical power still weak. I want to get it back. Quickly. My old power. I guess you'll have to do that then. What do you mean by that? The ceremony of resurrection. The ceremony of the portrait's epitaph. If you read that epitaph literally, it does sound like a witch's resurrection ceremony. To Maria, who believes in witches, the epitaph must be a ceremony in itself. Unlike the other family members, it seems that she's not very interested in the location of the hidden gold. If that epitaph's riddle is solved, one might learn the location where Kinzo hid all the gold I once gave him. That's the gold you created with magic, right? Indeed, a crystallization of the great magic I possessed in those days. In that case, if you get that gold back, your magical power will go back to normal. Perhaps. It will. It's got to be your resurrection ceremony. I'll help, so let's solve it together. Then you'll revive. And when you do, you'll take me to your golden land. That's right. I did promise that I would take you to the golden land. You said that all wishes are granted there. There's no black witch there, just a nice mama. And I might even meet the papa I've never seen before. Of course, there won't be any school or homework or bullying friends, and we can live happily ever after. Hey, Sakutaro, doesn't that sound fun? The epitaph of the portrait. So, must I face the epitaph riddle after all? If Kinzo's children struggled uselessly over it, how could a complete stranger like me solve it? If I did happen to solve it, that would surely be a miracle. Will doing that bring about another miracle and return my miraculous power to me? Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. So, am I to travel down a river in Kinzo's homeland in search of a key? As you travel down the river, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. There sleeps the key to the Golden Land. There may be villages if you go down a river, but what is this shore the two will tell you of? The one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules. So, those who do not have the key need not read the rest. I do not understand it, but that's how this riddle is. It's practically unsolvable. So solving it would be a miracle. That much makes sense. I felt a stabbing pain in my body. The anti-magic toxin had burned my skin. Some human is probably approaching. I erased my form. Multiple sets of footsteps approached. It was Genji, Shannon, and Cannon too. It seems everyone is engrossed with solving the epitaph's riddle. Yes, I hear that even some of the servants have copied it down and taken it home with them. If you solve this riddle, will you really find 10 tons of gold? Indeed, there can be no doubt of that. I don't understand. The puzzle may be a tough one, but why is the master showing the location of his precious gold in a place where everyone can see? That is the master's magic, and also a bet. The master believes that the one who solves this difficult riddle will contain Beatrice Samba's soul within them. That's a strange bet. Magic. Looks like he's taken his occult fanaticism as far as it could possibly go. You shouldn't say that. All are allowed to try and solve the epitaph's riddle. Of course, the servants are no exceptions. Will you try to solve it? No, no, I could never solve such a hard riddle. And anyway, and even if I had 10 tons of gold, I can't think of anything in particular I would want to use it for. I would be more than happy if these peaceful days continued forever. Looks like you and George Sam have been pretty close these days. I just hope being distracted doesn't make you even more of a klutz. Though that won't happen. With a backward glance at this conversation, Genji walked up to the portrait and looked up at the witch. When they saw what Genji was doing, Shannon and Cannon immediately went silent. Genji, who was the head of the servants, the closest in age to Kinzo and the one whom Kinzo called a friend, probably understood Kinzo's heart better than anyone else. What did he think when he looked at this portrait? Neither Shannon nor Cannon could tell. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. Suddenly, Genji started reciting the epitaph. Shannon quickly nodded to show that she was listening, but it wasn't clear whether he was talking to her at all. Genji, his back still to them, continued. The master would not describe Odawara as his beloved hometown. I've heard that he lived far away, though we don't know where it was. Taiwan? Genji turned around and spoke that single word. Oh, is that so? I see. So that explains what Kraus Sama always used to say. Remember him talking about how the master liked areca nuts. Come to think of it, Kraus Sama said that those were a luxury item, like tobacco, that was popular in Taiwan. So that's why the master. In the half century before the war, Taiwan was under the rule of Japan. Many Japanese had moved there, seeking a new frontier. Kinzo's family was a branch family of the Ushimomiyas. Apparently, they were only distantly related to the head family, so they were able to form a new life and a new future without being constrained by the head family in Odawara. Shannon and Cannon nodded their understanding, but they didn't know why Genji had suddenly broached the subject. So, there was a river with sweet fish in it in the master's hometown in Taiwan, and the key is there. Don't be so stupid. There has to be several rivers with sweet fish in the area. But we don't know that for sure, right? I don't know where the master lived in Taiwan, but there might have been only one river there. If so, that must be the place. You're too optimistic. There's no way the riddle could be solved that easily. The master says his magical ceremony will gain more power if more people try to solve the riddle. You must try as well. Everyone has been given the same chance. Yes, as if we had a chance. This is pointless. Genji spun around. Shannon and Cannon hurried to follow after him. When his footsteps receded and silence returned, A gold butterfly flitted out from among the shadows. Taiwan is it? So he lived quite far away. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. In other words, a sweet fish river running through Taiwan. There are many rivers in Taiwan. Cannon was right. How ridiculous. However, the word Taiwan interests me. That tacky turned Genji muttered it without anyone asking. So is it even possible that means nothing? Clearly, Genji's saying it has something to do with the epitaph's riddle. It's almost as though that was a hint for solving it.
Warrior said, "Good afternoon."
Hello, Mora. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Though I do find it stupid. Very well, Genji. Why don't I play along with your farce for a while? Taiwan. I have traveled the world at times during these past 1,000 years, but I know nothing of the place. To counter my ignorance, I shall need a crystallization of knowledge, that which is smoothed out and pressed into many sheets, what is called a book. Where might I find a book about Taiwan? Kinzo study is the first place that comes to mind if one is looking for books. But that won't work. The charm of that room prevents me from entering. So, the library, is it? Kinzo's vast collection of books grows each year. The books that don't fit in his study are stored in a book storage room that we usually call the library. Of course, there are countless books just in this place. The library has everything from valuable books to apparently worthless books, all packed together like an antique shop. There was a golden glint in the keyhole of the library's door, and a gold butterfly flitted out. Stinky as ever, I see. Dust, mold, I see. So this is the stench of knowledge. Well now, how can I find a book on Taiwan amongst all this? The prospect is almost dizzying. However, I realized right away, if I wanted to quickly find out about Taiwanese rivers, I didn't want a book on Taiwan. An atlas. There must be one of those somewhere around here. Search, my butterfly minions. Find the book I seek in this dusty, noble graveyard of knowledge. A cloud of countless gold butterflies appeared at my feet. They swayed, blew like the wind, and coiled themselves around the library. Eventually, the cloud of butterflies selected a single book. It seems that this is the one. Well done. A World Atlas, Asia volume. Perfect. It was a grand, thick, illustrated encyclopedia of maps, several volumes long. There was even a thick section on Taiwan. This should be plenty useful. Taiwan, 394 kilometers north to south, 144 kilometers east to west, an area of roughly 36,000 square kilometers. That's pretty large. By area, that's about the same size as Kyushu in Japan. This led Byaku to a very natural question. Just where on this massive island did Kinzo live? Genji mentioned Taiwan, but that's all. How careless I've been. Miyatu had vaguely assumed that the riddle would be solved in a flash if she could just look at a map of Taiwan. However, Taiwan is no small place. Just which part of this large island did Kinzo call his beloved hometown? I kept looking through books in this dusty library, sometimes having to cough, and I was not happy with being stuck in a place like this. So, the largest city is Taipei. It says here that Japanese people used to live in a spot called Taisho. So, is that where Kenzo lived? No, it's too early to be sure of that without proof. I'll skip to the next part before I settle on anything more specific than just Taiwan itself. A sweet fish river running through the hometown. What's this? There are 129 rivers in Taiwan. 129 rivers. And how many of those have sweet fish swimming in them? Just thinking about it is dizzying. This was quickly becoming ridiculous. Genji must have been muttering nonsense to himself after all. I only thought he was giving out a hint about the epitaph. So, the reward for the fool blinded by gold is dust. Nice one, Genji. I tossed the book aside, used magic to turn a bookshelf into a sofa, and plopped down on top of it. For a while, I grumbled about getting tricked and looked up at the ceiling. I was annoyed, so I felt like gathering all of this room's dust, packing it into a bowl, and tossing it into Genji's teacup. So I glanced down at the floor. The book I had thrown away lay open on the ground. A gold butterfly was resting on that open page. Tossing a book at random and reading an oracle from the page it happens to open to is a kind of ritual. I see. So that page may have some sort of hint. Not entirely convinced, I picked the book up. The open page was probably very near the one I had been reading. Apparently, it was a page explaining Taiwan's geography. Oddly enough, it was a page about rivers and lakes. I already know that there are 129 rivers. Is there something else you're trying to tell me? There were 6 major rivers listed: Zhu Oshui River, Kaoping River, Danshui River, Dajia River, Zhenwan River, Dadu River. Now then, which of these rivers might have sweet fish in them? An idea came to me then. Sweet fish are freshwater fish. Sweet fish, and you don't find ocean water in rivers unless it's extremely dirty or blocked by a dam. Any river might have sweet fish in it. How foolish. All rivers have fresh water in them. What's stopping sweet fish from living in any river? Come to think of it, what a foolish name this Danshui River has. Freshwater river? What sort of river isn't a freshwater river? It would only make sense to name a river after what's in it if it were literally anything else. Danshui River flows from Taipei to the harbor town of Danshui. I see. It isn't called that because of the water in it, but because of the town at its mouth. As you travel down the river, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. I realize that this is stupid, and yet there's something about this town. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. That line should be talking about one of the 129 rivers. Sweetfish are freshwater fish. And here's this freshwater river flowing down to a town called Freshwater. It's like a strange trivial word game. Or could it be some kind of code? I've been looking for books here so long that the dust is piling up on me. If I give up now, it will all have been a waste of time. Very well. Why don't I test my luck and see if the random page the book opened to contains an oracle? I turn to the next page, trying to search in even greater detail. To me, solving this riddle was like a game, one that all the servants were engrossed in. I was just trying to be one of that group. For quite some time, I had suffered from a lack of books I could find particularly absorbing, and I was very bored. So I took that book back with me to my own room and looked through it every night. There's a hint for the epitaph's riddle in an atlas. In the third game, Eva solved the riddle after reading a book in the book archive. Then, in the fifth game, Gerudo Avica looked for an atlas in that room before solving the riddle herself. Then, there really is some secret in a map of Taiwan. I believe that the Sweetfish River part was a code for Danshui River. Every day I researched the surrounding geography in detail. Of course, I also looked up several small streams that might have sweetfish in them. However, that didn't get me anywhere. According to some information from a previous game, we aren't looking for an actual river, but it is something that flows. That's how Eva interpreted it. So it isn't a river. Correct. In the end, the Anshui River had nothing to do with it. However, now that I think about it, it must have been an oracle after all. The river itself was unrelated, but it was still a great hint. The river was unrelated, but it was still a hint. Calm down and think. Think of something that flows but isn't a river. So, something other than water that flows. What can you think of? Try and think outside the box. Will, I'm tired of all this puzzle solving. Stop being annoying and give us the answer. You solved the epitaph, right? Probably. Something other than water that flows. Something. Something. Methods of transportation, like a road or a highway. Correct. It took me so long to realize that the Sweetfish River did not refer to water itself. That's right. There's something other than a river with the name Danshui. Something that both people and things flow up and down. Up and down. You mean, that's it. Railroads. The Danshui Line. It's a railway that goes from Taipei to Danshui Harbor. It was constructed in 1901 while Taiwan was under Japanese rule. Afterwards, the number of stations continued to grow and it became a major artery into Taipei. This railroad was used after the war as well and is still in common use as the Danshui line of the Taipei Rapid Transit System. Its route begins at Taipei Station and continues on until the town of Danshui. What did the epitaph say you would see if you went down the river? A village. There's only one station on the Danshui line with a character for village in its name, and it's this station. How do you read this? The Japanese pronounced it Kirigan. Its name was changed to Sekihai Station after the war, but when Kinzo lived there, it was Kirigan Station. As you travel down the river, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. Isn't the only one. You can also see a character for shore. In the end, it took me quite a long time to work out that the station was the one referred to. It has the character for village and the character for shore. It felt like a kid riddle playing with letters. The first character in Kirigan has the character for mouth, and the other half of that first character means the word that, right? That village is shore, and the mouth is telling of it. But I don't get what the two means. The three characters of Kirigan can be split into a mouth, a bat, a village, and a shore. Those are all the words that appear in the epitaph. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. You can read it as a code for the name of the station. However, I don't understand the part about the two. I was also stuck on that part. However, by then, I was very confident that the station was what the epitaph referred to. If the station was once known by a different name, then could some local spot also have had its name changed? That's right. Kirigan Station was named after a nearby location, after all, and though the name of that area was also Kirigan, it's written differently. There are two mouths. It didn't take much investigation before it was clear. The epitaph must have been referring to this place called Kirigan. Then, is this where the key to the Golden Land rests? That would be the obvious answer. However, I couldn't make the long trip to Taiwan to check. And, of course, the place known as Kirigan is quite large itself. If a tiny key was hidden somewhere there, I would never find it. I was at a loss. But you didn't give up. I was certain that I had found the answer, at least to the first 5 lines of the epitaph. In my eyes, it truly was an entertaining game. No, a mystery. I almost gave up then. However, there was no doubt that I had the key in my hand. So, I decided to travel to the Golden Land in accordance with the epitaph. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. We can tell by this line that the key refers to 6 things. Reasoning makes it possible to see that this couldn't refer to a physical key. 6 things. Yes, 6 things. I was merely a thick-headed human. I decided to look through books for anything related to the number 6. 6. 666. The location of the key called Kirigan was hidden by a word game. That meant the six things were surely connected to some sort of word game too. 6. 666. I kept searching for 6. Is there some way to split up the characters in Kirigan to get 6? A good idea. Still, no matter how much you stare at those three characters, you won't get an answer. The problem here is that Kirigan is just the Japanese reading of the name. Then how did they pronounce it there? It's pronounced Chilean. When written in Roman characters, that's 6 letters long. 6 letters, then it is a word game after all. This is what it means by the 6 chosen by the king. I get it. Talking about it like this, it sounds like a line of reasoning that can be reached in a second. However, it took a long time before I reached the spot on my own. A dizzying number of nights passed from the time Genji uttered that single word to the time I got this far. So, what does it mean to offer these 6 letters as sacrifices? On the second twilight, we start hearing about those who remain. Reasoning opens up the possibility that the 6 letters of the key are being removed from an even larger set of letters. However, what could the 6 letters be removed from? That puzzle worried me for a long time. It's like the start of an entirely new riddle. This time, I would have to solve it all by myself without any assistance. In a previous game, I'm pretty sure Aunt Rosa formed some sort of theory about the first twilight. Right, that theory about a 10-day journey ending at the 10th twilight. On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. She took that section to be a literal trip that ends when you attain to, or reach, the treasures of the Golden Land. What meaning was there in those words? Realizing that there was something to be found, and then realizing that what that something actually was, took another long stretch of time. By Rose's reasoning, attain to meant reaching some physical location represented by 4 treasures. It was a good try, but not quite right. It's not the treasures we're supposed to reach, but their power. What does it even mean to reach the power of something like that? Don't overthink it. What else can the word power mean? You reach, or rather, raise yourself to the power of the 4 treasures, starting at twilight number 10, and this is done once and for the last time. Oh, so it's an exponent like a math problem. Here I had a home field advantage since I lived on Wakanjima. There was a hint there that made it easier to think of a certain large number. In fact, you might say I actually found the answer before I knew what the question was. If you keep making it so complicated, Leon's going to get a headache. Let's get back to the point. 10 to the 4th power is 10,000. If you reach 10,000 on the 10th twilight, how far have you gotten by the 1st twilight? Well, that's just 1/10 of 10,000. 1,000, right? Right. But while that gives us a single word, it has nowhere near enough letters, and it doesn't match the key at all. However, the end of the line says, you will attain to the power once and for the last time. If we interpret this as raising 10 to the fourth power once, and then doing the same thing one final time, we end up with 10 quadrillion. That's 10 quadrillion at the 10th twilight, or quadrillion at the first twilight. As Battler guessed in the fifth game, it has 11 letters. Or should I say, as you guessed. Strangely enough, both words begin with a Q. I felt that this just had to be right. Leon took a notepad from a pocket and spelled out quadrillion and Chilean. The two words even looked similar at a glance. Quadrillion. That's right. It's true that the six letters chosen by the king are right there inside quadrillion. So, what happens if we take them out? We're left with five meaningless letters. However, the important thing is the number 5. After all, in the next part of the epitaph, the word kill appears 5 times. And then, on the ninth twilight, none shall be left alive. In other words, there should be 5 letters left. On top of that, just as Battler Sand guessed in the fifth game, two of these letters are close to each other, the D and the R. Those must be the two who are close. Once you reach this spot, the riddle has been practically solved. Or, put another way, this is as far as you can go with the epitaph alone. You might be able to figure out the answer with a little more wordplay, but you won't be able to activate the device. That's right. Once you know this much, all that remains is to gouge and kill. You had a good idea where the place was, even before you got this far, right? Yes. Some people suspected that the gold was hidden there even before the epitaph appeared, and because of the mysterious phrase that appeared there, it's only natural that I thought the place concealed some secret. What do you mean by the place? The place with the device that opens the door to the golden land. A quick-witted person should be able to figure out where the first twilight is by now. I thought the first twilight was quadrillion, not a place. It's the place where quadrillion is written. You should know it. Or did you blindly follow Kinzo's orders and never go near it? Chapter 9. The Day the Witch Revived. Quadrillion. There's only one place you'll find that word on Wakijima. Gold butterflies flitted from shadow to shadow, dodging raindrops. Unless my memory is mistaken, this is probably the place. It was the Chapel, that mysterious building, one of the oldest on Wakijima, which had been built at the same time as the Mansion. It was called the Chapel, but not once had Kinzo used it for worship, and the members of the family had never been allowed inside. There were strict orders that none approach it without reason, and its purpose had always been a mystery. However, all of these mysteries got boring after several decades. At some point, everyone forgot the chapel even existed, and that splendid building passed from the thoughts of Rakajima's residents. Of course, this had been true for Beatrice as well. Beatrice, who hated boredom, had no desire to approach places that humans never went. Her last memory was of the time she went in there to taunt Shannon as she tried to clean. There can be no doubt. That is it. Quadrillion. Beatrice looked up above the door of the chapel. There was a relief displayed over an arch. English words were written there. You will be blessed only at a probability of a quadrillion to one. So, you thought that was the probability of someone solving this riddle? This chapel was built long ago. If there is a device like the one I imagined, Kinzo must have prepared that epitaph riddle many decades ago. He must have been planning to use it as a ceremony for choosing a fitting successor all that time. However, that ceremony is now a ceremony to open the door to the bold plan and to my resurrection. When I snapped my fingers, the ground bulged and several snake-like dead trees sprouted up. They twisted around each other to form a ladder which leaned itself against the door. If my guess is right, there's some sort of device in that relief. I slowly climbed the ladder. Because of the size of the door, the relief was very high up. This close up, it looks much bigger than it did from the ground. Come to think of it, whenever we cleaned the chapel, this relief was the only thing that Genji always made sure he polished himself. I always wondered why he didn't leave something so trivial to the younger servants. I thought it strange, but nothing more. The master treasured this relief, so the head servant cared for it himself. I always accepted that excuse. But now I understand. There must be something in this relief. And Genji polished it himself to make sure that no one else accidentally found out. So, am I to sacrifice the 6 letters chosen by the key from quadrillion? The tips of my fingers touched the cue. My fingertips were soon covered with dust. However, I quickly realized there was something strange about it. Don't tell me this letter. No, it had to be like this. There would be no other way to offer up sacrifices. Beatrice grabbed the letter Q, and after lightly playing around with it in various ways, she pulled it out with a slight clunk. Just as I thought. Here's the Q I pulled out, and this part's a wedge. No, it's a key. A key was attached to the back of the Q and had been stuck into a keyhole in the relief. I see. In that case, I know what to do next. Very good. This Q key is a wrong answer. Enough with you. Beatrice carelessly tossed the Q key aside. This was the first sacrifice. She kept on pulling out the keys from the 6 letters representing the key. So, A will also be sacrificed, and both eyes, and then the N at the end. Now I only sacrifice one L, but unfortunately there are 2 L's here. There were 2 L's. I didn't know which I should sacrifice. I tried pulling both out, but the keys were of different shapes. So one is a right answer, and one is a wrong answer. Well, there are only 2. If I make a mistake, I can just try the other one. Unless messing up sets off a trap that blows up the island, of course. Thinking it a waste of time to sit here worrying, I decided on the rightmost and pulled it out. 5 letters remained in the word. And now the first twilight is over. On to the second twilight. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the two who are close. The D and R are close. What does it mean to tear them apart? Do I pull them out? But if I do, there will only be 3 letters left. By this point, I was able to make a good guess at what the gouge and kill lines meant. Gouge and kill probably means to turn the keys and take them out. In that case, the parts about going from head to leg must mean starting at the left and going right. If that's the case, there must be 5 characters left on the board. In other words, tear apart doesn't mean kill. If so, then we can read tear apart to mean putting a gap between the D and the R. But how? Once again, there are 2 ways to do it. Do I remove the D and move it to the left? Do I remove the R and move it to the right? After pondering this for some time, I realized that both choices were wrong. No, that's not right. I've had it wrong ever since I removed that L. A short while ago I removed the right of the 2 L's. However, if I had removed the left one, it would look like this. If you line it up this way it's easy to see the next step. The R gets shifted to the right. This way all the letters are spread out evenly. This must be it. And this next part is another tough one. Praise my name. It's already clear that this is a word game. Those who remain shall praise my noble name. Just what are the remaining 5 letters supposed to do? Probably change their order to form a word. UDRLO. What should be done about these 5 letters? Praise my name. How can I get stuck after coming so far? How are these 5 letters supposed to praise a name? That man's name is Umineko. Is the louder Loud? No, not quite. Is the U part of Ushiromia? Lord U, Lord U. LORD-U. No, several letters don't match, and there aren't nearly enough letters to make Ushiromia. One thing is certain, my name must refer to Kinzo. Then does the U stand for Ushiromia after all? Like an initial, then what do the D, R, L, and O stand for? They can't mean Kinzo. Do the R and O stand for Wakajima? The master of Wakajima, Kinzo. Not nearly enough letters. This riddle left me totally confused. However, there were only 5 letters left. There can't be too many possible combinations of those letters. I could use a process of elimination. Thinking I would play around with it, I pulled out the U. There were 4 letters left. DRLO. My idea that the U stood for Ushiromiya was like a heavenly oracle. When I removed the U, I thought of making a word for the remaining 4 letters. D, R, L, and O. Those 4 letters spun around in my head, changing their orders, and latched upon a single English word that would serve to praise Kinzo. It's lowered, lowered. I had absolutely no basis for it. However, it was like a flash of inspiration. I quickly changed letters around before that flash faded from my mind. LORD. Lord. U. Ushiromiya. Lord Ushiromiya. On the 4th twilight gouged the head. It was a key, so it wouldn't have turned if it was the wrong one. But it did turn. I managed to gouge it. I gouged the first letter, the L, with a click, and then pulled it out. Next, the 5th twilight gouged the chest and kill. The O was gouged and pulled out easily. then the R, next the D, and finally the U. When I turned the key of the U, I could feel a resistance as though some device had been activated. I waited for something to change, but nothing did. However, I had felt something happen. A secret door must have opened up somewhere around here. Waiting around won't accomplish anything. I've probably done everything I can here. All the letters in quadrillion have been removed. On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. So, this way has the witch, have I, revived. The 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the golden land's treasures, once and for the last time. When I stepped down off the ladder and looked around, I immediately noticed a small change. That lion statue. At some point, the lion statue in front of the chapel had turned to face a different direction. How did that work? Did Kinzo plan up this extravagant device back when he first started building on this island? I walked up to the lion statue and stared at it. Other than the fact that it was pointing a different direction, nothing had changed. In that case, it's the lion looking at something in particular now. I followed its line of sight and saw another lion statue, and that lion statue had also changed its direction. Interesting. So, follow the lion guideposts. As intricate as ever, I see. Kenzo. I wasn't complaining anymore. I felt a bit of respect and awe at Kenzo for setting up such an intricate device and having it go undiscovered for all these years. There were lion statues standing like working deities at the entrance and the corners of the chapel. The direction they faced had changed, pointing around to the back of the chapel. There was something there. It was no longer a surprise. This was after the contraption with the letters, after being guided by the lions. So, when the gaping open secret passageway appeared, the stairs leading down to the darkness below, it wasn't surprising to me anymore. So, is this the entrance to the Golden Land, Kinzo? Did you find it, grandfather's gold? Yes, it took ages and ages, but I had reached the Golden Land. According to the previous games, there was an underground VIP room there, along with 10 tons of gold, right? Yes. After going down a rough stairway, there was a door at the end of a passage. Inside, it was beautifully furnished, a true VIP room. And was the gold all you found there? Yes. At the time, it would be a lie to say that I was not dizzied by the sight of all that gold stacked high. Is this real? I lightly touched the pile of gold with my finger. It was hard and cold. I must have imagined that it would crumble like a sandcastle if I touched it.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Now, there could be no doubt. This certainly was a 10-ton pile of gold ingots. Considering the amount of gold I had just found, I figured I ought to be crying out in delight. I didn't really feel like laughing, but I thought it only good manners to do so in a situation like this, so I forced it out. Because of this, only a few feeble laughs slipped from my mouth. At that moment, even stronger than any delight was a feeling as though I had entered a place I wasn't supposed to be. I couldn't think of what I should do next, now that the epitaph riddle had been completed. Then I heard approaching footsteps. It was coming from the stairway I had entered by. Someone was coming. Could it be Kinzo? If he finds out I've been in a place like this, will I get scolded harshly? I thought about hiding and forgetting this ever happened, but my legs wouldn't move. I kept standing there, stunned, in front of the pile of gold. As the footsteps drew closer and closer, the door opened, and I saw who it was. It wasn't Kinzo. You. Did you reach this place by your power alone? Indeed. For some time, Genji stared at Beatou in silence, as though he was calculating something. Then he slowly clapped his hands together. He did it again, over and over. It took quite a long time before I realized that he was applauding me. The master has said that he'll hand over the gold and the headship to the first person who solves the epitaph, and he believed that this person would be Beatrice. Beatrice? Me? This is fate. It is fate that brought you to this day. I didn't really understand what Genji was saying. Surely the shock of seeing the gold still had me paralyzed. Come this way. Okay. Genji opened a closet. Inside it was a torso wearing a beautiful dress made of black cloth and golden stitching. When I saw it, I understood immediately. It was the witch's dress, the black dress worn by Beatrice in the portrait. Change into this. This is. It is something you once wore. I've never seen a dress like this. However, I understood what Genji meant. This dress was one that Beatrice once wore, and the one who displays a miracle by solving the epitaph is Beatrice. By reaching this room, I succeeded the position of the real Beatrice. The one in the portrait. Why do I call myself Beatrice? Because the name of the Golden Witch who rules over Rockinghama's night is Beatrice. That's right, I wasn't the real Beatrice. I was a different witch, stealing the name of the witch from Kinzo's delusions. And now I have succeeded the real Beatrice. By solving the epitaph's riddle, my resurrection will be complete. I was the one who decided on that rule. However, this really was a ceremony to resurrect Beatrice. In the past, I believed that I could create my own fate with my magic. How ironic that one who could control magic at will would be guided by fate to this place. At that moment, I had no choice but to truly accept and believe in this word called fate. And after I put this on, you will go to the Master. Ready yourself. Wait here. Okay, Master. It is Genji. After Genji knocked, the sound of the study's door unlocking could be heard. After a single glance telling me to wait, Genji entered alone. I cannot believe that this day has come. Fate can be such a strange thing. Kumasawa was with us too. I thought this dress, which didn't really suit me, would lead to a lot of jokes. But she didn't laugh at me at all. On the contrary, when she saw me, her expression had turned stern, as though a long awaited day had finally come. My heart raced. Supposedly, anyone should have been able to solve the epitaph. There shouldn't be anything strange about me solving it. Genji and the others kept wearing serious expressions, and that, along with everything else, made this feel like some sort of grand ceremony. The suffocating silence continued. Eventually, the door opened and Genji peeked out. Enter Beatrice Sama. He was saying those words to me, but not to the person I had been until a short while ago. Go ahead, Beatrice Sama. Kumasawa also urged me forward with a respectful bow. Kinzo was probably waiting for me inside. What expression should I wear as I go in? How should I greet him? I don't have a clue. As the two of them motioned me forward, it was all I could do to avoid tripping over my dress as I walked. Kinzo-san, she is here. Kinzo was crouched on the ground, as though kneeling before the portrait of Beatrice. At Nanjo's words, he slowly turned, still crouching. Kinzo's eyes were already red with crying. When he saw me, he groaned with wonder. Beatrice, Beatrice! Had he even forgotten how to stand up? He crawled over to where I was, while calling out to me with the name of the woman he had loved long ago. I was too stunned to move. Kinzo grabbed the hem of my dress, gripped it tightly, then curled up and sobbed. Beatrice, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I knew how you felt. And yet I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Please, please forgive me. The words weren't directed at me. However, just standing here like this was all I needed to do. Kinzo's moment of atonement, the moment he had spent half of his life searching for, had finally come. A human's life is stained with sin. So, humans seek forgiveness while they still live. However, in most cases, the person capable of granting such forgiveness is no longer on this earth. It was like that for Kinzo too. The one he sought no longer existed in this world. Instead, that forgiveness had been woven together by a miracle, and now Kinzo had received it. Beatrice, Beatrice, you need not forgive me. You need not say anything. I simply needed to apologize to you just once. Kenzo kept grasping the dress's hem and sobbing. The sins of humans are not forgiven from without. Forgiveness is found through regret and repentance. I want to believe that some sin, some fault of his, has been forgiven thanks to the way I look. Kinzo's sobbing gradually ceased, and he slowly looked up at me and rose. He looked unsteady. Nanjo rushed forward to support him. So, I see that you are alive. I'm glad. This time these words weren't directed through me, but at me. I hesitated, unsure how I should respond. I beg your forgiveness for keeping this a secret from you all this time. No matter. I do not fault you, Genji. Considering the sin that I committed, every single day until now has been necessary for my atonement. However, there can be no doubt that today's miracle is a true one. Ow. Ow. Okay. By her own power, without anyone's help, she solved the epitaph before anyone else. Well done solving such a difficult epitaph. The thanks. Indeed, your voice resembles your mother's. Even your face reminds me of that mother and her daughter. There can be no doubt about Beatrice's blood flows through your veins. Yes, the traces of the Lady of Kuadolian in her youth are right there. Does my face look like someone else's? Beatrice Salmon, please forgive me for keeping this a secret, even from you. Your parents are Beatrice Salmon and the Master. It's true. Until now, you have been raised as a child without parents. However, your true father is the Master, and your true mother is Beatrice Sama. Is that really? Yes, you truly are a descendant of Beatrice Sama. Is such a strange fate really possible? I've dreamed about it, dreamed about what it would be like to be the golden witch Beatrice. But that dream had been mine alone. I dreamed that if I solved the epitaph and carried out its ceremony, I would revive as the true Beatrice. So, is it okay to believe that since I've solved it, Beatrice really has revived? I truly carry Beatrice's blood. Yes, there is no doubt of that whatsoever. It must have been hard for you to live until this day without knowing a parent's affection. Well, considering the type of parental affection Kinzo gave his last child. And yet, look at how wonderfully you've grown. So, you all knew about me. Genji, Kumasawa, and even Nanjo nodded wordlessly. Now that I think about it, there might have been lots of hints. I've always felt as though there was something special about me. Genji, and especially Kumasawa, always treated me very kindly. Then, does that mean this day is a promised day, which would eventually have to come, no matter what? I don't understand anything anymore. It's all a miracle from God. A promised fate that has led me to this day. Beatrice. No, Leon. That is the name I wanted to give you. It is your true name, Leon. I will now return to you everything that Beatrice gave me. I return to you the gold, as well as everything of the Ushiromiya family, which was created by it. Kinzo stuck out a hand that looked like a rotting tree. On his finger was a ring with the one-winged eagle crest, the symbol of the Ushiromiya family head. He pulled it off, grasped it tightly, and then held it out to me. I didn't know what to do. Slowly, as though they were being drawn forward, I held up my hands, palms up. After pressing his fist against my cupped hands, Kenzo slowly opened his hands and let the ring drop. Leon, my child, all the ways your fate has been toyed with until today were caused by my sins. Please forgive me. You will now inherit my ring. You are the new Ushiromiya family head. All of that gold belongs to you. I ask that you use it as you please, and hope that it will be enough to heal some small part of the pain you have suffered. That trifling amount of gold may be nothing in comparison with the sin I committed. But even so, it should be enough to bring you some comfort. To thank you, Leon, I have one final request. Well, what is that? Could you call me? Sorry, what did you say? Could you call me Father? I understand why you are not able to. I have not been a father to you in any way. Furthermore, you have been raised without knowing anything about a father. I realize that's not a name you can call me by, and I realize that I have no right to ask this of you. But even with that in mind, please, if I could just hear that, I would have no further regrets. After being asked like that, could I possibly have refused? Even if I am his child, I truly cannot acknowledge him as my father. So it felt very strange to say it. And yet, I decided that saying it was the right thing to do. Only God can truly forgive sins. But, though it may be temporarily, people can be saved by the forgiveness of others. But, yes, Father, that awkward voice, the awkward word making so laugh. Drops of silver fell from both of his eyes. At that moment, the shadow that had covered his face was wiped away. Thank you, Leon, my child, and Beatrice as well. Thank you for this last chance to ask for forgiveness. Of course, I don't believe that I have been forgiven by this alone. I shall atone for the rest as I burn in the fires of hell. I, Ushiromiya Kinzo, have no more regrets in this life. None at all. No regrets or matters left unfinished. Looking up to the heavens, Kinzo spread his arms as though facing an applauding audience, laughing at the top of his lungs. It was a final pleasure, known only by those who have been released from all regrets of this world. Kinzo's laugh weakened, and when it disappeared, he dropped to his knees like a puppet with its strings cut, and slowly fell to the ground. The master, Dr. Nanjo. Yes. Though their master had fallen, they walked up to him slowly. They already knew. Kinzo's soul had already burned itself out. After checking Kinzo's pulse, Nanjo shook his head and stood back up. It was a peaceful death. I don't think he had any regrets at all. It may be that the master died long before now. It was only his magic and tenacity that kept him here so long. And he finally had a chance to apologize to Beatrice-sama for everything, and finished everything he had to do. Please rest in peace. I believe that you have redeemed yourself. Father, that was the one night reunion between me and my father, and also our final farewell. This gold all belongs to you now. If you wish to exchange it for money, I can arrange that. I hear it's worth 20 billion yen. From here on, any of your dreams in this world can be granted with money. It must be tough to think of what to do with this much money when it suddenly comes your way. There's nothing I desire among the things my money can buy. So, for the present, I would like to leave this here. Of course, I'm glad I have a lot of money. However, money can't heal the pain in my heart. I just want him to come back. As you wish, then it shall be left here. Also, take this key. What is this? It is a key to the underground VIP room. If you use this, you won't need to use that entrance contraption. She was the only one who knew the answer to the epitaph's riddle, and the only key to this place was now hers. At this point, she truly was the master of this golden VIP room. You are already the master of Rockenjima. You have the right to know of this island's secrets. We should talk about Kua Dorian too. That's the mansion your mother lived in. I'm sure you've heard rumors about it. Kua Dorian. There are two mansons on this island, one at either end. One is the mansion we know well. The other is a hidden mansion known as Kua Dorian. Below this island are the remains of a military base built during the war. The master used that to travel between the two ends of the island. There is an underground path in the back of this room, and if you follow it, you will reach the basement of Kua Dorian on the other end of this island. That is a secret mansion which only the master knew of. Of course, that mansion also now belongs to the new head. It's the mansion your mother lived in. It will probably be worth taking a trip over there sometime. My mother. I've lived alone my whole life. The only person I've ever felt like calling mother is Kumasawa-san, who always helped me out. So, there's a mansion where a mother I've never met nor seen lived. Who am I? Ask any questions you wish. You now deserve to know everything. Right now, I'm feeling very confused. I don't even know where I should start asking questions. But I'm sure I'll think of plenty of things to ask about. When I do, please tell me. As you wish. Also, being treated so respectfully like that is a bit uncomfortable. I would be happier if you could talk to me the same way you've always done. If that is what you wish, then I will do so. That's easier for me too. Well now, what will we do now, Genji-san? Kinzo-san is dead. I'll tell Kraus-sama and Madame that he has passed away. Then we must tell them that Leon-sama is the official successor to the headship. After all, from this point forth, you are the Ushiromiya family head. Mami as the head, that's... And isn't Kraus-sama the successor? The one who solves the epitaph riddle is the successor. There exists a will specifying this much. The Master's final order was that you were to inherit everything. But please, wait. I appreciate the sentiment, but I can't do the job of being the successor, and I can't accept such a big responsibility. I think it would be better for Kraus-sama to inherit that role. Are you certain? Today, I have learned who I am. Everyone knows about their parents, but I didn't since the time of my birth. And here, today, I finally learned the truth. That alone is enough for me. If I suddenly became the Ushiromiya family head, how would Kraus-sama react? How angry would Madame be? I don't want to become the head if it means making them feel like that. Today, I learned who I am. Who gave birth to me, how, and when. These are the things I wanted to learn from them as time goes by. That alone is enough. I am Leon, and I am the Golden Witch Beatrice. Knowing that is enough for me, I don't plan on calling myself the head. Kraus-sama can take that job. Is that your order as the Ushiromiya family head? Yes. As you wish, Master. Then I will make it so. And please, don't tell anyone about what happened tonight. I want to stay me. There's nothing I would want to do with the Ushiromiya headship or the gold. I want to wait here on this island as I have done in the past. I want everything to be the same as it was. That's my only wish. As you wish, Master. Everything that has happened tonight will not go beyond those present here. Kumasawa, Dr. Nanjo, that is the wish of the new head. If that's what you want, I have no objections. Kinzo-san's will entrusted everything to you. If this is what you want to do, none of us will complain. You say the same as it was, but do you really mean the same, with no differences at all? Yes. We'll keep this a secret. This place and the gold will be sealed away. If I need money, I'll ask you about it then. That's enough for me. As you wish. The device leading to this place and the key both belong to you. And all of us swear to keep the events of this night a secret. Kraus Sama will be the successor, but in my heart you will be the only true successor. As you have ordered, we will behave the same way we always have, but please order us whenever it suits you. You are my only master. Thank you very much. A vast mountain of gold and the ring of the Ushiromiya family head, the dress of the portrait Beatrice, and I became the true Beatrice, the Golden Witch, right here in my very own Golden Land. If I think about it, not much has actually changed. After all, I've always been the Golden Witch. I've just had a few more people acknowledge that. November 29th, the day I became a true witch. Oh, I am one, yet many. I am the Golden Witch Beatrice, the true ruler of Rokkenjima and the possessor of endless gold. And yet, I am in no way complete. I await the return of the one person I love. That is the end of my tale. Oh, is that all? But aren't the next 2 years pretty fun? We don't need them. After all, we've heard in the past games about your inner conflict and how you suffered. You don't need to say any more. You mean the conflict of the furniture with incomplete souls. There was a duel. The result had almost been decided. However, the year 1986 was incredibly merciless. I'll bet you cursed your fate. Yes, if it had been 1 year sooner, or else 1 year later, the duel would have been settled, though the way it got settled would have been different. Silently, Claire hung her head. If only I had been given time, or else if I hadn't been given time to worry. I hate everything. Why did it have to be 1986? I decided to abandon control over everything. Abandon control, like the ceremony in which I inherited everything from the previous head. I decided to abandon myself to the fate known as a miracle. It may be more accurate to say that I abandoned myself to the choice of the Roette. We could not even decide our own fate, so we let fate decide everything for us. Perhaps one of us will find what they seek, or perhaps all will be joined and released, or perhaps someone will put a stop to this folly. No matter which fate the Roulette chooses, I plan to obey its ruling. I will not resist fate. After all, whenever I have tried in the past, fate has always been heartless to me. Claire hung her head and let a single tear drop down. Humans will carelessly say that people possess infinite possibilities. However, The endless witch knows how limited those possibilities really are. So, out of her limited fate, she tried to create the infinite. By entrusting her fate to God, she tried to create the infinite. However, this did not mean that she was resigned to her fate. She spun the role at a fate with an unshakable and certain will, a certain fate where absolutely no one could escape if the epitaph was not solved. She sealed off the island with it, herself included. October 4th and 5th, 1986, were sealed away by an absolute and certain will, and she abandoned herself to that short span of time and the one fate out of many that would be chosen on that island. And now my confession is over. Isn't that enough to place my motive for the crime? If you still do not know, I will say no more. It's not as though anyone could understand my heart anyway. Yeah, there's no need to say any more. Leon, after watching how I have wandered to a dead end of fate, do you see how great a hope you are to me? I'm a different possible you. The happiness you live in makes me jealous, but even more overwhelmed with happiness. The future you represent was a possible one. Right now, that fact alone is my salvation. I, please live with enough happiness for the both of us. I'm glad I got to meet you once. At the end, you have my thanks, Lady Berncastel. I'm just carrying out your funeral. There's no need to thank me. Well, it's about time to end this. It's about time to send the dead to the land of the dead. Yes, this is my funeral after all. It's time for me to go back to where I belong. Don't make that face, and please rejoice that you were not me. After all, I rejoice in that fact as well. I'll live, I'll live life for the both of us. Thank you. Live in happiness, and someday find yourself a wonderful person. I pray that you live as a human without awakening as a witch, that you have a whole and single soul, and love one person with all your strength. I hope you live that sort of life. I will, Sam. I thank you for being an observer. You aren't the one I truly wanted to understand me, but you have saved my heart. I understand you. I don't neglect the heart. Thank you. So, now that I have a splendid observer who understands me, I want to entrust my final moments to you. Are you sure you're okay with it being me? Yes. For me, the important thing is whether the person understands me, not how well I know them. The one I wanted to understand didn't. A person I didn't know did understand. There's nothing sad about it. On the contrary, I'm grateful for this miracle. A person was able to understand, even though he has no relation to me. You are a good observer, and the only one who has managed to understand me. That connection is strong enough. Understood. I offer my heart to you, nameless and wonderful observer. Leon, stand back. What's going to happen? In the mystery genre, there can be no death unless the detective performs the last rites. Will just stopping your heart will be enough? When you mourn the dearly departed, do you put just their heart into the coffin? Got it. That which was born from earth will return to earth. I'll return all of you to the earth. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, illusions to illusions, and dreams to dreams. Right, then let us begin. This is my burial. Whenever you're ready, let us start. This is almost like the end of my last game. Light gathered at Will's back, and a sword materialized there. Slowly, he drew it out. Its pitch black tip, which could neatly slice apart truth from fiction, swung once, leaving a black trail, and then again, leaving a white trail. I'll cut the truth out from the fiction. Come. Following Will's lead, a similar sword appeared in Claire's hand. Its tip glinted silver, the opposite of Will's. First game, first twilight, 6 corpses in the garden shed. Illusions to illusions. The corpse that cannot return to earth returns to illusions. Will's pitch black slash cut across Claire's body at an angle. The blade passed through her like she was water, but its tip sent golden flower petals scattering. First game, second twilight. 2 corpses are close in a closed room, protected by a chain. Illusions to illusions. A chain of illusions can only craft illusions. The razor-thin black mirror sent golden flower petals scattering again. First game, fourth twilight. The old head from the closed room study, combined in a scorching furnace. Illusions to illusions. Let the man of illusions go to where he belongs. First game, fifth twilight. Last moments of the sacrifice boy with a stake in his chest. Illusions to illusions. The witch and stake of illusions can pierce naught but illusions. First game, 6th, 7th, and 8th twilights. 3 corpses lying in the closed room of the singing girl. Illusions to illusions. Illusions are the blind girl's song. Illusion of a closed room. Well done. Yes, you really are splendid. That was a risky game from the very start. What if the guy really wanted to see that dead face anyway and just step inside? That's what it means to abandon oneself to fate. That's what your role is, isn't it? Let us continue. Second game, first twilight. The 6 with their tummies split in the closed room chapel. Illusions to illusions. The gold truth blocks the door of illusions. Second game, second twilight. The 2 who are close cannot even be close as corpses. Illusions to illusions. Illusions who have completed their role do not leave even a corpse behind. Second game, 4th, 5th, and 6th twilights. In Natsuki's closed room, none are left alive. Earth to earth. No one would dispute that a coffin is a closed room. Second game, 7th and 8th twilights. The 2 sliced to death by the red-eyed illusion. Earth to earth, illusions to illusions. No illusion can create a corpse. Every time the blade passed through Claire's body, golden flower petals flew everywhere. The petals covering her heart were being torn away, bit by bit. The illusion of the witch was breaking down and becoming flower petals. Third game, first twilight, the six corpses connected by the linked closed rooms. Illusions to illusions. In a closed room ring, the end and the beginning overlap. Third game, second twilight. The corpses of mother and child lay together in the little rose garden. Earth to earth. No falsehoods in their final moments as told. Third game, fourth, fifth, and sixth twilights. Three corpses lying in the mansun. Earth to earth. No falsehoods in their final moments as told. Third game, seventh and eighth twilights. The corpses of husband and wife lay exposed under the arbor. Earth to earth. The obvious culprit wields a beautiful blade. Fourth game, first twilight. A massacring start and sweeps through the dining hall. Allusions to illusions. Tales woven by the gold truth return to illusions. Fourth game, second twilight. The two youths face a trial and pass away together. Illusions to illusions. Tales woven by the gold truth return to illusions. Fourth game, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth twilights. None of the runaways are left alive. Earth to earth, illusions to illusions. Silent corpses adorned by fiction. Fourth game, ninth twilight, and none shall be left alive. Earth to earth, illusions to illusions. When fiction is shut up inside a cat box, it becomes truth. Over and over again, Claire's body was sliced by the pitch-black sword. As proof, the chapel was now filled with golden flower petals, which danced around like old snow. It's beautiful. Who wouldn't want their last moments to be like that? The gold snow was like confetti at the finale of a show. The curtains were finally falling on the stage. That was her. Then, one final question. Sure. Claire slowly raised her hands. The sword she held became golden rose petals and melted away. She stood there, arms wide, waiting for the final strike. Who am I? Illusions to illusions. The promised reaper lowers the curtains on the tale regardless of the witch's will. The pitch-black blade that will swung high, cut down Claire's form. At the same time, she was blown away by a gust of wind. Her human form crumbled in an instant, became a storm of golden flower petals, and was torn apart. After she was blown away, a golden heart remained in mid-air. but it too was swallowed by the torrent of wind and broke down into flower petals. The gold torrent of wind swirled around the chapel. Then the swirl of petals scattered out of existence and vanished. A few remaining petals danced around like snowflakes, and those final vestiges decorated the chapel beautifully. A beam of light lit the center of the stage. There stood Claire, whose tale had ended. Then, slowly, softly, she faced the audience and bowed. Applause spread throughout the room. The long tale she had just finished telling was being given a massive applause. It went on and on and on and on. The stage slowly sunk into the darkness of oblivion. Behind the darkness and the curtain, Claire continued to bow in front of the unending applause and disappeared. People are born with sin and live life to obtain forgiveness from someone. Or perhaps they are born with riddles and live life searching for someone to solve them. Here, all of her riddles had been solved, leaving no lingering regrets behind. People are riddles. They want someone else to solve their riddle. They live life wanting someone to solve the riddle that they are, the most difficult riddle in the world. They want someone to look at the riddle they are, and they want that person to solve it. For her, that wish has been granted. Her soul will wander no longer. Sleep in endless peace in your catwalk's coffin. Though there had been so many golden flower petals flitting about like a blizzard, not a single one remained. Everything had become dust, vanishing as though there had been nothing there in the first place. And all was silent once more. Come to think of it, even the sound of rain is gone. The rain must have stopped at some point. Meeting you was her salvation. I hope so. She cursed herself and her inescapable, dead-end fate and gave up. Meeting you, a happy miracle in her eyes, saved her in a way nothing else could. So don't make that face. That was a pretty tasteful ending for you. Al Al only told me to carry out the funeral. Well, I pretty much just called a facilitator, you, and let you do everything. Thank you, Will. In Claire's place, I want to thank you. Thanks for cutting off all the lingering regrets of a different fate. I thought I would see a bit more head clutching and
Stream
panic from
Elements
you.
said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
I understand now. I realize how happy my life has been. If fate had toyed with me, and if I was living in another world, I might have gotten stuck in the same dead end of fate. However, Thanks to an extremely improbable bit of good luck, I live in this world. I now know how much that means, how much it's worth. What's up? Why the surprised look? I thought decent witches didn't exist, but I might have to change that theory. Don't worry, no need to change it. I only joined that kid's game to kill some time. And, though I lost, I enjoyed playing. That kid died without folding up her game board. I just took charge of cleaning up, as thanks to her for letting me play, and because it's the loser's duty. I was sure you'd be a lot crueler than this. Crueler? I thought this would be a cruel game that neglects the heart. Yes, it was a cruel game. Though she claimed that the game was fantasy, I brought you along and made it end as a mystery. The illusion of the witch has been spectacularly crushed, and my little bit of revenge is complete. This tale of intertwined loves ends thanks to an absolute and certain willpower. Out of respect for that certain willpower, the Witch of Certainty made that kid a witch for just 2 days. Even within this limited span of 2 days, I've been able to enjoy an endless kaleidoscope. I won't be bestowing my favor, so no miracle will occur. However, even this ending is something that child wished for. I wonder which truth actually lay at the end of this endless tale. Who knows? Not being able to say that for sure is what makes this a cat box. When you open the box, you get a tale where no trace of the man's son remains, and no one except Eva survives. Now that Eva has died without saying anything, all the truth is inside the cat box. Endless possibilities, all kept within a limited box. Now that I think about it, maybe the whole island where she lived and died was the Golden Land. If you can call a cat box a golden land, that is. By the way, Battler has written up the most fun tale imaginable of and of the inside of the cat box. You mean that book in Beatrice's coffin? That's right. It's the happiest possible tale for her, which he thought up himself. It was a really fun, love-filled, happy tale. I also think that tale was the most fitting one to put in her coffin. No, that's wrong. You heard Claire. You are her hope and her salvation. More than anything else, you living on in happiness will be her salvation. Right. Live happily. That's all you need to do to be that kid's miracle. Yes, I'll live happily enough for the both of us. I'm surprised you found this kid. Didn't you have to search through about 200,000 of them in that vast sea? Such trivialities are all I am capable of. And now, the funeral is over. As promised, I've released the barrier. Once you leave, time will start moving again like normal. So, you're done with us now. If I don't get back quickly, Deanna will start scratching the curtains. We weren't together long, but thank you for your help. So long. Be happy for the sake of the hundreds of thousands of other yous. When he left the chapel, a beautiful after-rain sky stretched out above him. That sky, which is a mix of rain clouds, gaps of sunlight, and the tint of twilight, had a beauty to it that couldn't be described in words. Will slowly descended the stone stairs, stepping through puddles. Then he waved without looking back. His form and footprints gradually faded away until there was no trace left. Okay, time for me to disappear too. Goodbye, Leon. I have to thank you as well. I believe I said some fairly inconsiderate things to you. You have my apologies. You taught me something very important. What is it? No, it's nothing. It's been a century since anyone's thanked me, so I wasn't sure how to respond. Berncastel shrugged, then floated up into the air. Then she looked up at the beautiful 7 colors of light shining in through the stained glass, and spoke as though someone was looking down on her from there. Ow, ow, Aura. Was that enough of an answer to check for you? If you don't get it, still don't get it, why not gather the other observer witches and have a tea party or something? Then you can listen to their theories. I'm mean, so I won't go any further than this. There are no witches who don't think. After all, witches who don't think either die or turn to seaweed. Yes, now you can look back and have a drink while seeing how much of your theory was right. I'm tired of playing the part of the bad guy and of being a Miko. You're done with me now. Bye, Leon, and bye to you too, Observer Witches. Berncastel burst and disappeared. A single golden flower petal glittered. Leon picked it up. It was the only trace of a miracle that remained in this chapel. At that time, cheery voices could suddenly be heard. It was the relatives. They came out of the waiting room one by one. So, this is where you were, Leon. I was looking for you. Mom, my apologies. I was just thinking about something. Looks like the rain's finally stopped. Finally, some good weather. Everyone, let us return to the mansion. I have been told that Beatrice's funeral is over. Dad, where's the head? He'll be here in a sec. Today was pretty crazy, and playing along with Dad's little funeral show was a real pain. You shouldn't say that. It was a very important ceremony. That's right. I think it was very important for Father. I'm starving. Goda-san, think you could cook something up for us? Yes, ma'am. I'll prepare some tea at once. Where is Leon? Lend me a hand. Our family head. There you are. As Kinzo came out after the others, Leon ran up to him. You did very well today. Beatrice's funeral is now complete. Yes, and I'm sure that Beatrice's soul was saved. How could you know that? I was with Beatrice until a second ago, and I saw her leave on her journey with no regrets. That's how I know. I guarantee it. I see. If you say it, then it must be so. The relatives left the chapel one by one. Leon left too, giving Kinzo a shoulder to lean on. A beam of sunlight peeked through the clouds, looking like a staircase leading up to heaven. Okay, tea party time. Episode 7 Tea Party. Kind of wasn't expecting there not to be credits there. That was kind of weird. When I came to, all was silent. The room was dimly lit, and yet it was massive. Where on earth is this? I was sitting in what seemed to be a very short sofa. It was very constricting, and looked like there were several more of them off to each side of me. Once I noticed that, I realized that I was in a theater. Where on earth am I? I don't know how long I've been here, and more importantly, I don't know where this is. Beatrice's funeral ended. Everyone went back to the mansion, and after that, my memory gets fuzzy, and I can't recall anything else. Then I was surprised to notice the presence of another person. Apparently, I wasn't the only one sitting in the audience seating of this vast theater. The sound had come from a seat to the side of mine. When I looked, I saw a girl sitting several seats off to my left. It was a face I had never seen before. Who is she? She looked like a high schooler or a college student about the same age as I was. She groaned. Apparently, she had just woken up. I didn't want to scare her, so I decided to introduce myself first. Hello. Apparently, she was equally surprised to find someone other than herself here. She jumped when she heard my greeting. Who the hell are you? I feel the same way. It seems that neither of us is here of our own accord. Is that the one-winged crest? Do you recognize this crest? She looked suspiciously at the one-winged crest blazoned on my collar. Her stare, which was unmoving but not openly hostile, wasn't pleasant for me. Allow me to introduce myself first. I am Ushiromiya Leon. Ushiromiya. What? Leon. Written as, but pronounced Leon. Pretty strange name, don't you think? No stranger than mine, but I'll have to apologize. I don't know who you are. That's hardly surprising, since I don't know you either. That's not what I meant. Who are you? There's no one like you in the Ushiromiya family. And why are you so sure? Do you have something to do with my family? I'm a member of the Ushiromiya family. But that's... She showed me her left sleeve, and the crest of the one-winged eagle emblazoned upon it. I regret having to ask the same question, but who are you? I've never seen you in the Ushiromiya family. First they tear me into little bits, then they make me read. What's next? Which witch am I supposed to be entertaining this time? She spat out those words and seemed to be complaining about something. Angie, I'm Ushiromiya Angie, Rudolph and Kyrie's daughter. What? Angie-chan, but you're supposed to be 6 years old. I was 6 during the year of the final family conference on Rockinjima. Now I get it. So you're a person from the year 1986. I'm 18 years old, and I'm from the year 1998. In other words, you're the Angie-chan of 12 years in the future? I'm glad you believe it, but Unfortunately, I don't have a clue who you are. Who are you? Who are your parents? My father is Kraus. Nasuhi is my mother. That would make you Jessica One-chan. Jessica is my sister. What's going on? Wasn't Jessica One-chan an only child? By this point, I was starting to figure out the situation this Angie had come from. She's probably from the world where I awakened as a witch, the world where Leon doesn't exist. It will be a bit difficult to explain, but think of it this way. In a world slightly different from the one you know, I am also a member of the Ushiromiya family. In your world, a different fate leads me to walk a different path through life, so that I do not live as an Ushiromiya family member. Are you a witch? Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm just an ordinary human. What I just told you is something I heard from the witch called Berncastel-san. Berncastel, that one with the long blue hair and the gloomy face. Yes, that probably fits her, I think. In other words, I've been forced to play along with another witch's farce. Just where is this place? I only woke up a second ago myself. I'm wondering the same thing. It looks like a theater. Are we supposed to watch a play or something? I'm really not in the mood now. Let's look for an exit. You haven't noticed yet? Look, these are. I finally noticed. Both of my wrists and ankles had chains attached to them. As long as I sat here, I had enough strength I could move about a little, but it looked like there wouldn't be nearly enough for me to get out of this place. When did? Who would do something like this? Once a witch has made you her peace, you'll be their plaything forever. There's no way to escape. Angie crossed her legs, making the chains clink together. She realized that no amount of struggling could have broken those chains. Getting panicky wouldn't accomplish anything. She must have had nerves of steel. What do you mean, a witch's peace? It's like being their slave. I made a deal once. I said I wanted to see my family, to bring them back from that day. In exchange for making that a possibility, that witch turned me into a witch's peace. At least the witch kept her promise. I was able to see Oni-chan again. You mean Batter-kun? Well, I wasn't even able to tell him who I was. And in exchange for that short bit of time, I'm now trapped inside the witch's toy box for all eternity. Looks like you are too. Did you make some sort of contract? No, nothing of the sort. Did you ever ask a witch to grant a wish for you? Never. She taught me what a miracle my existence is. That's all. Either way, neither of us is getting out of here. Okay, witches, what kind of show do you have for us this time? Have we moved from reading aloud to theater going? Am I supposed to watch someone else read aloud this time, or what? If that's it, then start it up already. I'm bored enough as it is. Angie yelled this to the pitch black stage. Her voice reverberated throughout the theater, but no one gave an answer. No, someone did, and that was also in a voice that rang out across the theater. However, that voice sounded theatrical, as though someone was announcing the start of a play. What happened on that day, you ask? I'm not telling. If only you would just give up and die. Whose voice was that? That old hag. It was Aunt Eva's voice. What does she mean by what happened on that day? She's talking about the 4th and 5th of October in the year 1986. the day of the final family conference on Rockinjima. In other words, today. Today is October 4th, 1986. As a prelude to the family conference, Beatrice's funeral was held. That's a surprise. So, you've come here from October 4th, 1986. Tell me, what happened during those 2 days? The answer she seeks is inside the cat box. All I can tell her about is my close call with a sad life. However, I doubt that explanation will satisfy her. Then a pillar of bright light pierced the stage. There stood a white shadow. That white dress was obviously Claire's. Of course, Angie didn't recognize her. She looked suspicious, apparently wondering who in the world this was. However, even I felt as though something was wrong. Didn't she settle all of her regrets in that funeral a short while ago, before being sent off into the next world? She stood all alone in the narrow beam of light in the center of the stage, and the expression on her face was lifeless. The light began to grow brighter and brighter. It shone more and more fiercely on her until it became blinding just to look at her. The world was enveloped by a light so bright that we couldn't open our eyes, surrounded by a sound like wind or television static, and our minds began to go blank. They're blooming wonderfully again this year. It must be a pain to take care of all these. Pretty easy for us, though, just looking at 'em. I agree. We've got to thank the people who take care of them for us. But it is a bit lacking in grace. I prefer the way it used to be before Nissan decided to pile so much on. The old look did have its own charm, didn't it? I love roses. I would like them even more if they didn't have thorns. This rose garden really takes me back. Had totally forgotten about it these past 6 years. I guess it really has been that long. Both you and this garden have changed so much. Let me introduce you. This is Canincun, one of our servants. This is the first time you've met Battler, right? Pleased to meet you. You can just call me Battler. Nice to meet you. Shannon's here today. Remember when we used to play together? Shannon Chan, I had totally forgotten. That really takes me back. How's she been doing? She's grown more and more beautiful these past 6 weeks. You should say hi to her later on. Shannon and George Oni-chan are really good friends. Maria, that's a secret. If you would, everyone, allow me to guide you to the guest house. After enjoying the lovely welcome provided by the roses, the relatives followed Goda in the direction of the guest house. October 4th, 1986. Rockinjima, in a world without Leon, on the day of the Ushiromiya family conference. Maria read a mysterious letter aloud after dinner, just as she had been told to. The writer of the letter claimed to be the book in which Beatrice had challenged the family, Try and solve the riddle of the epitaph. Otherwise, I will take everything. It was Beatrice's announcement of the game's start, the same as the usual games. Had an unknown person appeared, related to the problem of the inheritance distribution. Where was the 20 billion yen worth of gold hidden? What was the purpose of this letter? For what goal had it been written? Who on earth is this Beatrice? It was the usual dinner on October 4th, where several bits of suspicion and paranoia intertwined. George Kun, I'm sorry, but could you go to the guest house with the others? My apologies. Shannon, take the children to the guest house. We will move straight on to the family conference. Yes, as you wish. Beatrice, the Golden Witch. What a fascinating letter you sent us. She's telling us to solve the epitaph. Ridiculous. That gold belongs to us. Why would we ever give it up to some outsiders? If we could just find that gold, we would all be happy. No one would have to lose anything. Let's go, everyone. They'll be having an adult conversation from here on out. Sounds like it's going to get complicated. Come on, Maria. Let's go. Beatrice's ceremony has begun. Okay, everyone. I shall guide you to the guest house. What's all this about? Probably a replay of one of the old games, or else an entirely new game. In all the games, October 4th happens in pretty much the same way. A new game? You mean a tale that hasn't appeared in any of the fragments so far? There's no way they would go to the trouble of chaining us down if they just wanted to show us a game we already know. It's probably a new game. That means there should be a game master. Who is it? That witch? Castell? I can't imagine so. Claire should have vanished already. There should be no need to spin up a new tale. Beatu's game board was hijacked by those evil witches long ago. Even Beatu is nothing more than a piece in their games. Just who is behind this? And what are they after? What do they want to show us? Before this tale began, Claire definitely appeared on the stage. She is a teller of the tale of Beatrice's game. Beatrice, the me from a world of a different fate. However, did she entrust everything to Will, who solved all of the riddles? There should be no need for her to make new riddles. In that case, is Castell using this tale to test me? Along with Will, I have at least touched the deepest depths of this tale, and understood the culprit's heart. So, even if an entirely new tale presents itself, I should be able to see through the riddles. Is that what my role is? Is my role to teach Angie about the truth of this tale? Do you know? Do you know the truth of this tale? I have several theories. Still, none of those can give a conclusive answer. The truth is always inside the cat box. I can't say anything for sure. In this world, Angie is absent on this day, so it's only natural that she doesn't know what happened. However, at the very least, I do know who the culprit is and what they were trying to do on this day. I think I finally understood my role in this. What do you mean? Apparently, you're here as a theater goer, and I'm here as a commentator. Then, as a commentator, what is it you're going to explain for me? After all, I know who's behind the crime that's about to occur. What did you say? Thinking about it straightforwardly, the only explanation I see is that someone's trying to make a soft epitaph, hoping to then snatch the gold for themselves. I agree. If they had already solved it, they could just take it. There would be no need to challenge us to solve the riddle. It's a prank by one of the servants. They must be hoping to pick up the scraps from the celebration if the gold is found. I cannot imagine that any of our servants would do such a thing. Or maybe one of us sent the letter pretending to be a servant. If that's it, you're the most suspicious one. You schooled Maria Chan on her part and made her read the letter, didn't you? I wouldn't do that. Give that a rest, Eva. We can't jump to conclusions. Isn't this the time for us all to stick together? That's right. The aim of this strange letter is probably to disrupt our unity. The more we let it affect us, the more things will go the way of this Beatrice who sent it. Kyrie Sans right. Wouldn't it be best to simply ignore a letter like that from the start? That is what I have been saying this whole time. This sort of prank is not worth considering. Yes, that's it. If a couple improbable claims or damages get you flustered, you'll never be able to sell anything. My husband's right. This is a child's prank, and taking it seriously is just a waste of time. If someone really wanted to shake up the inheritance issue, they would come forward boldly instead of using something this roundabout. You've got it right there. Someone probably wants to make us think there's another person trying to make demands about the inheritance when their real goal is just to pick up the scraps. I wonder if they'll ask for some hush money in exchange for staying out of the inheritance issue. If that were the case, they should have written it into the letter. And the letter is just a challenge, telling us to try solving the epitaph or else hand over everything. The culprit is trying to make us solve the epitaph's riddle. Nothing more, nothing less. So it's simple. If we worry about this letter, we lose. Indeed, I agree. After that big mysterious show, like something out of a mystery novel, we've all gotten a bit too wrapped up in this. It seems we're all taking this too seriously. But who did it? Such an aggravating thing to do. If it wasn't a servant, then one of us must have written it. I'm not naming names, of course. To stop it, I really know nothing about this. Settle down. Anyway, what this letter says does make a bit of sense. All of us need money, and if possible, we need it right away. No one here has any objections to that, right? Of course not. Whether it's money or love, you can never have too much. We don't know when Father's inheritance will come to us. However, the gold of the epitaph is different. If we find it, we could just split it then and there. In a sense, it's even closer to us now than the inheritance is. Assuming we can solve the epitaph. Everyone here has tried solving it on their own, yes? Kyrie asked the room at large, and everyone wordlessly nodded back. Here, we have four people who have inherited the blood of the one who made that riddle, and each has tried solving it on their own. That doesn't sound very efficient, does it? True, we've all been greedy and tried to go it alone. However, we've already reached a decision about how we'll split the gold up if it's found, and about acknowledging Anarchy as the successor, though you demanded quite a lot in exchange. I wonder if we can solve that epitaph if we pool our efforts and work together. Two heads are better than one, and here we have seven. Today, we've reached a general agreement about the inheritance problem. Why not take a shot at the epitaph for a bit of fun on the side? Nice idea. Let's give it a try and call it a break. Ridiculous. Of course there's no hidden gold. Take it easy. Just think of it as a game. Let's have Goda-san bring us something cool to drink. We can take a break and all play with riddles as a big happy bunch of siblings for once. Well, the night is long. It would at least be more productive than pointless inquiries into father's health. I'll ring up Goda-san. He can bring us something. Let's have tea and sweets. A map of Taiwan. Two shadows could be seen in the rose garden arbor. It was George and Shannon's secret meeting. I want you to take this ring. To George Sama, I swear to love you all my life, not just now while we're young. I swear to love you and keep you happy until we get old and go to our graves. And are there any lies or exaggerations in your words? No, not one. I'm confident in my resolve to love you and build a happy household together with you. And what would this happy household be like? Well, it will be full of happiness. We'll have a house with a car and a yard, and one dog. The yard will have a vegetable garden. The kids will run around, and we'll smile down on them from the balcony. That's what our typical future Sunday will look like. That would be wonderful. What? Those two are going out? Why are you so damn loud? Maria will wake up. I see. So that's how it is. Now that you mention it, they seem to have a pretty good mood going on there. That's right. We're about the age where you fall in love. We've changed a lot in the last 6 years. George Nissan used to be a bit unreliable, but he isn't anymore. That's what I thought. George Oniki's got that air of dignity thing going. But still, Shannon Chan and George Oniki, that's a bit unexpected. They played together often enough 6 years ago, but I didn't think they were that close. Well, 6 years is a long time. These 6 years have been huge for all of us. Yep, a lot's happened to me these 6 years, and to be honest, I've forgotten almost everything about Wakanjima. And I had forgotten almost everything about you too. Now that really hurts. Talking together like this, it felt as though we had been teleported 6 years into the past. 6 long years, so long that I forgot almost everything. And yet, it's coming back to me, bit by bit. Shannon Chan, 6 years ago, you were part of our group, and we played together a lot, didn't we? Back then, I think I might have liked Shannon Chan. That was the age when we were all overly self conscious, in love with love. Bittersweet memories of jokes involving melodramatic, flippant words. That takes me back. I think I remember saying all kinds of stuff that I would be way too embarrassed to say now. Just remembering it is making my face go red. Shannon might be a scatterbrain, but her memory's incredible. Guess I'll just have to ask her all about your dark, embarrassing history. Quit it. That was 6 years ago. The statute of limitations has gotta be up. I see. So Shannon Chan is going out with George Aniki. What am I thinking? Could this be jealousy? I didn't really think about it until now, but the thing Shannon Chan and I had back then was probably my first love. Well, it's not like I have any right to be jealous after forgetting the whole thing until we meet again. Everyone knows that Dad's hometown was Taisho in Taiwan. He still chews areca nuts from time to time in memory of that place. Apparently, he got hooked on that instead of smoking when he was young. But there must be several rivers there with sweetfish swimming in them. It has several mountain streams that are famous sweetfish fishing spots. Anyway, you could probably find sweetfish living anywhere the water was clean. We're completely stuck. Maybe it was just some nearby creek Father played in as a kid. He said sweetfish, but maybe we're looking for something more like carp. Or it could be some sort of metaphor. The river isn't necessarily a river with water flowing through it. What do you mean by that? Well now, who knows? Kirie has a point there. Isn't it a bit too early to be sure that Taiwan is this homeland, or that this Sweetfish River is a river with water flowing down it? If we look at it that way, we're just stuck again. The more you think about this riddle, the harder it gets. That's it. This is just a riddle. Kirie-san is right. We need to be flexible in our thinking. If we're looking for a river near Taishu, show, that would have to be the Dan Shui River. Are you even listening? We just said that might not be the kind of river with water flowing down it. Is there any proof that this river is a sweet fish river? You're right. I'm sorry. Well, it probably did have sweet fish in it. After all, Dan Shui does mean fresh water. Makes sense that a freshwater fish like sweetfish would be swimming in it. Sweetfish are freshwater fish, so a sweetfish river would be a freshwater river. Is that how we get Dan Shui River? Quite the word game. Now that's an interesting theory. Let's advance our reasoning a bit further. As you travel down the river, you will see a village. What's the name of the town at the mouth of Dan Shui River? It says Dan Shui here. I went sightseeing in Dan Shui. It was a calm and gentle harbor town. Beau- Beautiful sunsets. Did you find the shore who will tell you who the shore the two will tell you of. Not really. It doesn't ring any bells. I guess the beloved hometown wasn't in Taiwan. It might have been Odawara after all. If we can't discount any possibilities, then we won't get anywhere. We can't even get past the first line of the epitaph. Quiet, you're distracting me. It has to be Taiwan. Father wouldn't describe any other place as beloved. That is one thing we can agree upon. To this very day, Taiwan is the homeland of Father's heart. It's probably best if we don't spend too much time on the first line. I'm going to take a look at the others. Just a quick peek, starting at the first twilight. Me too. I'll leave the Sweetfish River to you, Aneki, and have a go at the second half. On the first twilight, offer the six chosen by the key as sacrifices. How mysterious. I've got it, Eva suddenly muttered. All the others spun around to look at her. Eva was flipping through the pages about Taiwan with incredible force, then found the page she was looking for and slammed the book open so hard that it almost tore. This whole time, the book had been open to the page with place names. As far as the overall mass of information went, this seemed the most useful page to start from. However, the page Eva opened to was very limited in the scope of its information. It was a map of railway lines. As you travel down the river, there's a village. A village. There it is, the village. Well, what are you talking about, Eva? Explain yourself. Quiet. There's a shore too, and a mouth. I'm not sure what it means by the two, but there definitely is a village and a shore and a mouth. This has to be it. This is definitely the village where the key to the gold sleeps. Calm down. Explain it so that we can understand too. The Dan Shui line. I see. So the Sweetfish River was actually a railroad called the Dan Shui line. Well, I doubt there are any sweetfish swimming there. Look, if we follow the Dan Shui line down, there's a station that used to be known as Kirigan. Look at the characters it's written in. There's a village, a mouth, and a shore. Shashi's right. There's a village, mouth, and shore. As you travel down the river, you will see a village. True, that's the only station on the Danshui line that has the character for village in its name. I see. It's like a code pointing towards the station's name. This has to be it, there's no doubt. We just need to look a bit further and we'll definitely find out what the two who speak means. But look, this is it, this is it. The region around the station has the same name, except with a mouth in the second character. That makes a total of two mouths, and Kirigan are those, the two who speak. Incredible, Naysan. This has to be it. Does this mean that the key is hidden somewhere in this town of Kirigan? I wonder. The whole riddle so far has been a word game. If so, isn't it likely that the sleeping key is also a word game? I agree. On the first twilight, the key selects six sacrifices, right? So, it's hard to imagine that it's actually something key-shaped. This is getting damn interesting. Offer up the six chosen by the key. Let's think of a key that's somehow related to this. And let's break down this name, Kirigan. I'm absolutely certain that this is a word game. It has to be. Think, everyone. That's interesting. Though this rain would get me down if I were alone, it feels nice and cool when you're by my side. It's about time for us to head back. I'm keeping Canon Kun waiting. You're right, and I've probably kept Jessica Chan and Battler Kun waiting. It brings back good memories. Remember when the four of us used to play together? It was a lot of fun back then, too. To me, it's a lot more fun now because I get you all to myself. Oh, George Sama. They laughed at George's melodramatic line. However, George's laugh seems just slightly forced. George Sama. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I guess I still have a bit of an inferiority complex when it comes to Battler Kun. An inferiority complex. Like Uncle Rudolph, he's lively, interesting, and just full of energy. He's much more attractive than I am. I can tell how much he outshines me when we're together. That's not true. You're very accomplished and attractive. You aren't worse than Battler Sama in any way. Really? Yes, really. The truth is, when I first heard that Battler Kun would be coming back this year, I wasn't happy about it. Why not? 6 years ago, Battler Kun was the one who was really close to you. I wanted to get closer to you, but I just couldn't manage to get between the two of you. You two just looked so good together that I could do nothing but watch on longingly. Is that how it was? Wasn't it just Battler Salmon making fun of me one-sidedly? Of course you looked incredibly good together. There's no doubt about that. I was sure that you two were going out. That never happened. You're overthinking it. I really am pathetic. I was afraid that when I handed you this ring today, you would refuse. Why is that? Why should I refuse your ring, George Sand? Because Battler Kun came back. I was afraid that you might like Battler Kun even now, and that, now that he's here, you wouldn't have any use for me. George Sand, please look at this. You see the silver glint on my ring finger. What do you think it is? You're right. Sorry. What's got me so shaken, I wonder? I'm probably still jealous of him now that he's gotten even cooler these past 6 years. How pathetic. No, it's okay. Those feelings are a sign that your love for me is so strong you don't want to give me up to anyone. If you're worried about my feelings, switching to Battler Sama, just love me all the stronger so that such a thing would be unthinkable. Love me so much that I don't have time to think about other men. I'm scared too. I'm sure you'll meet many women in the future who are much more attractive than me. Or you might tire of me when I don't match up to your expectations. It scares me to think I might not be able to grasp hold of your feelings for the rest of my life. There's no need for you to be scared of that. I swear to love you all my life. But even though I swore the same thing, you're having trouble believing it just because Battler Sama came back. As Shannon giggled, George finally realized that his own lack of confidence had hurt her. I've fallen for a wonderful man named Ushiromiya George Sand, and this is a man who has sworn to love me all his life, and who has given me a ring as a sign of this oath. With this ring here on my ring finger, I can give an honest confession. Sure, yes, as you said, I did like Battler Samus 6 years ago. I think I probably liked him more than you. However, that was 6 years ago. Now things are different. In these 6 years, I've sorted out my feelings for Battler Salmon and cut myself off from them along with the memories of the past. Now I exist only to love you. Shannon spoke clearly and strongly. Torch gave a single, uncertain laugh. It was probably the same sort of laugh that George of 6 years ago had made. Then he stretched resolutely and hugged Shannon without saying a word. In that moment, he said goodbye to the person he had been 6 years ago. I've got the ladder. Here we go. Quadrillion. This is the only place you'll find that number written on this island. 1/10 of quadrillion. How suspicious. If our idea is right, there should be some sort of device embedded in that we think. We just need to check who's going up. I'll go. Hold that ladder down, okay? Be careful. It is fairly high up. Rudolph climbed up the propped up ladder, step by step, as the rain poured down on him. Look at the cue. See anything? Some sort of device? Ladder's a bit shaky. Oh boy. What is it? Did something happen? Bingo. Take a look at this. Rudolph tossed the cue down. It hit Kraus on the shoulder and landed in a puddle. This is the key. What does it mean? Rudolph-kun, don't tell me you can take out the other letters too. Yeah, looks like it. Guess our crazy theories weren't far off after all. What's the next letter to take out? I, and then L. Following her instructions, Rudolph removed the 6 letters of the first twilight. Now that they had gotten this far, nothing stood in the way of them solving the riddle. By trial and error, they finally reached the final stage. It says to gouge starting from the head, which must mean going from left to right.
Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Rudolph Sand, starting from the left, turn the keys before taking them out. Got it. Got it. Now we've massacred all of the letters. We reached the 9th twilight, and none are left alive. So, did something happen? It felt like something clicked, but nothing changed. Did a hidden door open up somewhere? Hey, look at that. It moved, I'm sure it did. Everyone look. The lion statue's facing the other way. But what is going on? Is there some secret inside the lion statue? That's not it. It's probably telling us to look where the lion's pointing. See? Look that way. That lion's facing a different way too. What does it mean? It's guiding us, stupid. We have to go in the direction the lion's face. Eva dashed forward. The others all chased after her. The goal was right in front of them. Now this is a surprise. Who would have thought that a hidden stairway like this existed? It makes sense now. Father didn't like people going near the chapel. I wonder how long that device has been there. Judging by the feel of this underground passage, probably for quite a long time. I imagine it was built at nearly the same time as the man's son itself. The riddle of the epitaph was probably also planned many decades ago. Well, this is Dad we're talking about. I tried not to let the things he does surprise me, but this... Just how far does the stairway go? Maybe that old rumor was true. You know, the story about him having a mistress and a hidden manson somewhere in the forest. I see. It's likely that this underground passage goes all the way there. I wonder if it connects to the manson from that day. I think we found the goal. Look at that filthy door. Something's written on it. Bingo. Something was written on the door in red paint. On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. Does it open? It does. Ready? I'm going to open it. So, we finally reached the gold. We can only hope that such a sweet deal's really true. Let's open it, Naysan. Right, I'm opening it. The heavy door opened slowly. Then the gold-filled underground VIP room showed itself. They only had an instant to admire its splendid furnishings. As soon as the mountain of gold next to the canopy bed came into sight, they all froze, stunned. Ooh. After a second, the stunned silence faded and was replaced by cries of astonishment and wild joy. Incredible. I can't believe it. It's 20 billion yen in gold. It really does exist. What a shining mountain. It almost blinds the eyes. We did it, we did it. We win this game. You mustn't touch it without permission. This is Father's gold. Oh, really? Then why don't you call Father down here now? Right away. The time for your farce is over and done with. Natsuhime-san, let's put an end to the obvious lies, shall we? We have a real mountain of gold right here. Shouldn't we all be honest with each other? Fortunately, we're all in a good mood and feeling very gracious now. Just give it up already. A pile of gold is massive, carries magical power within it. That power draws out the most honest feelings within people. The light from the chandelier glinted off the golden mountain, lighting them up with its golden sparkle. It was as though the sparkle controlled everyone present. For some time they forgot their age, and howled and laughed running about and rolling around like a bunch of excited kindergartners at a picnic. What is all this? What's it supposed to mean? Before the crimes, the epitaph has been solved, and all by all of the siblings together. That hasn't happened in any of the games before now. Supposedly, Beatrice decided not to commit the crime if the epitaph was solved. Yeah, supposedly. We'll see about that. Angie snorted, but I believed this is what Claire decided because she entrusted everything to the roulette of fate. She'll obey the result. She let the roulette decide her own fate specifically because they couldn't decide on their own. So she'll do what it says. She'll follow her own rule. She'll definitely keep her promise. I don't think the crime will occur. Are you sure about that? Yes, her role has already made its decision. This is the end of their game. If it's the end, what happens next? Do they all become happy rich people and leave the family conference unharmed? Does my family get an ingot that isn't chocolate as a parting gift before coming back to me? Will it be a happy end for everyone? You think those witches would chain us to chairs to show us a naive dream like that? When she showed off the chain on her wrist with a clank, I was unable to counter her with confidence. But I want to believe. Though this might be the least exciting ending, Claire's game has now reached an end. Perhaps, just once at the end, she wanted to show us a world where no crime occurs. Now that she has disappeared with no regrets, is she leaving us a parting gift in the form of a game where no crime takes place? In a sense, the most peaceful sort of game. I want to believe. If only these heavy, cold chains weren't holding us in place in this theater. Is someone there? Rosa's shrill cry brought the celebrating to an immediate stop. Rosa knew she had seen it. The curtain against the wall had fluttered, and a shadow had been there behind it. Come on, don't do that. We're just imagining things. Is someone there? If you are, come out. When Eva yelled, the curtain shook, and then a witch wearing a black dress appeared from the other side. In an instant, everyone realized that the dress was the same as the one worn by the witch of the portrait. And they realized one more thing. This person was the owner of this room. Welcome to the room of the gold. Her face and her voice were expressionless, blank. The others all looked at each other, wondering who should respond. Rudolph was the first to speak. So, you are Beatrice. Indeed. And you're the one who gave Maria that letter. Indeed. Is father behind this? No. This is my game. If that's so, then we've won. We've solved the epitaph's riddle and found the gold. We've accepted your challenge and won. That means this gold belongs to us, right? Indeed, it is as you say. You have solved the epitaph splendidly and discovered the hidden gold. This game ends in your victory. This gold no longer belongs to me, but to all of you. It seems you're a graceful loser. Hey, you. If we hadn't solved the epitaph's riddle, what were you planning to do? The letter said that you would take everything of the Ushiromiya family. Yes, I plan to take all of your wealth and all of your lives. I plan to do as I please with everything that exists on this island. The witch walked towards the table next to the bed. Then, for the first time, the others realized what sat on that table. There were 4 rifles. There was also a case filled with bullets. The witch picked up one of the lead bullets lying on the table and played with it, her face still expressionless as she spoke. If this night ended before you managed to solve the epitaph's riddle, I plan to follow the epitaph and commit 13 murders. Well, what did you say? That's what I thought when I first saw that epitaph. It almost looked like something you'd find in a serial murder mystery novel. That's right. If you had killed 13 people to match the epitaph, that would have made for quite a mysterious crime. Though there's no way you could do that all by yourself. No matter how many guns you had, killing 13 people, that would just be. I formed my plan with great care and constructed several alternatives. I envisioned all of the actions you might take from tonight and through tomorrow, and prepared a mystery to deal with each of those. I'm afraid I cannot reveal those at this point, but it really was a tightly knit set of pleasant closed room murders. If there were just a few of us, you probably could have gunned us down in our sleep, but there's no way you could have killed 13 of us. We aren't that stupid. It would seem so. At any rate, I predicted that the epitaph being solved before the first twilight was the most unlikely result. It would seem that us reaching this place was a miscalculation on your part. No, even this was one of the results of the role I wished to create. This is probably the best outcome for all of you. No one will die, and you can leave this island with the gold. Congratulations! This game ends with a perfect victory for you all. If no one could solve the riddle, she was planned to take a gun and commit a serial murder. Everyone gulped as they watched the witch emotionlessly make her confession. If this confession of yours is the truth, that means you were trying to kill us. Yes, that is true. The hell? How can you just say it like that? You couldn't possibly expect us to treat you favorably after revealing that much to us, right? I am prepared. You may do as you will with me. If you hadn't solved the epitaph, I would have done the same to you, so it is only fair. This girl's got guts. I planned this game because I was prepared to bet my life. I am satisfied with the result. If you wish to kill me now, I am prepared. By now, she didn't even treasure her life. As the witch spoke and walked near the others, they automatically stepped back. The gold belongs to all of you. I plan to give everything to the one who discovered it first. but I didn't expect there to be 7 of you. I leave the decision of how to split the gold to you. I will not involve myself, and the witch walked even closer. The group parted, and she walked up to the antique clock behind them. The clock was large and had a dignified feel to it. The witch patted it and spoke. Allow me to explain the device within this clock, for you have gained not just the gold, but the entirety of this island. What do you mean by that? If you read it like a murder case up until the 8th twilight, then only 13 people are killed. But by the 9th twilight, it clearly says that none are to be left alive. What does that mean? That she was planning to massacre all of us. Don't tell me that clock. As you have guessed, it is linked to a set of explosives. Are you the one who set that up? Or was that Ushiromiya Kenzo? Kenzo was the one who set up the device. It's the source of his mad magical power. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. In other words, Dad set up this bomb, and if he ever went broke, he was ready to wipe out everything, including himself, and die. On this island, Ushiromiya Kinzo made a contract with the Golden Witch and obtained the gold. However, that was not all he gained. Well, what are you talking about? Wait, don't tell me. There is that rumor about the remains of an old Japanese military base existing on Rockinjima. Could it be? Your guess is correct. Beneath this island sleep the remains of an underground Japanese military base from the time of the war, along with 900 tons of explosives. The 900 tons. That's unbelievable. If that exploded, the result would be unimaginable. Forget just the Manson blown up. It would leave a massive crater. I believe an expert's estimate put it at a hole several dozen meters deep and a kilometer across. There wouldn't be even a trace left. Those explosives can be ignited by a special device, one connected to the activation switch I just flipped. The witch toyed with a switch on the top part of the antique clock. If 2400 arrives when the switch is in this position, the bombs will explode. It's almost 2400 now. In other words, it won't explode X hours after you flip it. It's a time limit bomb that only explodes at midnight. Indeed, it is almost 2400 now. If such an explosion is what you desire, you need only leave it like this. Who would want that? Turn it off. By this time, Kenzo was probably the only one who knew. The secret base on Rockinjima had started out as a submarine base. However, when that plan reached a standstill, it was redefined as a top secret base for homeland defense. A huge plan had been drawn up to have the Army and Navy perform a pincer attack on American forces if the latter decided to land on Ukuri Beach and press towards Tokyo. As a trump card for this massive defensive maneuver, the Navy started stockpiling large quantities of explosives and fuel in absolute secrecy. And the Rockinjima base was the location of that top secret stockpile. The buried explosives weighed 900 tons in total. Also, fearing that the Americans might find out the island's secrets and seize the explosives, They set up a system for the self-destruction of the entire island. Kinzo, who knew all this, decided not to remove this device, but to tie it in with a strange clock that could trigger such an explosion at midnight. Kinzo was famous for building up his funds using a vast store of gold, then using those funds in several sink or swim gambles, one after another. Just what did his stockpile of gold and the 900 tons of sleeping explosives mean to him? At this point, we can only guess. Perhaps the true source of Kinzo's mad power wasn't the gold after all. If he lost a big gamble and all that he owned, he could erase this entire island from existence with this device. For the rest of his life, he must have put the gold and everything else he had on the line. Kinzo probably stared at this clock at times, sometimes flipping the activation switch and letting it tick down. Maybe, whenever he came up against a troubling problem, he would hide in here and flip the switch, with the intention of blowing everything away if he didn't think of a brilliant plan before 2400 came. He could gaze at this mountain of gold, listening to the clock tick towards his death as he searched for an idea. Perhaps Ushiromiya Kinzo's real study wasn't the one in the mansion, but this place instead. That sort of switch sounds just like Dad. So, maybe each time Dad worried about something, all of his kids were put on the line as well. This is Father, so it wouldn't be unthinkable. This device now belongs to all of you. If you desire a massive explosion, use it whenever you please. Are you crazy? Who would want a big explosion? These explosives are half a century old, right? Would they really go off? Yes, of course. The explosives and the fuses are still working. I tested them myself. You tested them. You mean that? I see. Now I finally understand. So, that's why the shrine disappeared without a trace. That summer, the shrine had disappeared completely, along with the reef under it. Though people found it odd that the waves could have wiped it out so completely, no one paid it much mind. And now, this piece fits perfectly into the hole that caused that strange feeling. Indeed, I used that shrine to test whether the explosives were still working after half a century. I believe you're all aware of the result. The little bit I used was enough to make that entire reef vanish. It's easy to see how 900 tons of that would cause an explosion large enough to rewrite the map. If an explosion like that were to occur, it would certainly kill all of us. But what about you? I doubt you were planning to commit a group suicide with us. This underground VIP room is connected by a subterranean passage to the remnants of the military base. If you go straight along that, you'll come out at the hidden mansion at the opposite end of the island, Kuadobian. It's about 2 kilometers away. If you make it all the way there, you should be able to escape the blast. I see. So, you plan to escape to there just before the blast. I've only said that such a thing is possible. You may not believe this, but if the ninth twilight ended before any of you could solve the riddle, I plan to die along with everything else. There's something seriously wrong with this girl. She's insane. There's no point overthinking it. If we hadn't solved the epitaph, she would have used those guns, or else that switch, to massacre all of us, right? There's no doubting that now. You are correct. You have ended this game in the best possible way, without there being even a single victim. I wish to convey my respect and admiration. There may have been 7 of you, but you did solve that riddle, which took me so long to solve in a single night. That is worthy of praise, and I admire you for your graciousness and honesty in defeat. We'll decide how to deal with you in the future, but I intend to do all I can to reach a gentlemanly agreement. Pay me no mind any longer. I am already one of the dead, who was already prepared to kill everyone and die myself. The golden witch Beatrice solved the epitaph, reached this room, and revived. And now, new people had solved the riddle and reached this room, so her role was finished. When the epitaph riddle was solved, Beatrice's illusion of the witch ended. Most likely, no one in this room was capable of understanding her grim determination. She herself was probably the only one who understood. As long as the many cells inside of her understood, that was enough. I am one, yet many. I abandoned myself to the magical whirlwind of endless possibilities. The result, the answer, is this. This is what the tarot cards known as the epitaph ceremony have shown me. Beatrice is already dead. They did not kill her. I killed her myself, in accordance with fate's command. They will never understand for all eternity. The witch stared up at the ceiling without speaking for a while, then looked as though she had suddenly remembered something. She grabbed at the sleeves of her dress and took out some sort of card. Oh, yes, I forgot. I have no need for money after death. I will give this to all of you as well. A cash card. I have converted a portion of the gold to cash. This is for the account that the money is in. I see. So this is source of the golden witch's magical energy. How much? I've forgotten the details. However, there's more than 1 billion yen. 8 billion. Now that really would be magic. True. There's nothing you couldn't do with that much money. Very true. The strongest magic to counter the human's anti-magic toxin is this magic of gold. It may be that this card holds greater power than the ingots. Certainly, cash would be much more agreeable than ingots. Here you go. I have no need of this any more. The card she held out was not taken by any of them. Who would ever just hand over a card with 1 billion yen in it? The mountain of gold, the divisor glowing up the island, the card with 1 billion yen. All of these surpassed their understanding. So, no one could bring themselves to take it. I don't like it. What don't you like? Here you go. Here's a mountain of gold, and I'll turn off the explosives and give you a card worth 1 billion yen while we're at it. It sounds far too good to be true. You're trying to trick us somehow, aren't you? I have no desire to trick you, but I won't try and force you to believe. I have offered you everything, revealed everything. What you believe and what you do is now for you, the new masters of the gold, to decide. You are even free to disbelieve all I say and leave this place. Eva, I can't imagine that she's lying. And how could you know that? I don't like how relaxed she's acting. It's as though she thinks she's already won. I just had an idea a second ago. What if she's lying about which is the offside of the switch? Well, what do you mean, Nay-san? Just a second ago, this woman flipped the switch to the side she said would turn off the bomb. But what if that actually armed the bomb? We solved the riddle, so you turned the bomb switch to on, trying to blow us and everything else up, right? If that is what you think, then feel free to flip the switch on this clock. It will be 2401 minute. The clock will show you the truth. What did you say? Hey, what are we supposed to do? Is the bomb set to on now or off? I can't imagine that she's lying. It's inactive now. We shouldn't flip it. But I don't like it. Why is she so resigned to her fate? Why is she offering us things one after another? She's tricking us to buy time. She wants to buy time until 2400 so that she can go down in flames along with us. Well, what about the switch itself? Is there some way to tell if it's on or off? On the upper part of the antique clock was a metal switch that could slide right or left. Right now it was set to the left. However, there were no marks in particular on either side to tell which was off and which was on. Hey, tell us the truth. Which way is off? Left? It's off now. You idiot. You really expect an honest answer from her. It's the opposite side. It has to be. The right side must be off. Oh, we don't have any more time, Nathan. Quit it, Eva. Don't touch the switch. It's set to off now. Eva-san, take your hand off it. I agree. It's off now. If she wanted to kill us with a bomb, she wouldn't have told us about it. But Beatrice, don't think you can trick me. 5, 4, 3. The second hand of the clock ticked past 2400. October 4th ended, and the curtain rose on October 5th, 1986. The switch was still pointing to the left. The witch's words had been proven correct. Have I gained your trust now? You bitch! With a hideous, sweat-covered expression, Eva snatched the cast card away from the witch's hand. How about a bank book and seal? We can't withdraw anything with just a card. All you need is the PIN. It's 8 digits long. Well, wait a second. I'm writing it down. Eva and Kirie both took out a pen and notepad and began writing the 8-digit number the witch told them. That is everything I have to tell you and to give you. I will say nothing more. All of my tasks have been completed. After saying this, the witch spun around and sat down on the bed. She wasn't even looking at the others anymore. She sat there like an empty husk which had, just as she had said, finished everything it existed to do. For a while, everyone watched the witch to see if she would remember something else and start talking. However, she said nothing else. The witch who had called herself one of the dead was now little more than a large French doll wearing a black dress. Gold is the only physical embodiment of magic that can exist in the human world. Since ancient times, even a small bit of it could control men with its magic. In that case, how much magic power would dwell in it? If it was piled up into a mountain so high, you would have to look up to see the top. Don't be stupid, we'll split it evenly. Isn't that the obvious solution? Didn't we say that half of this pile would belong to me, and the other half would be split between the four of us? The yells of the humans dancing around the gold reverberated throughout the underground room. In front of the pile of gold, they were arguing about how it should be split. Did you solve the riddle all by yourself, Lee-san? You didn't, right? The four of us siblings solved it together. Of course we'll split it in four equal parts. Coward, weren't you the ones who first made that proposal about the gold distribution? How can you disregard that so easily? You really think you're in a position to bargain when you're the ones hiding Dad's death? Yeah, you've been swindling us this whole time, treating Father's wealth as if it were your own. All you need to do is split the gold evenly, and we'll drop all the rest, including that particular issue. It sounds very fair to me. Well, if you insist, go ahead and try splitting it four ways. Let's divide this pile up right now, and you can all take your own shares home. I hope you have pockets that can hold 2.5 tons of ingots. It seems you've all been driven mad by the gold and lost all ability to make rational judgments. What do you mean by that, Krausen? Look at this ingot. As you can see, there are no official markings, just Father's crest. How do you intend to turn unmarked gold like this into cash? Well, have you finally figured it out? This pile of gold may be worth 20 billion yen. However, that's only if you can trade it for cash. Are any of you capable of exchanging this many unmarked, unidentified ingots for cash at the proper rates? If it was a necklace or a ring, exchanging it for cash would have been a manageable problem. However, doing that for several tons of unmarked gold that couldn't be made public would be impossible for any normal person. However, Kraus could do it. Among the several business friends that remained in Kenzo's generation, there were some who had black market ties and a lot of financial power. The billion yen tied to the cash card with the gold in which had drawn it out a second ago had already been turned to cash thanks to one of Kenzo's connections. However, none of the other siblings had any connections like that. They would have to rely on Kraus to get cash for the gold. Now you're finally seeing it. I apologize for hiding all those things about Father. However, you're in no position to take advantage of that weakness. You really think you have such an advantage just because of something like that? What do you intend to do with that gun? Please, you're scaring us. Eva was gripping the gun so hard it looked like it might snap. The four guns that the witch had placed in this room were now in the hands of the relatives. Just as the cold had led their hearts astray, it seemed these guns had the magical power to turn their heart to violence. Finally, a scuffle arose between Eva and Kraus. Off to the side, Natsuki started arguing with Rudolph and his wife, and the grand underground VIP room was filled with thundering jeers. After being forced to watch the scene for so long, Angie's face was starting to contort with pain. It was only natural, after being shown this abusive argument between her parents and her other relatives. What on earth? It was painful for Leon too. Leon would have tried to intervene and calm them down, if that had been possible. The gold isn't going anywhere, right? If you just slow down and think, you'll be able to resolve this. Going by what Eva and the others said, it's clear that they'll need a lot of money before the end of the year. However, the billion-yen cash card should be more than enough to pay for that. That would handle their emergency expenses, so they could then convert the gold to cash at their leisure and just split it amongst themselves. Sure, maybe Kraus was the only one capable of converting the gold. That might give him an advantage over his other siblings. However, this gold couldn't be dealt with by open means. In addition to attracting public attention, it would also lead to various legal problems. It was better for this secret money to remain secret. If they wanted to get the largest portions possible, then they should all agree not to tell anyone about this gold. In other words, to maximize their profits, they would all need to make a gentleman's agreement to keep this secret. Kraus did have a slight advantage. However, it was possible for the other relatives to refuse to cooperate and tell the world about the gold. And then there was also the concealment of Kenzo's death to consider. Kraus was an investor. He needed not only financial clout, but also a certain degree of public confidence in him. His advantage isn't big enough for him to act so overbearing. The mountain of gold has made everyone lose their ability to think rationally. This isn't an argument between adults. It's just a fight between kids. What's so fun about showing us this? Or is it the game of some new witch? Are they watching us suffer from somewhere and laughing? By now, even I didn't have a clue who was showing this to us, or for what reason. At the very least, this new tale didn't seem to be overflowing with affection. At first, I thought it was a tale of a beautiful world where no crime occurred and Claire's threats had vanished. But something's different. This tale is clearly filled with ill will towards us. I'm sure of that much now, but I don't have a clue who would want to show us this. Suddenly, an explosion rang out. I didn't think it was the sound of gunfire. After all, people living a normal life never hear that kind of sound. It was the sound of thick raindrops hitting the floor. There was no rain in this underground room. It was blood dripping down from Natsuhi's right eye. The bullet had gone in through her right eye, towards the back of her head. The Natsuhi, it's your fault for jumping at me. The gun, which fell from Eva's grasp, landed on the floor with a hard metallic clang. As though in response to that sound, Natsuhi's head slowly turned to face the ceiling. The Natsuhi, Natsuhi, Natsuhi flopped backwards. With the back of her head hit the floor, a red splash spread out beneath it, forming a single flower to adorn her dead face. Natsuhi, Nei-san. But why did you shoot her? Why? Eva, Eva! Kraus howled, raised his gun, and ran at Eva. At the same time, Hideyoshi leapt between them. A scuffle broke out between the two men. How could you, Natsuhi? To Kraus, Nissan, you got it wrong. You got it all wrong. It was just an accident. Eva, how could you? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I I didn't shoot. I didn't, even though I told her to stop. She just jumped at me. Kraus, who had just seen his wife killed before his eyes, had lost all traces of rationality in his expression. He was so furious that, if he had knocked Hideyoshi aside and jumped at Eva, he might have torn her throat out. Why did you kill her? Why? Eva! It was an accident. Accident. Calm down, Kraus, Nissan. Another explosion rang out. Hideyoshi's face was covered with blood. The two of them had been fighting over the gun Kraus held, trying to push it away from themselves. When the barrel had turned to point at Kraus's chin, the sneering, formless reaper, master of the Room of Gold, had swung its scythe once more. A line of blood trickled from Kraus's mouth. The two fell down with Kraus's body on top of Hideyoshi. Letting out a cowardly cry, Hideyoshi backed away before Kraus's body could cover him. The deer! I didn't do anything. Kraus Nissan's finger just got caught on the trigger. It's an accident, I tell you. That's right, an accident. This was all an accident. As the pair of them broke down sobbing and repeated complaining that it was all an accident, Rosa and the others were unable to say a thing. The witch also watched the scene, but said nothing, and appeared to be completely disinterested. It wasn't our fault. It was just an accident. You saw, right? Right? You saw that, didn't you, Rosa? Kraus Nisan and Natsuhi Naysan both let their emotions get a hold of them and charged at us. Who knows? I couldn't say either way. Stupid Rosa, you saw, didn't you? You saw it from right there, so you must know. I'm sorry, I can't tell if it happened by accident, or if you killed them and tried to make it look like an accident. But Rosa, Rudolph-kun, you saw, you know what happened, right? Right? Sorry, but I agree with Rosa. We can't tell if it was an accident or intentional. Rosa and Rudolph's gaze were very cold and indifferent to Eva and her husband. What are we going to do? They were shot to death. Saying it was a simple accident won't convince anyone. The forest. We'll say they went to the forest and went missing. That will buy us some time. That won't get us off the hook, right? The police will just search the whole forest. And anyway, why would those two go off into an uncultivated forest like that? It'll look suspicious from the start. There's no way we'll get away with it. It'll be okay. If we hide the corpses here, no one will be able to find them. If we all play dumb, it'll work. It won't. There's no way you can fool the police. If the two of them disappeared during a family conference where we were arguing over the inheritance problem, the police won't just put it down as a case of missing persons. I just had an idea. Though Eva had been scratching at her head, overcome with emotion, her arms suddenly fell as though their strings had been cut. Well, what did you think of? An accident. We just need to make it look like an accident. Idiot. What kind of an accident? There are clear gunshot wounds on both corpses, right? Even if we burn them to make it look like they were caught in a fire, it'll still be obvious that they were killed by a guns. A fire? That's not good enough. We need more. A much more massive accident. A massive accident. Eva slowly walked forward, tapped it, and spoke. An explosion accident. We just need the sort of accident that will leave no traces of their corpses. As she played with the switch that would cause an automatic explosion at 2400, Ava spun around to look at him, a crazed expression on her face. It was truly a mad flash of inspiration. If they flipped the switch to the right and waited for 2400, the 900 tons of explosives would wipe out the man-sun without a trace. There wouldn't even be anything left of the corpses. There certainly wouldn't be any way to tell that they had died by gunshot wounds before the explosion. It's an unshakable fact that this island is still filled with explosives from the war. Then, by coincidence, tomorrow night, something will set it off by chance the whole thing will explode. Yes, it'll be an accident, an explosion accident. What do you say? There's no way the police will find out the truth. This way, we can pull it off. We can hide the manner of their deaths. That's crazy. Shaking, Hideyoshi frantically searched for a counter-argument, hoping to shut down Eva's mad idea. But he couldn't find one. If they blew everything up, the facts would all be muddled. They could make it look as though Kraus and Natsuhi had died in an explosion accident. It's perfect, just perfect. After all, it was an accident that they died anyway. We're just changing the type of accident. Isn't that right? We can think of any story we want. By chance, the rest of us will happen to be in the Hidden Man-sun tomorrow night. Then, when the explosion accident occurs, we'll be lucky enough to survive. That story should work. Just what sort of story are you planning on? What kind of story could explain how the two of them alone remained here while the rest of us conveniently went to the Hidden Man-sun and managed to escape? That's what we've got to think up now, stupid Rosa. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as we all agree to it. I'll think of something. I am thinking. You all think too. Someone think of something. To calm down, Eva. I'll think about it, and so will everyone else. We'll definitely think of something, and it'll all work out. We'll share the burden. You won't have to carry it all yourself. It'll all be okay. It will. I know we'll think of a good excuse. What kind of excuse? We took the kids and all the servants to go exploring an underground passageway, leaving just the two of them behind. And the rest of us all decided to spend the night in the hidden main sun. How could any excuse work? It's insane. And thinking of that insane thing is our job. Why are you acting like this has nothing to do with you? You think of something too. Nay, Sam, let me ask you a question. If you blow up the island, what will happen to this gold? Well, we finally gotten our hands on 20 billion yen of gold, and you want to blow it all away? We could just carry it away. Yeah, that's right. The explosion will happen tomorrow at midnight. We have a full day. If we all carry it together, we might. You realize there's 10 tons of it, right? Just how much do you think our small group can carry back and forth across this long underground passage that goes all the way across the island? You're being absurd. To here, we have this card, right? The card worth 1 billion yen, the one that Woman gave us. We'll just carry as much gold as we can. We have the card with 1 billion yen on top of that. If we split that 3 ways, we'll have more than 300 million each. That should be enough for all of our purposes. I don't like it. You don't like what? We have a mountain worth 20 billion yen right here. Why should we be satisfied with just 300 million each? Rosa. Eva's face twisted in anguish and was met by Rosa's look of cold unconcern. If we gave Kraus Nissan his share, we would each have a share of 5 billion. Subtract the 300 million from the card, and the rest of my share is 4.7 billion. If you agree to pay that much to me, then you can do whatever you want with this mountain of gold. What do you think you're saying? So, you don't intend to cooperate? Nay, Sam. Please calm down and listen. This plan will let both of us leave with a maximum amount of money. Well, what? I want you to go to the police and turn yourself in, admitting that you got into a scuffle and the gun went off. Are you crazy? I don't want to go to the police. Of course, we don't want to say that the crime happened here. The police would find the gold. Yes, how about the rose garden? It's pouring rain now, so the police probably won't find any contradictions at the crime scene. I'll let you think of an excuse for why you and me Sand started fighting while you were holding guns in the raining rose garden. Please, don't try to get us and our shares involved just because you want to hide your own crime. But Rosa, it's not so bad, right? After all, it's not like they'll keep you in jail for several decades. It was an accident, right? You'll be able to get out after just a few years. When you've paid for your sins and come back, then you can do whatever you want with your 5 billion. No, I would never do that. What would happen if we were arrested? What would happen to my husband's company? Who cares about the company? With 5 billion yen, working any longer would just be a waste of time, right? Rosette never intended to go along with Eva's proposal. If it was a question of maximizing each person's portion, no one had anything to gain from an explosion accident. An explosion would conceal Krauss and Natsuki's deaths, and it would serve no further purpose. From Rose's perspective, the ideal outcome would be for them to confess to their crimes without any unnecessary tricks. All she wanted was to change the crime scene from here to a different place. However, Eva didn't want to be arrested. She didn't like having her share shrink from 5 billion to 300 million, but even that was more than enough to cover the amount she had been trying to wring out of Kraus in the first place. She wanted to hide what had happened here, even if it meant blowing away 4.7 billion yen. What would happen if they were arrested? The life, the company, and the trust that Eva had worked so long to build were things that couldn't be bought back with money. So, she wanted to hide Kraus and Master Yi's deaths, even if it meant blowing up all 4.7 billion yen worth of her gold. But from Rosa's perspective, that was just irrational nonsense. For Rosa, what do you think you're doing with that gun, May-san? Are you going to have me die in the explosion too? That'll make finding an excuse even harder. In fact, it'll make it harder to explain away the other two deaths as accidents too. 3 whole deaths means it'll be quite a large-scale crime. It would probably get you the death penalty, or life in prison if you're lucky. Even in the best case, you'll probably be put away for more than a decade, right? Turn yourself in. If you do, this will be no more than a pair of unfortunate accidents. Of course, your jail term won't be too terrible either. Don't worry about George Kun. We'll take good care of him. And we'll make sure that your entire share of 5 billion yen is waiting for you when you get back. Eva ground her teeth and glared. The Rosa she knew should have been shaking and obeying her commands. And yet, Rosa wasn't scared. Her blank expression, no, that faint smile, was one that Eva had never seen before. Put the gun down, May-san. Once you calm down, you'll see that my plan is the best one. Jail isn't so bad, right? Think of it as a financial strategy. Even if they put you in for 10 years, there will be 5 billion waiting for you when you get out. That's like working for a 500 million yen salary, right? If you think of it that way,
Stream
won't you
elements,
enjoy your job more?
said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Liar, you just want to steal my share away while I'm in there, like your man did to you. He has nothing to do with this, okay? I won't run away. I would never run away with someone's money. I'll never do it. Rosa's once frigid face was filled with rage. The two howling people pointing their guns at each other, shouting insults. You could smell the gold room's reapers slinking closer. The smell of gunpowder, the explosive smell of death, filled the room. A bubble of blood dripped from Rosa's mouth. Then she fell over lifelessly, like a mannequin someone had pushed over. Eva, it wasn't me. I swear I didn't even pull the trigger. The round in the chamber of your gun was spent when you fired at Natsuki-san, right? You never reloaded, so even if you pull the trigger, that gun won't kill anyone. Have no fear. As Kyrie said this, she maneuvered the lever action with a practiced hand, and a smoke-smelling shell casing was ejected. It hit the floor with a small, metallic sound. That tiny sound had a disturbing ring to it. Rosa Sand's analysis was a little naive. She has no idea how difficult it would be to exchange this many unmarked gold ingots for money. Back in Dad's day, even just showing this gold to get funding was enough to create the massive rumor called the Ushiromiya Legend of the Gold. Exchanging this for cash is impossible. A pile of gold you can't use is no better than a pile of crap. 10 tons of gold were exchanged for cash on the black market, and the successor and his wife died mysterious deaths. Expecting that to go unnoticed is what's really unbelievable. We don't want to get the police involved. We'll blow up this island and destroy all the evidence. If it's tough parting with the gold, feel free to grab as much as you can hold. The billion yen on the cash card is more than enough. In other words, even Nasan was right. I I'm glad. It looks like we're on the same page. If the police get involved, who knows what might happen? It's the same with cashing in the gold. I'm sure that would have tripped us up somewhere, so we had no choice. The 1 billion that woman over there exchanged for cash is the only money we'll be able to get our hands on. And even splitting that billion, it'll be more than enough for what we need. On top of that, now that Rosa is dead, our shares have increased even more. We can each leave this island with 500 million. As long as we don't let our greedy desire to cash in the gold control us, we can pretend that everything that occurred on this island never happened. We have a way to do that right here. By this point, neither deaths from accidental discharges nor shooting murders meant anything on this island. Everything would be erased equally by the explosion accident. No matter what happened between now and midnight the next day, everything would be rewritten. And you told me to turn myself in? Stupid Rosa. We weren't satisfied with just 300 million. This is what you get for being too greedy. You brought this upon yourself. But Kirie-san, there was no need to shoot her, right? Even Rosa-san would have figured it out if you had just told her. I did need to shoot her. After all, Rosa-san's the only one who didn't fire her gun. What does that matter? The guns lying at your feet are Kraus Nissan's and even Nasan's. Both of those have been fired. However, Rosa Sands' gun can shoot if you just pull the trigger. It's hard to reload one of these if you aren't used to a lever action, and a beginner would have some trouble pulling it off. Kirei-san, what are you talking about? You. They finally realized what Kirei meant. Rosa had the only gun that could still fire, so I shot her first. Oh, how foolish we were. Why didn't we really realize sooner? Even though we knew there's a mechanism for erasing everything that happens on this island. Even Hideyoshi hurried to pick up the guns that lay at their feet. At the same time, fire spat from Kirei's gun once more. Hideyoshi let out a short scream, clutched at his chest, and fell over face down. Dear, dear, why is this? Eva fiddled with the lever action, trying to imitate something she vaguely remembered from a Western movie, but something seemed to be caught, and the still open lever didn't budge. See, it's pretty hard. You. Kirei finished reloading with a fluid motion. The way she held it was as innocent and sure as a kid playing with a squirt gun. With another heartless cry of gunfire, the puppet hauled Eva slumped down to the floor as though its strings had been cut. Rudolph-san, the billion-yen card. Sure, the cash card with a 1 billion yen, which Eva had just grabbed from the witch. That alone was worth more than enough. The 20 billion yen pile of gold has skewed everyone's sense of value. Just a few million yen is enough for people to kill over, and this was a 1 billion yen. Rosa-san, those were some famous last words there. Just 300 million? You were too greedy. No kidding. Lucky me, I don't have to fish through her corpse. As Rudolph walked up to Eva's body, he found the card lying beside it and picked it up. So, this flimsy little card is worth a 1 billion yen. Sticking with the company would be a waste of time. So, do we close up shop and spend the rest of our lives in some southern country? I'm sure you would get bored right away. Besides, I'd like seeing you get all worried about some problem, then leap around like a little kid when you finally can overcome it. Sure you do. Thank you, Miss Golden Witch. Rudolph Sand and I will make good use of this billion. Frau Sweeney Sam promised to treat you in a gentlemanly fashion, but I haven't made any such promise. She pulled the trigger without a trace of mercy. When the ringing of the gunfire died down, blood trickled from the witch's mouth, and she fell over onto the bed. Once again, Kyrie ejected the used shell casing. The four metal sounds of used shells hitting the floor seemed to symbolize the fact that Rudolph and his wife now possessed all shares of the gold. All of them were really slow-witted. From the moment they heard about the bomb, they should have known that they wouldn't be leaving this island as a big happy family. Sorry about this, Aneki, Rosa. Well, that's life for you. Give me a break, okay? Aneki and Aneki get into a fight, Rosa gets dragged in, and I'm the one who picks up the pieces. Just like it's always been, right? It wasn't as though Rudolph and Kyrie had planned to kill everyone and take everything for themselves from the start. Kyrie had quickly realized by the length of the barrel of the gun in her hands that it would probably hold 5 rounds at a time. Yes, Kyrie and Rudolph were both very familiar with this gun. Rudolph, whose interest in guns from old westerns came from his father, owned a shotgun of the same model. Even Kyrie had earned the qualifications to use that gun. Becoming familiar enough with it that they could go shooting together for fun. Including the witch, there had been 8 people there, 6 people besides the 2 of them. Each gun held 5 rounds. That was one short. They didn't have enough to kill everyone. To be honest, it really surprised me when they got into a fight and one of the guns went off. That coincidental accident had provided the missing bullet. It wasn't the second shot. The very first shot, which had accidentally killed Nasuhi, had guaranteed that this massacre would happen. In this smoke and corpse-filled room of gold, the 2 of them wore easygoing smiles, hardly any different from those they usually wore. What do we do now? Rudolph picked up Rosa's gun, then fired a test shot at the wall and ejected the old shell with a smooth motion like Kyrie's. Kyrie went to the box of bullets on the table, casually picked up a few, and loaded them one after another into her gun. Set the bomb switch to on, then we just need to wait 24 hours. Everyone's going to run wild when morning comes and they can't find us. Then we just need to make sure they don't. Guess so. What about Battler? He's your son, not mine. Don't say that. Look how attached she is to you. He really respects you. Then think of a clever way to trick him. I'll worry about Angie. You worry about Battler-kun. Fair enough. Sure. I'm kind to my own children, but it's a real pain to be nice to Asumu-san's kid. You understand, I hope. Kirei's voice had grown cold. She had acted warmly towards Battler because that had been the adult thing to do. He was Rudolph's son, so she tried to avoid being hostile, nothing more. But underneath, he was the son of Asumu, a woman Kyrie still hated even though she was dead. Now that she had given birth to Angie, and finally built up a new family, was Battler's return really such a happy thing for her? Get yourself ready. Now that we've come this far, we can only go for the billion yen or die trying. If you can't convince Battler-kun, I'm sorry, but I won't be taking any chances. No need to threaten me, I'll take care of it. I'll find a good story to tell him. Make sure you do. I know Angie will be very sad if she's forced to hear about Battler-kun dying in an accident. Sure, how do we start? We have nothing to gain by waiting for morning. Now is the best time. Oh, wonderful. Not even time for a break. A test? What's this supposed to be? At this time of night? Starting now? Battler yelled wildly into the receiver. When he said, "At this time of night," George and Jessica turned to look. According to the clock, it was past midnight. It might be a normal time to be told to brush their teeth and go to bed, but he couldn't understand what this test thing was all about. Okay, I'll hand it over. Here, George Aniki, it's my dad. Hello, this is George speaking. Hey, George Kun, sorry to call so late. You weren't sleeping already, were you? You're all still up chatting away. Pretty much. Maria-chan is sleeping. Oh wait, it looks like she just woke up. So, what did you want to talk about? Battler-kun said something about a test. Yes, Dad can be such a pain sometimes. He suddenly came down from his room. A bunch of stuff happened, and by the end, he was talking about which grandchild would make the best successor. But isn't Uncle Kraus the successor? He says the four of us aren't up to the job, so he's going to skip us adults and choose one of you grandkids instead. It's all so sudden, we're really freaking out here. Anaki and the others are all arguing about it across the room. I'll bet you can hear Anaki shrieking in the background. Is that so? If that's what grandfather says, then there's no way around it, I guess. In that case, what should we do? He says he wants to call you out one by one, starting with Jessica Chan. Oh, wait a sec. Okay, you still there? It looks like you and Jessica Chan will be the first up to bat. He wants Jessica Chan to go to the parlor in the mansion. You're supposed to go out in front of the chapel. It's so sudden, I hardly feel ready. What sort of test is it? It looks like Dad made some kind of crazy quiz. Some weird questions about what it means to be the head. Of course, a few things about this seemed off to George. However, Kinzo was famous for doing radical things on a whim. Even this strange test seemed plausible once he heard that it was a sudden idea of Kinzo's. But even so, if he wanted to test them one by one, why wouldn't he call them out one by one? They could have just had everyone wait in some reception room to be called in one at a time. Why would two people be called to different places at the same time? The plan didn't seem to make sense, and George felt he was missing something. Still, I wonder why he wanted to meet you in front of the chapel, of all places. He expects a lot from you. I think he wants to talk to you alone. Not sure what about. Grandfather wants to talk to me. I wonder what he's got to say. I mean, you're the most talented of all his grandkids. He's probably got something to tell you in particular, right? Anyway, that's what he says. Get over there right away. I'm supposed to go to the chapel too, so let's get this over with, or we're both going to catch colds. I see. Okay. Then I'll head towards the front of the chapel, and Jessica Chan will go to the parlor. Sure, I'll see you in a bit then. What sort of test or private conversation could Kinzo possibly want to have at this time of night? Then again, it's a well-known fact that Kinzo doesn't have long to live. It wouldn't be so strange if he wanted to give some sort of will to each of his descendants individually. Inside George's mind, the faint feeling that something was wrong was replaced by a desire to meet Kinzo directly and hear about this in more detail. George set down the receiver and quickly explained to the others. It's as you heard. Grandfather says he wants to give us all some kind of test. A test? After hiding in his study all these years, he suddenly decides to give us a test this late at night. Damn that old geezer. What's he thinking? It seems our parents feel the same way. It sounds as though they're very worked up about it. Well, I doubt getting worked up about it will change Grandfather's mind. We might as well accept it. It's Grandfather's order after all. Let's obey it. To start, Jessica Chan and I are being called out. I'm going to the chapel. Jessica Chan is supposed to go to the parlor in the mansion. What about Maria and me? I think they'll contact you later. Wait here. A midnight test. What could it be? What kind of test is it? A quiz? A puzzle? I'm really good at rules and puzzles. Maria, who is now fully awake, seemed to be very excited about this unexpected midnight test. Then we'll just hang out here. Yes. Okay, I'm going. It sounds like they're already waiting for us. So, he's making one of his grandkids the successor. Sounds great to me. Now I can let one of you guys deal with it. I'm going to become the successor. I want to do it. Having Maria as the successor wouldn't be so bad. Bye. See you later. Rudolph put down the receiver and stood up. Okay, guess I'm going to the spot in front of the chapel. It's damn cold out there. Go to Sam, have some coffee waiting for me when I get back, will you? Next to Rudolph, Goda was lying face up. His face was covered by a crossword puzzle book. However, its pages were stained with blood, and you didn't need to move the book to imagine how he had met his pitiful end. How was it? A nice script, don't you think? Yep, we should be thanking Dad. If we just say it was him being fickle, no one's going to doubt us. Then let's split up. I'll take care of Jessica Chan. You take care of George Kun. You got it. Let's get this over with quickly so we can relax and have some coffee. There won't be any problems, yes? No sudden pangs of conscience. Kyrie smiled coldly. It probably would have been safer to call them out one by one and finish them off together. However, Kyrie had chosen to have her husband work separately. She wanted to measure Rudolph's resolve. If she was the only one who got her hands dirty, and Rudolph just watched, his heart wouldn't be as dedicated to this venture. By having him dirty his own hands, she could make him truly determined to see this thing through. Kyrie understood this sort of mind game better than anyone else. Rudolph reflexively averted his gaze from the cold glint in her eyes but then he just shrugged and answered her question. Of course, we have a billion yen riding on this, and I'm a man. I'm not going to miss a chance that'll never come again in my lifetime. I expected no less of you, Rudolph-san. I love people who seize chances when they come. That's why I fell in love with you. Thanks. I'm glad. Rudolph-san. What? Stay like that. Always, okay? What did you say? Always remain the same Rudolph-san I love. Okay? Of course. When have I ever let you down? You should be worrying more about what kind of champagne we'll use to toast our victory. I'll do that. Take care now. If you really treasure Battler-kun, don't kill George-kun in front of the chapel, okay? It'll be a pain if he finds the body. Yeah, I know. I'll lure him away somehow. We'll be outside, and it's raining. Should be some way to do it. And you aren't a villain in some old western, got it? Don't grant any last requests or take down any final messages, okay? Kyrie lifted up her gun again and ran the lever to eject the casing from the round she had killed Oda with. Dear, dear. Eva was holding Hideyoshi's body and crying. She hadn't been shot at all. The bullet had grazed her head and missed. She hadn't been playing dead. She really thought that she had been shot. When Kyrie's gun spat fire, Eva felt something fierce skim past her head, before feeling lightheaded and fainting. Then she had awoken in the now silent room of the gold. The remains of her beloved husband lay beside her, as well as Kraus, Natsuhi, and Rose's corpses. It was a room of death and piled up bodies. When she had cried all she could over Hideyoshi's body, she realized that she still had something she needed to do. George is in danger. George, George! Trying to use the bomb to blow up everything, to bury this whole island with an explosion accident. Of course, as Eva had expected, the switch on the clock was set to the right, which meant that it was active. Eva moved to flip it to the left and stopped. That's right. As long as the switch points to the right, everything that happens would disappear in this night of illusions. Yes, this is an illusion. No matter what happens tonight, everything will become muddled and hidden away. They're probably going to kill everyone else. That has to be it. I'm sure of it. When she looked at the table with the box of bullets, she saw signs that they had roughly grabbed a bunch of bullets before leaving. It clearly showed that they planned to use that many bullets. I have to fight, if only to protect just the life of my precious son. The gun that I dropped when I shot is stuck with the lever open. No matter how hard I pull, it won't open any further, and it won't close again. Apparently, a bullet has gotten jammed, breaking it. It's just as Kyrie said, loading a bullet is tough if you aren't used to it. Please, dear, lend me your strength. Lend me your strength so that I can protect George. And Hideyoshi's hand was Kraus's gun, which he had been trying to pick up. Eva took it, prayed to her husband one more time, and tugged on the lever handle. With a light metallic sound, The golden casing spun through the air and bounced off the ground. When she timidly tried to push the lever back, this time it returned to its original place without any resistance. There was another metallic clang. It was the sound of a new bullet being loaded. I figured it would be something like this. Someone scheming to show me the game that would disgust me most, just to mock me. In the game so far, various people have been suspected of being the culprit or an accomplice. The only difference now was that Rudolph and Kyrie were those suspects. However, to Angie, that was the most infuriating plot twist possible. Even Leon was full of painful thoughts. Solving the epitaph was supposed to be the only miracle that could lead to a game without a single victim. But ironically, the tragedy hadn't been averted even so. Does this mean we aren't allowed to have a future where we all happily return from this island alive, even if the epitaph is miraculously solved before the crime occurs? A miracle certainly will not occur. Those words, which I had heard in one of the fragments Berncastel had shown me, raced through my mind. Berncastel-san, you showed me how wonderful my world was. I don't want to believe that you created this tale just to hurt Angie. By now, even I realize that you're the game master here. Please, tell me, why are you showing us this game? Of course, no one answered Leon's muttered question. The game created to mock Angie continued emotionlessly, with more terrible twists that didn't betray anyone's expectations anymore. Show whatever terrible game you like. You're trying to say that this is one of the endless possibilities inside the cat box, right? Just do whatever you want. I won't let something like this get to me. Someday I'll find out the truth of what happened on October 5th, 1986. After meeting Kyrie in the parlor, Jessica was told that the test would be held in the dining hall, and she followed Kyrie there. Aunt Kyrie, there's no one here. He'll be here soon. Sit over there. Jessica sat in the chair she had been offered, looking nervous and agitated. Kyrie was by far the calmer of the two. Kyrie closed the door behind her, revealing the gun that rested behind it. Jessica was facing the other way, so she saw nothing. Did you hear anything about this, Aunt Kyrie? Like what kind of test this is? Yes, it'll be over soon. I sure hope so. As she complained, Jessica turned her head around, and the tip of her nose bumped into cold metal. Uncle Rudolph, what are you doing? I guess shooting people in the back just isn't for me after all. Hey, that was dangerous. What on earth are you doing? Come on, why else would someone point a gun and pull the trigger? Rudolph reloaded rapidly and pulled the trigger again without any sign of hesitation. As the sound of gunfire thundered through the rain, George grabbed at his side and fell to his knees. That's weird. I guess it really does shoot low. This gun's really got it bad. So somebody, help me. Uncle Rudolph is... George started stumbling away, still clutching at his side. His voice as he called for help was weak and thin. In comparison, Rudolph, who stood behind him, looked perfectly calm as he fiddled with his gun and checked his sights. It hurts. It hurts. It felt to George as though something had gouged into his side. It was so painful that he could barely stand and walk. He leaned against the trunk of a tree. After he crouched down in trying to cover his wound, he was no longer able to stand back up. George didn't have a clue what was going on. However, he had felt as though something was wrong this whole time. Of course, it was strange that he would be called out alone to a place like this, at a time like this. And yet, how could he have known that something was wrong? After all, his own uncle had told him that his grandfather was asking him to join the family conference. How could he have suspected? Sorry about this, George Kun. It hurts, doesn't it? If I knew it would come to this, I would have been kinder to blow your brains out from behind. I thought it would be too cruel to finish you off before you knew what hit you, but it looks like I got it backwards. Well, why, Uncle Rudolph? Why would my kind uncle do this? Forget about this. By tomorrow night, all of it won't have happened. With a quick use of the lever handle, he loaded another bullet. The casing of the bullet that had pierced George's side fell heartlessly in front of him. Everyone's going to die in a sudden, unfortunate accident. Until that moment, we'll all be big, happy family. That's how it's gonna be. So don't worry about this. Forget it all. Of course, George didn't have a clue what Rudolph was talking about. All he knew was that Rudolph wanted to kill him, and that he showed no trace of hesitation. His image of Rudolph as the ideal, cool, joke-loving adult didn't match up with the man standing in front of him, holding a gun. No, maybe this feels wrong because it fits him too well. He has the same smile, as though he's about to tell some hilarious joke, but he's pointing a gun at me. Why would that kind, funny Uncle Rudolph do this? It made him unimaginably sad, and tears flowed from his eyes. Uncle Rudolph, I admired you so much. Haven't I always told you, George Kun? Make sure you don't end up as an adult like me. Now you see why. In the next world, make learning how to spot villains your first priority. I know you can do it. After all, it's just another kind of studying. He bit down the pain in his side. With the last of his strength, George threw his whole body into a roundhouse kick. At the same time, fire spat from Rudolph's gun. The bullet pierced George's chest. George spun around as he fell amidst an outpouring of blood. He moaned wordlessly, clenching blood-stained teeth. A frigid gun was pressed harshly against his temple. So long. Go become a great man in the next world. Don't get blinded by money like me. I can't believe that my uncle would kill for money. You're so innocent. People can kill over money. The ruthless trigger forestalled any further questions. George's hands, which had been covering his wound, dropped lifelessly. When Rudolph saw the last glimmer of life leave him, he sighed deeply and looked tired. That was easier than I had thought. Rudolph looked up into the dark, rainy sky, the raindrops hitting him full in the face, and laughed with an indescribable expression, his tongue hanging out. I thought my conscience would bug me more. Now that it's over, it was pretty easy. Rudolph laughed. This was probably just the thing Kirie had hoped for. It had taken considerable effort to kill George. He may have been merciless, but the last traces of the conscience in Rudolph's heart had probably slowed him down. However, now that he had killed someone with his own hands, a turning point that few people ever reach, Rudolph had finally awakened. No, he finally understood. It's just like squeezing dough out of a bunch of morons. The same old game of musical chairs. If there's a pile of money in front of you, the first one to reach it wins. The slow ones just get kicked down to hell. Haven't I driven dozens of poor fools into debt with my earlier swindles? Several of those probably ended up bankrupt, and some of those might have hanged themselves, and I always laughed like it was none of my business. And that's all there is to it. The only difference now is that, for the first time, I dealt the final blow with my own hands. Thanks, Kyrie. You're always the best at cutting away my naivety. Rudolph's evil laugh rang out. The laugh was so purely evil, it was almost soothing. Hypocritical evil that still contains some pangs of conscience is far more repulsive to behold. If a man's committed to doing great evil anyway, how much more pleasant and gallant is it when he's wholly devoted to his goal? In that sense, Rudolph's evil smile and laugh were pleasant and gallant indeed, which means the brutal, bloody stage of the dining hall must have been soothing as well. A clang, a thud, a crack, a squish. A strange mixture of these sounds kept repeating over and over at the same tempo. Each time a red splash landed on the tablecloth dangling nearby. Jessica-chan, can you hear me? Kirie asked this with a sort of smile any aunt might make to her niece. However, Jessica didn't answer. There was nothing particularly surprising about this. After all, by now, her nose had been broken, her eyes had been smashed, her teeth had been knocked out, and not only her nose, but her entire face was now hardly recognizable as a face. Just a lump of bloody flesh. Kyrie finally stopped her task of repeatedly smashing Jessica's face with the stock of her gun. Still sitting on top of Jessica, she tossed her gun to the side, pulled a compact out of her pocket, and looked at her own face in the mirror. Then, finally, she realized that her face was covered by speckles of fresh blood. How terrible. These clothes will have to go too. With a muffled laugh, Kira shakily rose to her feet. Jessica wasn't moving any more. She had been convulsing a bit until a second ago, but now she was as still as stone. Smashing a woman's face is nothing new to your aunt, okay? Sorry about that. If you hadn't resisted, I could have given you a much cleaner death. Kyrie pulled the tablecloth off and used it like a towel to wipe the blood from all over her body. However, instead of taking the blood off, it just smeared it around and did nothing to remove the stench of blood and death that covered her. When she got tired of rubbing the tablecloth against the blood, Kirie walked over to the extension line telephone in the corner of the room. Then she dialed the number for the cousin room in the guest house. Hello, it's me. It's your turn now, Battler Kun. Go to the spot in front of the chapel, please. Yes, that's right. I haven't been given any instructions for Maria Chan. Have her wait there. Yes, keep your wits about you. I'm leaving for you to be chosen as the successor, Battler Kun. With the same smile as usual, and the partly wiped splashes of blood still covering her face, Kyrie finished her call to Battler. When she set down the receiver, there was a small knock, and Rudolph came back into the room. Hey, you look like shit. Jessica Chan has better reflexes than I gave her credit for. I didn't think she'd be able to fight back from a situation like that. It's a bit of a shame she had to end up looking like this. What a waste of a good Natsuhi-esque woman. And how about your end? Did he give you much trouble? No problems there. Plain and simple. When Kirei heard Rudolph's instant response, she favored him with an evil smile. Yes, the man she loved was the sort who could do it if he tried, without letting cheap emotions get in the way. I love you, Rudolph-san. I wouldn't have it any other way. It's hard to imagine an easier job to net you a billion yen. It's like Dad always said, in the life of every man, there comes one day when he has to be willing to kill. In other words, always be determined to survive, even if you have to kill to do it. That's my favorite line of his. What's next? My rifle is hungry for blood. You've got a big job coming up, convincing Battler-kun. That's right, that'll be a pain. Hope I don't have to end it by pulling the trigger. I've really enjoyed life as a three-person family with Angie, but if you really want Battler-kun to join in on that, give it your best. Sure, I'll make sure we don't have any complaints from him. Don't worry, I've worked out a scenario to trick him good. Good luck. Even I hope that Angie's beloved big brother doesn't get caught up in the explosion accident. I know. Then I'll head back to the chapel. Rudolph Sam? What? If you can't convince Battler-kun. I know. If that happens, bang. Battler-kun is independent enough that he left the family out of protest when I married you. Remember? If you can only convince him halfway, and if things get nasty later on, he'll prove fatal to us. I know. Believe in me. And if I decide the Battler-kun is growing suspicious, I'll kill him myself. He's not my kid, after all. Yeah, I know. So promise me one thing, Kyrie. What's that? If I can trick Battler and the three of us make it off this island. If that happens, what? Never say that Battler isn't your kid again. After all, you're his mother. Please. Sure, I promise. Kyrie shrugged and answered as she loaded bullets. You go to the chapel. I'll wait until Battler-kun has left and then clean up everything inside the guest house. Are you sure you'll be okay doing that alone? That's my line. Battler left the guest house under an umbrella. He had been called to the area in front of the chapel, just like George had been. Not even 30 minutes had passed since the time George and Jessica had been called out. Apparently, this test didn't last too long. Damn geezer. First you never come out, not even for lunch, and then you show up in the middle of the night with a test. I'll bet living as a shut-in's got his sense of day and night all backwards. Complaining all the way, Battler strolled off into the rain. Almost immediately, he was swallowed up by the darkness of the rose garden and passed out of sight. And then, Kyrie could be seen coming out of the darkness of the rose garden. Her right hand held a gun, her left an umbrella. Her inner pocket contained the master key ring she had stolen from Yoda. Her right pocket held a handful of bullets. Her left hand held a knife she had taken from the kitchen. She was a carefully and perfectly outfitted murderer. Another bolt of lightning struck down from the swirling skies. It lit up only half of Kyrie's face. Her cheek was still covered with Jessica's blood. Under the eaves, Kyrie folded up her umbrella, smiled, and spoke to no one. Hey everyone, I'm home. Rudolph could be seen under the eaves of the chapel. He had hidden his gun in the nearby shadows and was now smoking a cigarette. Should be easy to trick that dimwit, and if it doesn't work, that's just too bad. He glanced over at the place he had stowed his gun. The cigarette smoke began to pleasantly cloud his mind. Battler isn't a kid anymore. He's an adult who can choose his path through life as he pleases. When animals grow up, it's normal for them to form a group and go on a journey. Humans are the only ones that keep treating their young like kids even after they get big. If I had known it would come to this, I never would have begged for you to come back. I regret dragging you back into the family. He puffed out those words, along with the smoke. When Battler came, he didn't intend to voice those regrets of his. Rudolph was already determined to play the part of the evil murderer who kills for money. He's still not here. What's taking him so long? At that moment, he heard the sound of someone stepping on gravel. He looked up, thinking that Battler had finally arrived, but the sound had come from the direction opposite of the man's song. Rudolph, how could you do that to my husband? Aneki, so you're alive. Sorry that I'm alive. Too bad, but my husband wasn't so lucky. How could you? How could you? With a face obscured by anger and tears, Eva slowly walked closer, her gun raised. Her husband had been killed right in front of her. She probably wouldn't even hesitate. Realizing that a gun, quivering with anger, was pointed right at his chest, Rudolph backed away. As he pretended to retreat, he approached the gun he had hidden in the shadows. Calm down, Aneki. Put the gun down. I never wanted that to happen. Everything happened so fast. There was nothing I could do. How can you tell such a half-baked lies? As Eva said, it really had been a half-baked, pointless thing to say. Rudolph would have said anything if he thought it would calm Eva's emotions before she pulled the trigger, which she looked capable of doing at any moment now. Then Rudolph's foot came in contact with his gun. But let's just talk this over. George Kun should be here soon. Oh, hey George Kun, we're over here. Rudolph waved as though George Kun was coming from behind Eva. Let Eva's attention turn in that direction. That idiot. My simple, big sister has always been a sucker. Die. Gunfire. Then, a bit later, the sound of something heavier than rain drip dropping onto the cobblestone. Rudolph, I've always been able to see through your tricks. The bullet Eva fired went straight into Rudolph's chest. The bullet Rudolph fired at Eva missed, landing near her feet. Guess I was right. This gun does shoot low. He dropped the gun into a puddle with a splash, staggered backwards, and leaned against the wall of the chapel. That's not it. All good westerns end with the bad guy's bullet missing. Eva dashed up to him, kicked away the gun that had fallen into a puddle, and grabbed Rudolph by the collar. What about George? Where is he? I won't let you kill him. Sorry, Anaki. Already got him. Liar! Did it in the bushes over there. Go take a look. You'll see soon. But Rudolph, you, Eva, who claimed to know all of her little brother's tricks, also knew that Rudolph's final words, as his conscience began to fade thanks to the bullet wound, were not a lie. How could you? George! George! An empty shell casing bounced off the cobblestone. The furious gun barrel was pressed against Rudolph's forehead. Go ahead and shoot. I doubt that'll bring you much peace, though. A bolt of lightning turned everything white. However, the wall of the chapel was stained blood red. A red splash, like a crushed tomato, came out from the back of Rudolph's head and covered the wall. Then, leaving a red trail behind him, Rudolph sagged downwards, sat on the ground, and fell over. George! 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 Eva dashed off towards the bushes. She found George's corpse almost immediately, screamed, and broke down sobbing. Rudolph's bloody corpse was exposed to the rain that ran down off the eaves. His eyes were still wide open. A fist-sized flesh-covered hole was open in the back of his head, and his insides were exposed to the open air. Inside was a mixed jelly of flesh, brains, and spinal fluid. That goop, which looked like someone had mixed it up with a spoon, dripped from his eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and the hole in his head. Dad, Dad. Angie clutched at her head, sobbing and moaning. Her father had dirtied his hands with murder over money, and on top of that, he had faced such a cruel end, and Angie had been forced to see his corpse. It was hard to imagine a more painful experience for a daughter to go through. I'm totally fed up with this. It's completely meaningless. Burn Castell San. I know you're here somewhere. Please, make this game stop. There's no point to it. As if in answer to that yell, a black shadow appeared a few seats in front of them. Or perhaps she was sitting there the whole time. Maybe we just couldn't see her until we were aware of her. It was, without a doubt, the back of Bern Castell's head. Bern Castell San, pipe down back there. Can't you watch the show quietly? The witch turned around with bored eyes, as though the two people yelling were the strange ones. Please stop this. We realize that this is a sealed Catbox world of October 4th and 5th. The games are like messages, or maybe more like a roundabout love letter. A single message can be conveyed over several games. But now we understand. We know that endless tales can seep out of the sealed 2-day cat box. And beyond that, I even know the culprit and the motive. That has already been revealed, and it doesn't even have anything to do with this game. We both know the answer that this is a cat box tale, so there shouldn't be any need for any further games. If this is supposed to be a game between you and us, then we already know the answer. The game should be over. Just shut up already. Didn't you hear Bern tell you to be quiet? Another shadow appeared in the next seat over, turned around, and scolded the pair. There is a point. If you just watch, you'll see it. Are you the game master? Not at all. Then who is it? Could it be Claire? If you watch, you'll see. Not much longer now. The tragedy has already reached its climax. Who'll survive? I wonder. Berncastel isn't the game master? Then who is? Could Claire have created this cruel tale? Or are there even more witches playing around with this cat box? The guest house was wrapped in silence. There were no sounds, no trace of anyone's presence, no breathing from anyone alive. There wasn't anything to be heard anymore. If anything could be heard, it was the sound of the murderer's feet stepping across the floor. Kyrie slowly passed through the lounge. In her right hand was a gun. In her left hand was a knife. The knife was
Extreme
stained with
elements.
blood,
Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
and some was still dripping from the tip, leaving behind red tracks like a demon's footprints. Her hands were filled with tools of murder, so she wasn't capable of doing anything but murder. In that sense, at that moment, she was clearly and purely a murderer. The murderer went to the entrance hall, and then, only after reaching the front door, looked down to see the two blood-stained hands of a killer. Those hands gripped the tools of death that had performed a cruel massacre. Then, at last, the murderer realized that it wouldn't even be possible to open the door like this, and tossed aside the knife. Then the murderer reached out to the door, turned around calmly, and spoke. Sorry, everyone, but don't worry. A few days later, the newspapers will be talking about an unfortunate accident. And I'm sure the news shows, the papers, and rumor mongers everywhere will be sure that you spent your time in happy ignorance until the instant of the accident. In other words, you'll all have had a good time until midnight on October 5th. So said the one who had stayed in that bloody guest house red. At this hour, the cousins are all staying up late and playing around, and the servants who have to get up early are all snoring. The ones on the late shift are probably going in the log or taking a break about now. That's how it is. From where I am now, I can hear laughter coming from the cousin room. Humans outside the cat box would probably never understand what Kyrie was saying. Only she, shut inside the cat box of the explosion accident, could know what it really meant. Outside, the rain poured down heavily. Kyrie almost picked up an umbrella, but then stopped suddenly, as if she had just thought of something. Then she started walking out into the rain, not caring at all whether she got wet or not. Did the murderer not want an umbrella to get in the way of her gun? Or was she hoping that the rain could act as a shower to get the blood off her? Kyrie stopped walking, as though something unexpected had caught her attention. However, this time it was no whim of hers. How could you kill my husband? Oh, even san. That's surprising. How could I have missed you from that distance? I'm just as surprised. I didn't think I would survive. You came here from the underground stairway behind the chapel, right? In that case, that's right. I bumped into Rudolph in front of the chapel. And how was he doing? Oh, just wonderful. We managed to have a friendly sibling chat for the first time in a while. I see. He's such a show off, but so unreliable in a tight spot. Looks like he can't do anything without me after all. After that short exchange of words, Kirei already knew that Rudolph had been killed. However, no trace of urgency or panic rose to her face. She just closed her eyes with her usual unconcerned expression, and when she opened them again, she had regained her composed smile. Thank you. I'm grateful. This way, I really can have everything to myself. What's that blood on your clothes? You just came out of the guest house, didn't you? Don't tell me. Yes, that's right. I'm right in the middle of a murder case at the moment. You killed them? All of them? Even Maria Chan? There was no need to let them live until morning. When morning came, there would be an uproar, and that could be a pain. They might have used a radio to contact someone off the island and gotten help. So, this was clearly the optimal move to take. If you spin the chessboard around and look at it that way, right? Monster! I can't believe you could be so blinded by greed that you would commit murder. You weren't doing so bad yourself. That was an accident. I didn't mean to kill them. Unlike you. No, just like me. If that gun hadn't gone off, you would have kept on arguing and jumping at each other. Then the rest of you would have eventually reached the same answer as me, just a few steps slower. I'm not a murderer. Not true. You're just a murderer who didn't get a chance. You've just been saved by that accidental discharge. If it weren't for that bit of good luck, and if I hadn't moved before you did, then you would have played the same role I'm playing now. That fact won't go away, no matter how much you try to deny it. It's the truth of a different future. Don't try and confuse me. However, on the inside, Eva understood. Back then, she had probably been saved by that accidental discharge, by a coincidence. If the argument had continued much longer, would surely have grown a desire to kill Kraus and the others, and might even have carried it out. She simply could not deny the existence of that demon deep within her heart. Only the theater goers knew. They knew that she could become a killer in another world. Kyrie, who didn't have the theater going ability, knew this fact as well. Maybe there really was something extraordinary about her after all. So, for some time, Eva could only grind her teeth in silence, still pointing her gun. I don't understand. You're also a mother. You felt the pain of giving birth to your own child. How can you not know how precious a life is? How are you capable of doing all this? That's the thing about kids. If you just sleep around, they get made all by themselves. That's not what I'm talking about. They say that children are bonds, right? What? Children are bonds used to tie you to your husband. She was a bond to make Rudolph Sand acknowledge me, so I could take him back from that woe man. But you've killed Rudolph Sand now. You understand what that means, right? What do you mean? I understand. Just that right now, I'm the wife of no man, and I have no intention of being a mother. I am me, Kyrie. Now that Rudolph Sand is dead, I'm not even an Ushiromiya anymore. I live to benefit me. Right. Rudolph is dead, so maybe you aren't a wife anymore. But you still have Angie-chan, don't you? You're still a mother, aren't you? Didn't you hear what I just said about bonds? Now that Rudolph Sand is gone, Angie is of no use to me. Is you? How can any mother say that about her own daughter? Eva Nay-san, let's put a stop to this. We can be honest here. Honest? Did either of us marry because we wanted children? We didn't, right? We married because we wanted to live with the man we loved. And once you've married, you never want to let that man go for the rest of your life. Correct? Children are just weapons to be used for that goal. I would never have children for a reason like that. But people can have children for just that reason. Kyrie kept on speaking emotionlessly, ignoring the falling rain. Her relaxed smile didn't falter for an instant. Angie was just a chain I used to tie Rudolph Sand to me. Or you could call her a chess piece, someone to play the role of the kid in our family drama. To me, Angie was nothing more than a piece, necessary so that I could act the part of the good mother in front of Rudolph Sand. You? Could you say that to Angie Chan's face? That would be just a bit too sad, so I won't say it to her directly. I plan to write her a letter asking her to forgive her bad mother, then vanish from her life. You've seen what Rosa Sand and Maria Chan are like, right? Now that Rudolph Sand's gone, Angie's just a chain tying me down. I'll go back to being just Kyrie and enjoy the rest of my life at my leisure. A new challenge and a new life, and maybe even a new love. And you call yourself human. You call yourself Angie Chan's mother. Who gives a damn about Angie? I've never liked that brat. How can you? You've been released from your family drama too, haven't you? Let's sing the praises of the little man's freedom. You should thank me for having George Gunn killed for you too. You, monster. The two yells and the sound of gunfire thundered across the dark rose garden. Slowly, Eva fell backwards. Then she landed in a puddle, scattering countless drops of water. Across from her, Kyrie spun around as though dancing. Beautiful black rose petals scattered around her. The petals were a dark dark red. As they sprayed from her throat, she spun around in a circle and slowly crumpled. Then she fell to the ground, sending muddy water flying. The two bowmen had shot and fallen. However, when the thunder roared, only Eva sat back up. Eva hadn't been shot. Kirei's intensity had made her fall backwards, but the bullet had once again slipped right past her. Eva cursed her good luck. Why couldn't this luck have saved her husband or her son? Die there. Poor Angie's chance shake as well. You'll be killed in the explosion accident. Until the moment of your death, be worried about the daughter you left behind. Yes, I'll write that into the lid of the cat box. When Kirie heard this, blood dripped from her grinning mouth, and she seemed to say something in response. However, her voice came out only as globs of blood from a hole in her throat, not words. Mom, Mom, it's a lie. It's all a lie. Angie, please calm down. This is just a game. That couldn't possibly be what your mother truly feels. It's just something that the game master made on Kirie's piece say. But saying that did nothing to calm Angie's sobs. I don't blame her. Even if she knows it's just a game, she's been forced to see not only her mother's death, but also her mother announcing that she was the culprit of a mass murder who didn't even love her own daughter. Anyone would sob after hearing that. Burn Castell-san, enough of this. I don't care who the game master is. Stop this pointless game right now. When Leon yelled this, the theater suddenly went pitch black, swallowed in darkness. However, that wasn't enough to shock Leon. Leon continued to yell Burn Castell's name into the darkness, telling the witch to stop this game. Then, a single beam of light shone down upon the stage. There was Claire, the one who had appeared for just a second right before this cruel game began. Claire, so you were the game master after all. I don't get it. Why? Claire didn't answer. In fact, it looked as though she hadn't even heard. Her eyes were blank, and you couldn't tell what she was looking at. In fact, she was even forgetting to blink. She looked just like a doll. Then another beam of light lit up the side of the stage. Beneath that light stood Burn Castell. At the same moment, though there appeared to be no one in the audience, a thunderous applause rang out. Burn Castell raised her right hand in response to the applause. She kept doing so until it died down. Burn Castell-san, so you were the master of this game after all. Leon, how many times do I have to tell you that I'm not the game master? Then are you saying that it's Claire? That's impossible. Yep, of course it's impossible. After all, Claire died. We were just conducting her funeral. Did you forget that? Then just who is standing there? A corpse. She's not a mannequin, so of course she still has her insides. She's hiding it under a beautiful exterior, but she's actually packed full of guts. When Burn Castell raised her right hand, a light fell on it, and a black, shiny scythe appeared there. It was a cold, merciless, and cruel object, like something a classic Grim Reaper might hold. Well, what are you planning to do? When they're alive, you can enjoy watching them struggle. When they're dead, you can enjoy tearing out their guts. Tales are things you get to enjoy twice. That's what it means to be a witch of theater going. Berncastel pressed the blade of her reaper's scythe against Claire's tummy and slowly slid it across. Then, along the line she traced, Claire's breast was sliced open. It was now clear that the scythe she held was not a fake one for theatrical use. And it was clear just what she planned to do next that made her cruel smile so fitting. Angie, can you hear me? I hear you. You tear me to bits. Make me read. What's next? Are you showing me this worst possible tale to hurt me even more? Is this fun for you? Yeah, I'll bet it is. I had a blast too. You think that I would give up after that? You think I'll sit around crying any longer because of that disgusting game of yours? Both you and Leon seem to have the wrong idea. I'm not the game master. This tale is not one that I created. Then that woman in the dress is the game master. No, she isn't. That can't be. Then who is the game master? Who wrote this disgusting tale? You still don't understand. What don't we understand? Angie, you gambled everything on a faint chance of a miracle, throwing yourself forward. I invited you to October 5th, 4th, and 5th of 1986 out of respect for your courage. What was your goal? To take your family back? That would be a very difficult thing, and without the blessing of a miracle, a thoroughly impossible one. You were prepared for that, weren't you? Yes, I'm prepared, and I still haven't given up on Oni-chan, Mom, and Dad. Whether you give up or not is your choice. That's your own game, after all. I won't support you, and I won't even watch. I've already enjoyed my fill of games that use the piece you are, so I have no need for you any longer. Glad to hear it. Then why am I here? Aren't you the one who invited me? Yes, that's right. I invited you here to thank you for entertaining me for a while as my piece. To thank me? So this is how witches show gratitude. Sure, this has been loads of fun, you beast. How could you make this kind of game, and do that to Dad and Mom? Angie, you made a wish, hoping to take your family back. However, you also made another wish. Remember? No, I don't. You wanted to know what happened on that day. What happened on Rockin'Gmon on October 4th and 5th, 1986. Didn't Angie leave on her journey with Amakusa because she longed to answer that question? That's right. So what's your point? You don't mean. Leon realized what Berncastel was getting at. Realized and was unable to say any more. The game master is neither Berncastel nor Claire. Then who is it? That's the wrong question. There is no game master. That could only mean one thing. Angie, you still don't understand. What? This is the truth. The insides of the cat box of October 5th, 4th, and 5th, 1986. Afterwards, Eva survived the explosion by escaping to Kuadorian. And since she never spoke of the inside of the cat box no matter how much she wanted to know, that truth was shut within the cat box for all eternity. What are you saying? Only Eva returned alive. Even though the police claimed it was an accident, the public didn't believe it. Then she took over her husband's company, and the harder she worked to make it more and more successful, the more enemies she made. A public image of her as a great queen of conspiracy grew stronger and stronger. I'm sure she wanted to tell people about the truth. That truth that no one would ever believe without proof. Bit by bit, Eva's heart began to snap. You rejected Eva, so she rejected you in turn. The relationship between the last two members of your family was strained to the limit. Each time she compared you with her beloved son, she grew more and more twisted and broken. Then a strange message bottle was picked up and became a topic of conversation. It contained a bizarre story, one that told of a mysterious serial murder connected to Rockinjima's gold. Everyone rejected the explosion accident theory and started to think of conspiracy theories. Some of those theories named Eva as the culprit, which tormented her even more. However, Eva used even that to build up the cat box, and until the moment of her death, she protected it. She protected the lock that held the cat box shut. So, no human would ever reach the truth inside the cat box. Not unless those witches who crossed the Sea of Dragons opened the lock. This is the truth. You're lying. You're lying. Lying. If this really is the truth, you should be able to say so in red. There's no way you can. Of course, there isn't. Angie. Angie, calm down. Angie writhed with such strength that the chains in her arms and legs looked like they might snap. All over her body, a red, gooey liquid started to seep out. It was as though cracks had opened up all over her, and blood was leaking out of all of them. What's that? You want me to announce it clearly with the red truth? Then I'll say it just for you. That this is all truth. No! Angie's yell covered up Fern's red truth. Stupid kid. If only you hadn't made me say that, you could have shut it up inside the cat box. But you just had to ask, right? I knew you would, of course, and I so wanted to see you scream like that. A lovely expression that should keep you laughing for about 100 years. Go back to being scrap meat. Mom, Dad, it's a lie, right? Lies, lies. Angie, Angie. As Angie held her head and screamed, the blood dripping from her finally grew so thick that it started scattering all over the place. Then, bit by bit, her body began to melt. No, to fall apart. Then, bits of her began to pile up on the chair until she was nothing but a pile of guts and scraps. Is the truth really that sacred? How absurd, how foolish. Why can't humans control their own truth? They stupidly search for the truth like that's all that matters, and when they finally find it and can't stand it, they turn themselves into scrap meat. Hey, are you watching? Claire, you wanted to hide this truth too, didn't you? For fun, you wrote several catbox tales and planned to seal them in message bottles like the end of a mystery novel you loved. Then you threw them into the sea to save those who would suffer if they knew this truth. You sealed everything in a catbox, and Eva provided the lock. And I've sliced that box open for you. All that effort you spent to hide it has gone to waste. I've exposed all the truth you hid with your death. Is that what you've been after? You did all this just to mock Claire's death. And then you showed it to Angie to make her suffer. You really were an evil witch after all. I've been a witch the whole time. A traveler whose only goal was to escape boredom. Care for it and love it while it's alive, then eat the guts when it's dead. That's how witches live. I cannot forgive you for what you've done. You've hurt Angie and humiliated Claire, the person I would become in another world. I won't forgive you. Leon, you're still Claire's hope, even after her death. From the moment Claire got thrown off that cliff, her fate was already sealed. I'm sure she felt a little bit of salvation to know that another, her, lives in happiness in another world. That's right, I'm her salvation. So I must live life to the fullest for the both of us. Leon, let me show you just a bit more of this tale of the truth. I'm not interested. No, it'll be very interesting. After the duel between Eva and Kyrie, the guest house is wrapped in silence. Let me invite you to the parlor at that point in time. The parlor? The one in the mansion? Ernestelle snapped her fingers, and the scene of the manson's parlor unfolded before them. In the cruel tale they had just been shown, the parlor hadn't been particularly important. Jessica had been summoned to the parlor, but she was then immediately led to the dining hall and killed there. So there hadn't been anything to see in the parlor. And, in fact, there was nothing to see in the parlor now appearing before Leon. Just what's supposed to be here. As you can see, there's nothing here. But watch, I'm about to show you something interesting. If you call it interesting, that's a sure sign that it isn't. Go on, take a look. It's right there, right in that corner. Vern Castell was pointing at nothing more than a corner of the room. There was nothing there. She had told Leon to look there, so the latter was expecting something terrible to be there. But there really was nothing there at all. That's right, there's nothing there. At least, not in this world. But what if we peek into the next fragment over? On the white, blank wall, bit by bit, a splash of blood seeped into view. Then, right there, a corpse appeared. But that couldn't be. This is... Mummy? It was Leon, lying dead against the wall. Ushiromi of Leon's corpse lay there exposed. But what's going on here? Why am I here? This is supposed to be Claire's world, not mine. Claire and I can't exist at the same time, right? Yes, that's right. That's because I just switched worlds. Switch fragments. Switch to your world, that is. I don't understand. It's very simple. They both end the same way. I don't get it. Why should I be dead here? In your world, on October 4th, 1986, Beatrice's funeral was held just before the family conference. Yes, I know that, and for me that happened today, a short while ago. I wonder what will happen between that time and late that night. Nothing at all. The cousins will all play together, and the whole family will have dinner together. Then comes the family conference after night falls. You were going to succeed the headship when you turned 20, right? Was the entire family satisfied with that? I wonder. I don't know if they were satisfied, but the decision had been made. The head made it himself. Looks like even you don't really believe they were satisfied. That's it right there. Kinzo adored you more than anything, so he tried to make an exception and have you succeed the headship directly. Of course, His children wouldn't have been happy with that. The siblings objected to having Leon succeed the headship. Even Kraus joined in, saying that Leon was still too young. Then, on the night of the family conference, Kinzo tried proposing a difficult riddle. Could it be? That's right, the riddle of the epitaph. As you can tell by the mechanism set into the chapelle, Kinzo thought of the epitaph trick near the beginning when the man's son on Wakanjiro was being built. He had the romantic idea of someday using it as a test to select his successor. Kinzo decided to present that riddle at the family conference. Did he plan to give the position of successor to the person who solved it, or did he promise to reconsider Leon's position as the successor if it was solved? Either way, Kinzo was confident. He was confident that no one would be able to solve this tough riddle, which he had created himself. After that, everything happened like the truth we just saw. The siblings solved it right away, and there was a quarrel over the pile of gold. Then Kirie and Rudolph decided to prevent any chance of the crime being discovered the next morning and an outcry being raised by committing murder late that night. They used the phone to call the kids out in the cousin room one by one, then killed them. As the first of the cousins, you were the first to be called out. Then Kirie shot you dead right here in the parlor. No, that's not quite right. You're the Ushiromiya Leon for the early evening of October 4th, 1986. So I'll say it this way. Tonight, Kirei will shoot you dead in the parlor. That's insane. It's... That's right, probability. Just like Leon can be born from Claire thanks to a rare miracle, while Kirei only commits his murder with a tiny probability, close to zero. That must be it. Aren't you the witch who specializes in finding extremely improbable worlds? That is correct. I had to find one fragment out of 2,578,917 in order to discover the miracle that is you. However, it was very, very easy to find this result for your world. After all, probability isn't a factor. I'm a witch who can find any miracle, no matter how unlikely it is. But I can't find things that don't exist. If the Witch of Certainty really guarantees that something is certain, even I can't win against her. But then I'm with a 2,578,916 out of 2,578,917 probability. You live in the world where you're Claire, get toyed with by an inescapable fate, and reach a tragic end. And with a 1 out of 2,578,917 probability, you live as Ushiromiya Leon and are killed by Kirie tonight. In other words, your fate, no, the fate the two of you share, traps you in an inescapable dead end, a hell of fate with a 2,578,917 out of 2,578,917 probability. To put it another way, it's a certain fate with absolutely no chance for a miracle. Sucks for you, Claire, or should I say, Beatrice. Just when a bright light seemed to turn the world white, the scene suddenly changed back to the theater. On the stage, Bergenstell's Reaper slid across Claire's tummy as the latter stood absolutely still. A red line was drawn across the white skin, exposed now that the dress had been cut, and black blood began to seep out. Beatrice, trapped in that inescapable, certain, locked-away pair of days. You became a witch who could give birth to endless possibilities within that 2-day cat box. In exchange, it was absolutely certain that you would not be saved or rewarded. However, you had a dream. You dreamed of Ushiomi Leon. You consoled yourself with the thought of a miracle world where you could have lived in happiness without ever becoming Claire. I had to work hard to find Leon. Just as Beatrice dreamed, Leon's existence is a true miracle. And at the end of your funeral, I wanted to show you that even with that miracle, you couldn't have escaped from tragedy. Though through the small crack between the bars of the jail that imprisoned her, the witch called Beatrice dreamed of a world where she might have been happy. However, the space she could see through that crack in the bars was just another part of the same jail. The more I hear, the less I understand about you. Why would you do something like this? I lost a game to Beatrice, so I wanted to get back at her. Yeah, now I feel a lot better about losing that game. Hey, Beatu, are you watching? Can you see this? And do you remember? Remember when I promised you that a miracle would occur with certainty? So, Leon, allow me to return you to your world, right before Beatu's eyes. It looks like the theater-going witches are all sick and tired of those happy family get-together scenes. So, I'll send you to the moment just before Kyrie shoots you. Then I'll make Beatu watch that moment. Die, scum, Leon. The last hope of that scum, Beatu. Fern Castell raised her Reaper Sif, swung it down with gusto, and plunged it deep into Claire's tummy. Did you think you would get an easy death? But humiliating and tearing out a corpse's guts is my specialty. She took the blade into the Sith and heartlessly, ruthlessly, brutally raised it up into the air. Along a vertical line from Claire's tummy to her chest, the blade cut deeply, slicing Claire open. The red black insides jutted out, then burst like a dam breaking, covering the world with dark red entrails. To steal the Italian's gold, you say. You coward, Ushiro Mia, and you call yourself a soldier of the Empire. The father, I do love and respect you, father, but your feelings are something I... Why? Why did you save me? Why didn't you let me die? Because of that terrible injury, I've been forced to live in a body like this. I never wanted to live in a body like this. This body that isn't even capable of love. What's the point in living like that? This isn't a human's life. It's like being furniture. That's right. I'm furniture. Furniture. Why? Why didn't you let me die back then? When I came to, I was in the parlor of the man's son. When did I get here? I heard a sound behind me, then slowly turned around. And there... Sorry. Please don't take this personally. I could see the frigid barrel of the gun Aunt Kyrie was pointing. Then she slowly pulled the trigger. I could feel a razor-sharp wind pass through my body, like a knife slicing through butter. Prepared for death, and hoping to see my fate until the end, I slowly opened my eyes. The world had been cut in two. Kyrie was frozen in place like a statue, still pointing her gun with a cold smile on her face, and had been cut in half at an angle, the top part of her slowly sliding off to the side. No, that wasn't quite right. That wasn't right at all. It wasn't just Kyrie. The whole world had been sliced in half at an angle and was slowly sliding off to one side. Then, immediately after, fissures seemed to appear across the world. It shattered. Is you. When you own a cat, you tend to pick up their habits. He pointed at Berncaspel with the tip of the pitch black sword that sliced the world, glaring at her. What's this? Are you saying you came back here on a whim? There was no way you would end up things on a happy note. You really hate Beatrice so much. You think I would let her win and get away? I have to pay her back in full for the humiliation she caused me. When I hold a grudge, a mere century isn't long enough for me to forget it. You're a gloomy person. Come on, we mustn't neglect my heart. Are you okay, Leon? Hey, what's wrong? Leon had suddenly doubled over, groaning. My chest hurts. It's... Will roughly grabbed the hand that was pressed against Leon's chest and tore it away. Blood was seeping out from where Leon's hand had been. It was a place that the bullet would have entered if Kyrie had shot Leon. Looks like Leon's body is almost ready to accept its fate. Leon, hang in there! Damn these chains! When Will tried to pick up Leon's body, he finally noticed the chains attached to each wrist and ankle. What's this? Are you trying to take that kid and escape? I won't let you. I'm about to let everyone watch as Leon coughs out blood, despairing at the fact that there's no hope in any of the many words, before finally dying in agony. Leon isn't a show. Will swung his pitch black sword and destroyed the chains binding Leon. The chains and shackles shattered into little bits like glass, then vanished. You intend to get in the way of my fun. You aren't God. All you can do is sneer at fate. Leon's fate is going to be decided by Leon. You can't treat a human's fate like a toy. You've got guts, saying that to the great Berncaspel, Witch of the Senate. I have no more use for you either. Get it? You've shown that Beatu's fantasy is a mystery and cut it to pieces. You fulfilled your role. I would have let you be if only you had just left quietly. Now that you strolled back in here, you can hardly complain by making my plaything. Come to me, my cute kitties. Scratch them up and tear off their skin. Peel them like grapes. When Berncaspel clapped her hands twice, countless pairs of glaring jewels appeared all around Will and Leon. They were clearly cat eyes, but the way the jewels hung from their mouths were far more terrifying than any cat. Will, I'll handle this. Trimming kitty nails is nothing new to me. The number of jewels surrounding them already reached into the thousands. Will pointed his sword in one direction after another, warding off the surrounding cats. Get a grip, Leon. You haven't been shot. Don't acknowledge that you have been. Know that you're going to be shot. Leon tried to fight an incredible tearing pain. No, it was a fight against the promised future that Berncaspel had shown. However, the stake of that future, which the Witch of Miracles had guaranteed would contain no miracle, was firm and merciless. Bit by bit, and yet unceasingly, it continued to pierce into Leon's chest. Listen up. I'm going to break through their perimeter for just a second. When I do, you need to run with all you've got. It doesn't matter where. Just make sure you get far away from this place and keep on running no matter what happens. I'll try to the best of my ability. If I can't do it, please forgive me. If you can't do it, enough whining. I won't forgive you, neither will Claire. Did you forget that you're Claire's 1 in 2,570,917 chance? If you give up, you're betraying all the other yous in countless worlds. So don't lose heart. Keep on struggling and struggling. Don't look for a miracle. Be one. Be a miracle. You're going to reach a happy future. Don't give up. Don't complain. Just you try complaining again. This time I'll pinch your ass. Okay. How very confident you are, telling this kid to be a miracle when you stand before the witch of miracles. Miracles are no more than fantasy. Grovel in this world has been depicted as a mystery and die horribly like a worm. The witches of the air going are looking forward to watching it. You call that mystery? You think I would ever accept a mystery without heart? Let the cat who wants to be made into a shamisen strike first. What a pain! Let's have all of you at once. I'm Willard H. Wright, SSVB's head and prisoner of heresy. This will be the final time I draw my sword. Trash him, kitties. At once, all of the cat eyes opened wide, undulating and spinning in a spiral, then swallowed Will up. But Will and Leon weren't swallowed up. The cats that had flown in at them from all directions were now being launched away, like they were a balloon popping around the pair. Oh, not bad. I don't give a damn about your kitties. It's just the mama cat I care about. Berncastel, Witch of Miracles, it's about time someone trimmed your claws. Another flash of the black blade spun in a dark tornado and scattered the cats once more. Leon, realizing that this was the opening Will had planned, ran all out, still clutching at a heaving chest. Will, I'm running. Deanna has a weak tummy. Make sure you only give her milk that's warm. By the time Leon asked Will to repeat what he had said, he had already leapt onto the stage and was now confronting Berncastel. It was like the climax of a show. Loud cheers erupted from the pitch-black audience seating. On either side of Claire, who lay with her insides exposed, stood Will with his pitch-black sword and Berncastel with a scythe that could harvest miracles from fate. Kyrie and Rudolph are the culprits, and they massacred the people on the island. They called Leon out to the car door, then shot Leon to death. Sorry, but I can't acknowledge this truth of yours as a mystery. This is all a fantasy. Fantasy? You're calling it that to try and let Leon escape fate? By all means, try. Rule 1. It is forbidden to have a crime without all clues presented. Surely, Will's black sword must have cut through Berncastel's body. However, it had no effect, like cutting the reflection of the moon on the water. What's this? What do you mean by clues? I won't accept your mystery with Kyrie and Rudolph as the culprits. You won't find clues showing that they're the culprits no matter which game you look at. Of course you won't. Even if they did exist at one point, the whole island blew up. Which means there aren't any clues. And that means there is no mystery. It's fantasy. It's impossible for an unprovable truth to become truth in the human world. In other words, even the actual truth cannot cross the boundary of a cat box. Are you trying to shut the truth inside the cat box? Is this how the mystery genre is supposed to fight? With a laugh like the howl of a wild animal, Berncastel carelessly tossed her scythe aside. Fighting itself is a waste of time. Get over here, scum. Try and cut me all you like. I'll listen to all you've got to say. The 20 wedges will pierce every part of your heartless mystery. Here it comes. And when you realize that you can't defeat me with those 20 wedges, you know what'll happen next, right? Come on, I'll play with you, if that's what you want. Trying to ignore an incredible pain in the chest, Leon kept on running and running without stop. I dashed out of the theater-going witches, then ran through an incomprehensible world of blackness. Before I knew it, I was running through a place that looked like a sea of stars, or maybe the bottom of the ocean with stars scattered around. If I get careless for a second, I'll probably trip. No, if I get careless, I won't be able to tell if I'm running, or just making running motions as I free fall, endlessly sinking deeper into the ocean of stars. I just kept on running without any goal or target. I mustn't stop moving. I mustn't fall down here. If I fall, I'll crush the hope of the me's in countless worlds. There's a happy world that the Beatrices dreamed of, and I'm their last hope, the only one who can reach that world. Even though I understand this, the truth thrust in front of me by the witch who controls miracles, who says there can be no miracle, is cruelly gouging itself into my chest. Sorry, Will, my body is all ready. Then Leon finally succumbed to the fierce pain and fate and fell over. Leon's body was held roughly from behind and lifted up. Well, Will, you're okay. No, not really. Don't you give up. Didn't I tell you I would pinch your ass? Sorry, I'm really sorry. But on that day, in that place, I was fated to be killed. That's right, all humans are fated to die in the end. Does that mean their lives are meaningless? Of course not. What a person's life means, what it's worth, what it is, these are things that each person decides for themselves. God damn it. Mouse, Mouse, why are you so determined to be on the floor? No matter what sort of fate is forced upon them, don't accept it. Create your own world for yourself. Will, your left arm, right, must have forgotten it. Would be a pain to go back and get it now. There were rips all over Will's body. Also, his left arm had been brutally torn off from the elbow. His clothes were in tatters, and he looked like a blood-stained scarecrow. Then Theon noticed, though this place had once felt like a sea filled with stars, from both above and below them, those stars had now gathered together and were surrounding them. It was a huge, even number of stars, all glaring at the two of them. Will was holding Theon with one arm. Couldn't take his sword out. However, he didn't let go. He was determined to let Leon escape from here, or to lead Leon towards a happy tale that the Beatrices had dreamed of. Behind the cats whose eyes glowed out of the empty darkness, the queen of cats who permitted no miracles appeared. Willard, put Leon down. If you do, I'll let you go. He'll file a protest with the Great Court. You can put it up for debate. Will, I... I won't leave you behind. I need to tell you why I quit SSVD. Come to think of it, even I don't know that. Why did you do it? It's because I got fed up with all those damn sob story mysteries. We'll survive and reach a happy ending. I'll show her. Beatrice died in despair, thinking that there were only bad endings. I'll show her that a happy ending can exist. That's why I'll never put you down. Will, you can take the rest of my left arm, cats. I'll give you my legs too, if you want them. But I'm not letting go of Leon here. I'll take Leon away from the bad evil you represent, even if I have to claw my way out of here. Are you okay with this, Leon? Will's planning to die protecting you. You don't want that, right? Go ahead and tell him to leave you be and save himself. Will? Yeah? Please, don't leave me here. I'll certainly survive. And so will you. That's the spirit. As he said this, Will held Leon tight. There you have it. We'll keep struggling on, Earth Scowl.
Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
We won't give up on the chance of a miracle. You're saying that when the Witch of Miracles has promised with certainty that there will be no miracles. So long, you two. Go collect dust in the depths of oblivion, unable even to die and disappear. Come, my kitties, I won't order you to kill them. Just clean up the two pieces whose role has ended. 100 million, 8 trillion, 10 quadrillion cats all bared their fangs. In the starry sky of cat eyes, countless flesh-covered mouths opened, exposing countless teeth. The world was wrapped in flesh and blood and fangs. Rest in Pieces complete the episode 7 tea party. That was a pretty long tea party, man. Okay. Okay. Now for the secret tea party. As soon as it loads up. Two white pieces were set on the chessboard. The countless black pieces surrounding them were now just packed together, not even placed on the squares. Berncastel tipped the two white pieces over and took them off the board. Is it really okay to end it like this? Yes, yes, as usual, your reading truly does fall comfortably on my ears, my Miko. As you wished, I've scraped out even the inner parts of the guts. Was that enough of an answer check for you? Indeed, I am quite satisfied. Using the answer you have revealed as a key, I will go back through all the tales so far, opening the closed rooms like treasure boxes, one by one. It's fun finding the key, and it's even more fun to stick it into all the locks. You have done very well, my Miko. From now on, let me enjoy my thoughts alone. This has been enough. The Witch of Fear going sat back in her rocking chair, a satisfied smile on her face, as though enjoying a pleasant aftertaste. There was no need for a game board anymore. She just had to go back in her mind through the whole set of tales to check whether her theory was right or not. It seemed to leave her pleasantly drunk, even better than the most expensive wine. Are you done with me now? You have done well, my Miko. I absolve you of your duty. I will return to my slumber. I'd like to enjoy this pleasant dream for a few more centuries. And when I grow tired of that, you will find yet another tale to keep me entertained. For those centuries, which will pass in the blink of an eye, I grant you your freedom. Splendidly done, Berncastel, my cute, cute Miko. It's not like I care. Go ahead, dry up and die. So long for the rest of time. You call a few mere centuries for the rest of time. Feather Eye's consciousness slowly faded away. As the owner of the study's slumber grew deeper, the lights about the room slowly darkened. Good night forever. Ow ow Aurora. Or Aurora? I'm not sure how to say that. Aurora, you don't need this game board anymore. I'll take it. Berncastel reached out towards Beattu's game board, which lay on the table in front of Featherine's rocking chair, and tapped it twice. The game board and the pieces flew into the air, folded up, and put themselves away, then landed on Berncastel's outstretched right hand. I still haven't had a chance to do any real game mastering. I just did Beattu's funeral, that, and tearing out the guts. I still haven't done anything. Berncastel's smile twisted evilly. Then the game board floated up once again, and a world unfolded itself above Berncastel's palm. Hey, pieces of Beattu's game. I'm going to have you spin an incredibly brutal tale that I'll find incredibly entertaining. Tremble in fear of the certain fate you've been promised. By the name of Berncastel, Witch of Miracles, and as the final game master of Beattu's game, I proclaim it. Though just saying it would be boring. Maybe I should follow Beattu's rules and say it in red. Are you sure? There might still be some witches with naive hopes. Lambda, so you're here. Of course, you're always wherever I am. Go on and say it, you tell those naive dreamers. Yes, I will, as the Witch of Miracles, and as the final game master, I proclaim the start of the final game, and make you this promise. I won't give this game a happy ending. Hmm. A single girl was crying in a desolate, quiet chapel. She was a small girl, only 6 years old. The girl who would, for 12 years, starting now, lament the fact that she wasn't on this island during October 4th and 5th, 1986. Then a single man appeared. The man noticed the girl, walked up to her quietly, trying not to scare her, and put his arms gently around her shoulders. Oni-chan, I've been looking for you, Angie. The girl jumped into her big brother's chest and started crying again. What's wrong? Why are you so sad? Today, a kid in class bullied me. He said the people on TV were saying mom had ties to bad people. So, he said that mom and dad were the culprits and that they probably killed everyone. I asked Aunt Eva, hoping she would say it wasn't true, but she didn't say anything. Mom and dad aren't bad people, right? Right? Poor kid. Everyone keeps saying whatever they like about what might have happened on that island on that day. Sit over here. Okay. When the man pointed to the floor, a cloud of gold butterflies gathered there and created a chair. The girl obediently sat down in it. You know, don't you, Oni-chan? You know that mom and dad aren't bad people, right? Yeah, of course I know that. Then tell me, what happened that day? What happened on Rockin' Okay, I'll tell you. This is what happened on that day. Is it a scary story? Of course not. Is it a sad story? Not at all. Then what kind of story is it? You can decide that for yourself when you hear it. It definitely isn't a painful story, so listen up, okay? Battler Oni-chan. On that day, we all went to Rockinjima. There were a lot of us. It was an important day, the day of the family conference. Where should I begin? This is the final game made just for Angie. Listen, Angie, this is what happened on Rockinjima on that day. It isn't sad or painful at all. Okay, let's do it. Let's start the final chapter. Twilight of the Golden Witch. Good morning. To think that this is goodbye brings me great sadness as well. I have prepared a farewell party for this night. There will be a game tournament as well, so I ask that you participate with vigor. Like pepper, the difficulty comes in tiny yet spicy grains. Why not participate yourself now at the very end? Alright, let's do this, let's do this, let's do this. This has certainly been a ride, that's for sure. These guys know how to make a story. At least I feel like. Between this and Higurashi. Two silhouettes could be seen in the chapel. A big brother and a little sister. The big brother who would never return from that day 12 years in the past. And the little sister who waited all alone 12 years in the future. However, the big brother knew everything, understood everything, and the little sister knew nothing, understood nothing. So, no matter how much time passed, the little sister remained as the girl she had been 12 years before. She remained a 6-year-old girl forever. Her sobs into his chest finally subsided. She quietly waited for his next words. After patting her head gently, the big brother fished around inside his shirt pocket. Then he took that out. Are you listening, Angie? Take good care of this. What is it? A key? Battler took a large key attached to a necklace out of his pocket, then held it out to Angie. It was large enough to cover his entire palm, and little Angie probably wouldn't even be able to wrap her hand all the way around it. The key glittered gold and had a beautiful, intricate design. Its weight alone made it clear that this key was something very important. I swear if my throat don't stop feeling all weird. Battler put the necklace around Angie's neck. This precious key is yours alone. What's it for? The time to use it will come soon. When it does, you'll have to decide for yourself. Understand? Of course, she didn't have a clue what Battler was saying, but she did realize that he was telling her to take good care of this key. So, Angie nodded, at least in response to that part. In her hand, the key had felt heavy. However, now that it was around her neck, it felt as light as an ordinary necklace. How strange. Okay, let's go. Where to? She had been sure that her brother was about to sit down. After all, just a second ago, he said he would tell her what happened on Rockinjima on that day. She had expected him to tell her here. On that day, on that island, just what is it that happened? I thought you were going to tell me about that, Oni-chan. Absolutely, and you'll be given the chance to listen. However, to you, it may not feel as though you're merely listening to a story. What does that mean? What you really want isn't to know what happened on that island on that day. So, he does understand after all. What happened on that island on that day? Trying to answer that question was all I was capable of, so I wished for nothing more. But if I could, I would want to go there, to that island, on that day, to Rockinjima, on that day I couldn't go, to the Ushiromiya family mansion, to Mom and Dad, to all the cousins, all the relatives, and everyone else. I want to go back to that island on that day. So I remain the way I was on that day. My heart and soul stopped, stuck as a 6-year-old's forever. I want to go home. I know. Mom, Dad, Oni-chan, everyone. I want to go home to where everyone is. That's why I decided to invite you there. Your Oni-chan is the game master now. Only those who know everything about the game board can open it up and invite pieces in. So I'll invite you to come to the game board. You'll take me to Rockinjima on that day. That's right. I'll invite you to the Rockinjima of 1986. Will I be able to see everyone? Of course. Even though my memory is vague and I can't remember anyone's face clearly, you'll remember soon enough. And though it'll be a reunion after 12 years for you, it'll only have been a short gap for us. Everyone will welcome you. When you finally return from the distant future, everyone will welcome you. Will I be able to stay there forever? This way, I can be with everyone forever. This is the goal I'm supposed to reach. Angie, listen to me carefully. The battler spoke in an admonishing tone, as though warning me that this was a dream that wouldn't be granted. The Rockinjima family conference usually ends after a single night. Because of the typhoon that day, the boat couldn't come and it lasted 2 nights. So, when the typhoon passes, I'll have to leave the island again. No, that decision is yours as well, Angie. You'll decide that yourself. I understand. Of course. I don't exist on that island on that day. It's a miracle just to be invited there like this. Just the 2 days before the typhoon passes. Just getting those 2 days to myself is already the sort of miracle that will never come again. If I'm greedy enough to ask for more, that faint miracle might vanish. Even though I thought this, my young heart, which was still 6 years old, wasn't satisfied with such a short-lived miracle. I don't want to leave. I know. I'll be with everyone forever. I'll stay with my family, even if Oni-chan says I have to head back. I'll stay on Rockinjima. You can stay or you can leave, but it's not as though one of those is the right choice. That's not how it works, Angie. Even so, you'll let me choose. Yes, that's what the key is for. Battler touched the glittering key that hung from Angie's neck. I've already made my decision. You don't have to decide now. The time to choose will come soon. When it does, you must use your honest heart to choose how you'll use that key. You don't need to listen to anything your Oni-chan tells you. You're free to choose your answer in any way you like. However, if you're a good kid, and if you can trust your Oni-chan, if I can, then believe everything Oni-chan says. I'll believe all of it. That will lead to the best choice for you. Listen to your Oni-chan's words and believe everything. Can you do that? I don't know. That's good enough. Believe whatever you want to. That's also a choice you can make. If I don't believe Oni-chan, will I wake up from this dream? That won't happen, so don't worry. For some reason, Angie was suspicious of her brother and scared of him. Her wish to remain on that island on that day, together with her family, forever. She was afraid that, once she got her 2 miraculous days, her brother might tell her to be satisfied with that and return to 12 years in the future all alone. I already told you, there is no right decision. You can go or you can stay. That's for you to decide, and you don't need to make your decision right now. And no one will force me to make either choice. Of course, and Oni-chan won't tell me to go back to the future. There is a choice your Oni-chan wants you to make. Even so, Oni-chan wants to respect your decision and let you reach it of your own accord, regardless of what it happens to be. And I just told you I've already made my choice. And I just told you now isn't the time to choose. When will it be time? The key will tell you. The large gold key hung from Angie's neck. Her small hand held it tightly. At that moment, she noticed a book lying on the chapel's altar. The book had a lock on it and was sealed so that it could not be read without a key. Angie looked between the key hanging at her chest and the book on the altar. Will this key unlock that book? Don't touch that book. His sudden, forceful response made Angie flinch. Battler, realizing he had scared Angie, softened his expression. Come on, let's go. I'm inviting you to come back to October 4th, 1986. Okay. Rattler held out his hand and Angie gripped it tightly. Then they started walking. A brilliant light lay beyond the chapel's door. That blinding light peeked in through the cracks around the door. The brother and sister began to walk through to the other side. Welcome back, Angie. This will be the last time. I'm opening this game board one last time for you. Fall, fall, fall. Once again, Captain Kawabata's ferry boat, Rakujima, cut across the sea in perfect form. Yes, the tale of October 4th, 1986 always begins with Battler's screams. But this time, one thing was different. There was yet another yell alongside Battler's. Battler was screaming, The other was laughing. Fall, fall, fall! No! Fun, fun, fun. Battler's face looks funny alongside the big brother who is grasping at the handrail and screaming in a way that no one that age should scream was the little sister, also grasping the handrail and jumping about like it was a ride at an amusement park. George and the others just couldn't hold in their laughter at the difference. I guess Battlercon hasn't changed much this past 6 years. He's as energetic as ever. Plus, Angie and Maria look more cheery than usual this year. Could this be the first time we've had all five cousins together? Oh, is it? I get it. That explains why it's noisier this year than any year before. To George on a key. This is way too fast, right? I'm begging you, ask the driver to slow down before it's too late. This is too fast. Battler's so pathetic. I want to go faster, faster, faster. Any faster than this, and I'll fall right off the boat. Will that make you happy? I'm gonna fall. Going by popular vote, I would have to say that Battler's Kun's proposal is rejected. Look out, Oni-chan. Look, you're gonna fall. Scaredy Cat Battler needs to be punished. Tickle time! Well, wait, stop, Maria. You too, Angie? No. Thank goodness. I was worried about Angie's health, but it would be too sad to leave her behind at home. I'm glad we decided to bring her anyway. Wasn't she very sick shortly before you left? She was all better this morning. Kids can be so incredible sometimes. She's the kind of person whose health takes a hit when she's stressed. It's not that strange for people like that to get all better when the big day finally comes. She must really have been looking forward to playing with all five of the cousins together. Just watching them play together makes you feel charged with energy, doesn't it? The adults smiled as they watched the children play around. Angie, who had gotten very sick and who everyone had thought would be absent, made a miraculous recovery. Thanks in part to her strong desire to join in, she had come along to the family conference with the others. And so, for the first time ever, all five cousins were gathered together. October 4th, 1986 became a day like no other. The kids dashed up the path leading from the harbor to the rose garden. They were probably so charged up that even walking was too boring for them. See that? First place. Battler was the first one to reach the rose garden, which was the goal. Apparently, he was trying to make up for the dishonor he had suffered on the boat by proving his superiority on land. A short while later, Angie and Maria reached him in a dead heat. I'm second. I'm faster than Angie. No, you aren't. Maria One-chan cheated. I'm second. The 3-year gap between Angie and Maria was large, especially since both of them were growing kids. It was only natural that Maria was faster, but Angie seemed to be complaining about a shoulder bump at the start line. Maria Onechan cheated, so she gets last place. Teacher always says you get last place if you cheat, protested Angie. Come on, no need to fight. Still, both of you really are fast. It's been a long time since I've run that much. The breeze feels so nice. Are you out of shape, George A. Nikki? You know, anyone who has to run the race to make it before the bell every day gets strong legs by default. In other words, being a fast runner is proof that you sleep in a lot. Oni-chan always sleeps in. He didn't wake up today either, so I had to wake him up. Right? A stomp followed by a flying elbow, and that body flex from the top rope at the end there just about finished me. That sounds more likely to put you in an eternal sleep. Sounds fun. I want to do it too. I'll bet Oni-chan sleeps in tomorrow too. We'll wake him up together this time, okay? I would recommend against staying up too late tonight. Finally, the adults came into sight. The cousins waved at them, urging them to hurry up. Angie and Maria were so excited that they could hardly wait. Just by having all 5 cousins together, just by adding Angie into the group. Look how energetic this day has become. Excuse me, the family members have arrived. So they made it. I must let Father know. Are they all in the guest house now? Yes. They will meet you here after they have set down their luggage. Understood. Cannon, please show them the way. Shannon, quickly get some tea ready. As you wish, madame. Father, it's me, Kraus. It's about time for you to get ready. After Kraus knocked on the door, it opened from the inside. Oh, Dr. Nanjo. How is Father doing? No need to worry. He's changing as we speak. I think he's just a little nervous. Who are you calling nervous? No, I cannot find my favorite one-winged necktie pin. How many times must I tell Nasuhi my possessions must never be moved without my approval? Apparently, Kinzo had been running around for some time just because he couldn't decide on a tie and a tie pin. Kinzo, who felt that the dignity of the family head must always be preserved, usually made a big deal about the head's attire being equally dignified. Will he make it in time? Do you think you could give us a little longer? We'll come down as soon as he's ready. Understood. I'm counting on you, Dr. Nanjo. Father, I must say that necktie pin looks splendid on you. This necktie pin, you say? This pin? The family conference is held but once a year. There shall be no compromise. I must have that necktie pin. Where is it? Where? Kinzo-san, you already looked in that drawer 5 seconds ago. Besides, you own several splendid necktie pins. Is it not stylish to select something fitting to match Fate's whims? You think so? So I don't need to use the one-winged eagle pin. As Kraus watched Nanjo calm Kinzo down, he started finding it hard to believe that this doctor wasn't his own mother. Well, it was always like this. He always makes a fuss when no one's looking, but when the time comes, he makes his decision with pride. After asking Nanjo to come down by lunch at the latest, Kraus snuck out of the study. What do you think? A splendid aroma, is it not? And a unique one as well. Oh, look at that. We got ourselves a raid. Welcome on in, Spin. Welcome on in, friends. My
Spin-Diva
name
said. FRRRT gonna spin ya right round bobber.
is Jade, for those who don't know, and I am a unicorn turtle. We spend a lot of time on story, and we're a slow and easygoing community over here at the lake. What were you guys playing? Were you guys
Stream
having fun
Elements
playing whatever it was you were
said.
playing?
Look who has decided to come swimming with us. This is their channel
And I
https
managed to lose something.
www.twitch.tv spin-diva.
Where
Moria
did it go?
said.
Hello again,
Hello
Mora.
again.
Hello again. And I managed to lose something. Where did it go? Hold on, guys. I'm having a little bit of a crisis here over on this end. But yeah, I am. There it is. do. So what were you guys playing? Were you guys having fun playing whatever it was you were playing? Were you guys playing Sonic again? Or are you playing Shovel Knight? I think you said you were going to start doing that soon. Okay. And then scoot this bastard conglomeration of a chair forward. So that way I'm not 2 feet away from the desk. Okay. We're good. I think we're good. And a unique one as well. I've never had pumpkin tea before. Ooh, pumpkin tea. That sounds good. That little touch of sweetness makes it delicious. As one step in preparing the tea for the guests, Goda lets Shannon try a bit first. Until then, Shannon had thought it would be outrageous for a servant such as herself to drink the same thing as the family and their guests. However, according to Goda, that kind of thinking was a mistake. One must not serve something if one does not know the taste beforehand. For example, when you visit a restaurant and a dish you've never heard of catches your eye, what are you likely to ask the waiter? How does this dish taste, correct? I see. So if the waiter says that he's never eaten it before, that would seem a bit odd. I've had that happen quite a few times though. Precisely. As a matter of course, anyone serving their customers must be deeply acquainted with the taste of the tea and food they serve. You'll always feel happier serving a sort of tea that you've tried and enjoyed for yourself. That's right. After tasting tea this delicious, I can't wait to let everyone else try it. And because of that, we servants must be very familiar with the taste of all sorts of foods. That's why sampling food whenever I can is part of my job. Yeah, see, that's why when you're helping your family cook, it's okay to sample. You just gotta be used to the food. That's all it is. It's a perk as well as our job. Do you understand? Yes. Everything is proceeding smoothly. Are there any problems with the tea? Oh, Genji-san, you must try some as well. Seeing as it's almost Halloween, I decided to make some pumpkin tea. Later, perhaps, the family will be arriving at the Mansons very soon. It looks as though the children will be joining in. Yes, sir. The cups are ready to go as well. At that moment, the kitchen's extension line started to ring. Genji, who was standing right beside it, swiftly picked up the receiver before the second ring. Shannon and the others always thought Genji looked like a samurai when he did this. Understood. Take care when guiding them. After giving that short response, Genji set the receiver down. That was canon. The relatives will be here shortly. The children are with them. Shannon, Kumasawa, go to serve them. Goda, hurry up with that tea. Yes, sir. The family conference. It was the largest event of the year for the servants. They were all excited and determined to make it through together once again this year. Kraus Santa, I have led the relatives here. Oh ho, there you are. Were there any troubles on your trip here? Nissan, you've been doing pretty well for yourself lately, haven't you? Isn't it about time you bought a private jet? After all, no one was in the plane but the family, as usual. I'm glad Angie Chan made it. I was so worried when I heard she was too sick to come. Thanks for your concern. She suddenly got all better this morning. My tummy ache went away. I rubbed my tummy clockwise. That's a magical ritual to heal tummy aches. Remember that, guys. That's important. Rub your tummy clockwise if you have a tummy ache, okay? Now, Maria, quiet down. Oh, is that Battler-kun? You've grown so big. It's been 6 years, hasn't it? You've grown splendidly. Well, I do keep getting bigger, at least. Can't really say that about his guts, though. I'm just happy to learn that he's still the same old Battler-kun. Battler may be bigger, but he's still Battler. This brat's always been terrified of falling off planes and boats and stuff. That must be Asumu-san's blood, right? When he was a kid and we went to theme parks, we always went on some of the wilder rides. That's probably what did it. Don't they have height restrictions for those? No, I don't mean that kind. You know those paddle boats and teacup rides, right? Looks like we took those a bit too rough back in the day. You've always gone a bit overboard on rides like that, Rudolph Nissan. I see. Poor Battler-kun. Poor Battler-kun indeed. Still, it's comforting in a way, even after all this time. Nothing says Battler-kun like a fear of riding things. Oni-chan isn't scared of riding things, he's just scared of falling off them. Fall, fall! Hey, stop running around. Maria, you're one of the big cousins now, right? Set a good example. Pardon me, I brought some tea for everyone. A pleasant aroma followed Shannon as she came into the room, pushing a serving cart. Even Angie and Maria, who had been running around in circles, sat down obediently when they heard that drinks were here. By the way, what's Dad doing? He should be down here soon. He's been rushing about all morning trying to choose a tie. You mean all that about choosing an attire suitable for the family head? Father's always been picky about ties, hasn't he? It's just something he has a passion for. Staying stylish is a good thing. And yet, he always shows up wearing the same tie in the end. The family members burst out laughing. The sweet scent of Goda's specially made pumpkin tea spread throughout the parlor, and the calm atmosphere grew more cheery and excited. Look, Mama, it's a pumpkin cookie for Halloween. Oh, that's right. This sweet scent is kabocha, isn't it? That's right.
Stream
Today,
Elements said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Today we have some special pumpkin flavored tea for you to try. It really is delicious, so I suggest you try some without sugar first. Nasan, watch your sleeve. Wow, so kabocha tea actually does exist. Goda-san really did his homework. Delicious. This is excellent. You can taste the kabocha's natural sweetness. Kabocha tea. Still, kabocha always tastes best in tempura. It's pumpkin, not kabocha. Yeah, pumpkin is different from kabocha. This is pumpkin. Maria seemed to think the English word was more fitting for Halloween, but like Angie thought kabocha and pumpkins were entirely different things. Everyone laughed, but Angie, not knowing why she was being laughed at, cocked her head to one side discontentedly. Just when it looked like she was about to get in a bad mood and start grumbling, Maria started teaching her a cookie game, and Angie immediately became engrossed with that distraction. Then the sound of approaching footsteps drifted in from the hallway. When the relatives realized whose footsteps those must be, they straightened up. Those quick footsteps stopped for a moment just outside the parlor door, as though someone was taking a deep breath and setting up a dramatic pause. Then the door exploded open as Kinzo yelled out loud, with Genji and Nanjo standing behind him. Happy Halloween! And trick or treat. Trick or treat, the cousins shouted it back. The adults returned the greeting too, looking embarrassed and refusing to meet his gaze. Angie alone stood there with her mouth open, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Welcome, my grandchildren. If you don't give me a treat, I shall trick you. Go ahead, Maria. Happy Halloween, grandfather. I got you a really incredible this year. You'll be surprised. Maria picked up a present that had been hidden behind a sofa. Come to think of it, all the relatives were now holding similar packages. Come on, Angie, you too. Give this to grandfather. Kyrie handed Angie a neatly wrapped present. Maria, you're always so thoughtful. Grandpa's so happy. As Kinzo took Maria's present, a smile broke out across his face, and he rubbed his cheek up against it. Master, your dignity. Oh, that's right. You have pleased your grandfather greatly, my granddaughter. In return for the treat you have given me, I promise not to trick you at all this coming year. Now it's your turn, grandfather. If you don't give me a treat, I'll prank you. Indeed, I'm well aware. Genji, here. Genji fished through something that looked like Santa Claus's sack and pulled out a present addressed to Maria, handing it over to Kinzo. Here you go, Maria. Here's a present from me. I'm warning you, it's so cute. Such a waste to give it up to you. Master, dignity. This is a present from the Ushiromiya family head to Maria. It is a cute. An item worthy of the Ushiromiya family's dignity and grace. To take good care of it. Thank you, grandfather. I love you. Maria, my adorable granddaughter. By this point, even Genji had to give up on Kinzo's dignity. Still, the dignity of the family head had lasted a full 10 seconds longer than usual this year. Happy Halloween, grandfather. This is from me. Happy Halloween. This one's mine. I hope you like it. George, Jessica, I must thank you once again this year. I'm so happy. With tears streaming down his face, Kinzo hugged George and Jessica. Oh, and Battler too. I'm so glad you've returned to the family. It's been lonely without you these 6 years. Well, anyway, happy Halloween. Not sure if you'll like it though. Don't worry, Battler. I know you have things you want to say, things you want to ask. But now is not the time. Grandfather, I am glad that you have returned to the Ushiromiya family. It makes me feel happy. Slowly, Kinzo moved forward and hugged Battler. Battler grew back at first, but then he understood Kinzo's feelings and hugged him back. Angie watched the scene play out, shocked. Was Ushiromiya Kinzo always this kind of person? Angie, you're up. Go on, give it to grandfather. Okay. Angie didn't have a clue what was going on. She took the present her mother had given her and walked forward timidly. Kinzo's face, which had looked so cheery a second ago, suddenly became stern as soon as Angie stepped forward. No, it didn't become stern. That expression was the one always worn by the Kinzo inside Angie's mind. This was Ushiromiya Kinzo. He was fickle, short-tempered, and always wore a stern expression on his face. This was the most terrifying person in the Ushiromiya family. It felt as though the world went suddenly quiet, and it only did it when I stepped forward. Why? Why only for me? But isn't this how it should be? Isn't this the Ushiromiya Kinzo I expect? The Ushiromiya Kinzo I understand. I was like a puppet carrying a tea tray. I walked forward, bewildered, with a present held out in front of me, and stopped in front of Kinzo. Without letting his expression change in the slightest, Kinzo slowly reached out and touched the present. Angie. In an instant, Angie was caught in a firm embrace, present and all. Kinzo's white beard rubbed against her cheek. Grandpa, Grandpa is so happy. I'm so glad to be blessed with such lovely grandchildren. I feel happy, so happy the tears just won't stop. Master, your nose is running. That and your dignity. Oh, Genji, forgive me. As the old man blew his nose, it didn't look like he could possibly be anyone other than a kindly grandpa, overcome with tears at his grandchildren's gifts. Thank you, Angie. I heard that you chose to come even though you weren't feeling well at all. I'm so glad. Here, this is for you. He pressed a large gift box to Angie's chest. She finally realized that all of Kinzo's presents were wrapped differently and in boxes of different sizes. I wonder what he got you, Angie. I hear that grandfather always personally chooses what he'll give each one of us. Pretty incredible with all these people. He picks them himself every year. He does. What every year? He picks. What himself? This bizarre ceremony happens every year. The cousins were all happily chattering about what their Halloween presents could be this year. Maria came up to Angie and suggested that they compare the weights of their presents, but for some reason, Angie just stared blankly. After that, the adults also handed their presents to Kinzo one by one, receiving a gift in return, and questions about how they had been doing recently. Then, after watching to see that all exchanges had been completed, Goda appeared and announced that lunch was ready. Is it ready? Come, ladies and gentlemen, let us enjoy the splendid lunch the Goda has prepared for us. Quickly to the dining hall. This way, everyone. Follow me. We will carry your presents to your rooms in the guest house. Please feel free to leave them here as you leave for lunch. The relatives stood up, leaving their presents where they lay on tables and sofas, and followed Kinzo out of the parlor. Only Angie remained standing there, stunned, as she clutched the present Kinzo had given her. Goda's lunches had never betrayed expectations before. When Hideyoshi said that these meals were the only reason anyone ever came to these family conferences, everyone laughed and nodded. The delicious food caused conversations to erupt all over the room. "You've gotten so big. How have you been lately?" "Pretty good." It was a fun meal with everyone asking each other about the latest and laughing together. The Ushiromiya family sat at meals in a specific ranked seating order. So the adult siblings, the cousins, and the spouses all sat in groups. So conversation sprung up naturally. Angie had withdrawn slightly from the cousins' chat and was looking around the dining hall. What are Kenzo and the adult siblings doing? Their conversation seemed to be peaceful and fun. Most of the time, the siblings were mothers or fathers of their own households. However, when they gathered together by themselves in front of Kinzo, that burden was lifted from their shoulders, and they became young and bright as though they had gone back to being kids again. Rudolph, who was usually an easygoing father who nonetheless had a sense of dignity, became so bright and cheery in this group that it almost looked like there was another battler. Even Kinzo looked peaceful and relaxed. He didn't say a word about money or the inheritance. In fact, he didn't even insult his children or call them incompetent. He just looked like a happy old man, genuinely pleased to have his whole family together for the only time this year. The group of spouses was just as harmonious. The mothers kept bringing up problems with education and household matters, as well as family health issues. Hideyoshi and Nanjo happily joined in on their conversation. And what about the cousins? There was no way such an enjoyable meal with such a fun group of friends could fail to be raucous. Maria was in her element, showing off her knowledge of Halloween trivia. George and Jessica would nod in understanding. Battler would say something stupid, and Maria would laugh at him. If I wanted, I could easily join in back on that conversation. And if the dessert caught my attention, I could easily slip out of the conversation too. It was happiness, both fun and natural. It felt like waking up from a daydream to be greeted by the rays of the springtime sun. According to the weather report, we can expect a big storm sometime tonight. It's supposed to be a typhoon. Looks like we'll be stuck here for more than one night again. I do not mind in the least. You may stay here as long as you wish. If it would mean seeing my adorable grandchildren's faces more, I would pray for rain every day. Give us a break. We do have work to get back to. Why don't you leave the island, Father? That way you could see your grandchildren whenever you wanted. True, living on a remote island may have a sense of majesty, but haven't you had your fill of it? It's too noisy in the city. I much prefer a quiet island with no one on it but my family. I like it here. But on Rockinjima, if something happens, it would take some time for a doctor to arrive. I agree. At your age, I think you should at least consider moving to Niijima. I am old now. I want to live in peace, surrounded only by my family, and I am satisfied. I have this island to make that dream of mine come true. Father, it seems I've gotten you all down. Ladies and gentlemen, this ends Goda's lunch. Grandchildren, it'll probably be raining tomorrow, constantly starting tomorrow. Now's your last chance to see clear skies. Why not enjoy the flowers and then take a walk on the beach? That sounds good. Okay, everyone, let's go. I want to see the flowers and walk on the beach. We can collect shells and collect glass too. Collect glass. That sounds a bit dangerous. Fragments of glass get washed by the waves and become round, beautiful gems which drift to shore. Did you forget, Battler? Remember how we used to pick them up together? Oh, were those glass fragments? I always thought they were just pretty stones. Have you ever seen a glass gem, Angie? No. Then let's go. I'll show you. Let's go, let's go. But the first to see them gets to keep them. I'm going to get them all. In that case, I'm not going to lose either. Let's see who can find the prettiest, biggest glass gem. All right, at times like this, why not be a kid? I'm not going to lose either. Then we'll head down to the beach. Indeed, take it easy and enjoy your time together, grandchildren. The cousins rose from their seats and noisily left the dining hall. Maria grabbed Angie's hand and dragged her along. However, Angie's expression was vague and absent-minded, the opposite of Maria's full smile. The cousins walked along the beach, playing in all kinds of ways. They searched for bits of glass, polished by the waves to become small and gem-like. They caught up on news of each other's lives and joked around. They wrote words in the sand. They chased the receding waves and ran away from the coming ones. The cousins enjoyed the time they had to themselves. Get back here, Maria. You won't get off easy this time. No way, no way. You'll get hurt if you fall. Be careful, you two. Feels like the wind's gotten stronger. Maybe we should head back soon. You're right. I think the sky's getting cloudier too. Battler-kun, Maria-chan, I think we should call it a day soon and head back to the guest house for the time being. No way, I want to play more. Hey, don't ignore your cousin. Okay, that's all for now. Here, I'll give you my glass gem. Really? Thank you, Battler. Now, I have the most, so I win. Angie, Are you okay? Yeah. What's wrong, Angie? You look a little down. She's just tired out. Come on, let's all head back together. Angie's expression probably did look tired. However, Battler alone thought he saw something else in it. What's wrong? Can you tell me? It's nothing. She said that, but something in her expression showed that she was unsatisfied for some reason. Since Angie didn't say what it was, and Battler couldn't think of anything, he was unable to guess any more. So he squeezed her small hand, silently letting her know that she could tell him whenever she was ready. Even though it had seemed like such a bright, sunny day a second ago, the sky turned gray and the wind started to feel more annoying than pleasant. If they waited around, they would probably see scattered raindrops as well soon. I guess it'll be raining the whole time from now on. What a pain. Still, even though it didn't last long, it was fun to be a kid again. I can't wait to show Mama this glass gem. I'm going to tell her I won. Even though you only won 'cause I gave you mine. I got it so it's mine, so I won. Angie walked distractedly, pulled along by her brother. George and the others thought that she had probably woken up too early and was tired, so they didn't try to talk to her too much. As they reached the end of the forested path, the rose garden lay before them. They could see strong winds making the rose bushes wave. Mama, look! I won! Maria ran forward, waving her hands about and yelling. It looked as though Rosa was waving to them from the front of the guest house. I'm going to head back to my room for a sec. I will meet you in the cousin room right after. Okay, got it. See you later then. Jessica ran off in the direction of the mansion. George turned around as though suggesting that they had better get going too. However, when he saw Angie standing still with a crabby look on her face, he realized that something might have put her into a bad mood. Is everything okay? Yeah, she's fine. Sorry, but would you mind going on ahead of us? Sure, got it. See you later. George headed for the guest house. The only ones left in the rose garden were Batner, who was waving at George, and Angie, who was still staring at the ground and holding Battler's hand. For the past few minutes, he had repeatedly asked Angie what was wrong. He realized that this wasn't anything like a tummy ache or something obvious that had made her grumpy. However, young girls sometimes get upset for reasons that only they can understand. Battler knew this, so he didn't rush her in any way, and continued to gaze around the beautiful rose garden, holding her hand. Oni-chan, what is it? Where are we? She asked the question as though she was talking about something on the other side of the silver screen. Though Battler understood what that question meant, he played dumb. Where are we? We're on Rock and Chima, right? You're wrong. No, I'm not. How is this Rockin' Jima? It's the Rockin' Jima of October 4th, 1986. The Rockin' Jima you've wanted to see for so long. That's a lie. Why do you say that? This is totally fake. Angie wrenched her hand from her brother's grip. The hand hit a rose and sent flower petals flying. I don't lie. How is this supposed to be the truth? Angie spat those words out. However, Battler's expression remained calm and composed. What don't you like about it? Ushiromiya Kenzo, for example. He wasn't anything like that, right? What grandfather wouldn't smile when he's been reunited with his grandchildren after a long time? Ushiro Miyakenzo wasn't that kind of person. Ushiro Miyakenzo was strict, discontented, short-tempered, and quick to anger. So you do understand. What was all that back there? How was that supposed to be Ushiromiya Kenzo? Halloween? Exchanging presents? What the hell was that? That's nothing like Ushiromiya Kenzo. This is nothing like Rockin' Jima. Don't you remember, Angie? Remember what? We did that every year, didn't we? Every year? That? Well, I guess it's no surprise. The last time you went to a family conference, you were less than 6 years old. So it's only natural that you wouldn't remember. It's only natural that I don't remember. Angie understood what her brother was trying to say. However, she couldn't accept it. It's true that Ushiromiya Kinzo was a rigid man. When he was younger, he really was strict with his kids, apparently. And well, it's probably not wrong to say that was pretty traumatic for Dad and the others, and that they are still a bit scared of him. The grand tale of how Kinzo restored the Ushiromiya family was more than enough to paint him as a rigid, terrifying man. Furthermore, Kinzo was an investor. All the legends and tales that made him seem more mysterious had probably worked in his business's favor. At times, Kinzo may even have acted out this part people expected, endeavoring to make his presence all the more overpowering. That's why the world at large spoke of Ushiromiya Kinzo as a strict, short-tempered man, and they even thought of him as a fickle, bold, incomprehensible, eccentric. But that was just the face grandfather showed to the world. That's not how he acted in private, alone with his family. Are you saying that weeping old man who doted on his grandchildren is the real Ushiromiya Kenzo? He must have played with you and patted your head many times. Do you really not remember? Stuff like that might have happened once or twice, but that must have been a mere whim of his. My parents told me all the time, grandfather is a terrifying person, so make sure you act properly. They always said that. He's very scary, so take care. And that means he was a scary person. When you were little, you would always accept whatever your parents said and take it too seriously. To put it nicely, you were obedient, but to put it bluntly, you were a kid with an overactive imagination. Dad and the others were just trying to make you realize how important it was to be polite. I saw it though. I knew about it. I knew that Ushiromiya Kinzo was a scary person. I've seen him yelling in anger. I'll never forget it. Well, like you saw just now, grandfather could be a bit abrupt at times. He might just have been trying to surprise you, or it might have slipped out when he was having a serious discussion with his kids. And you think I just got scared for no reason and got the wrong idea? That can't be true. I mean, I still remember it. I know I saw Ushiromiya Kenzo yelling and being scary. Mom and Dad were terrified too, so I know I'm right. The impression you had of your grandfather when you were young remained with you, and that impression grew inside you as you grew up. How many times did Angie see Kenzo in her life? How old was she the last time she saw him? Angie, who got sick easily when under pressure, couldn't have gone to Rokkenjima often, and since she was absent for the family conference when she was 6, her last memories of him must have come from when she was just 5 years old. But even you haven't seen Ushiromiya Kenzo for 6 years. That's right. But when I finally came back after 6 years, I saw that grandfather hadn't changed in the slightest. Kinzo was fickle, so you could never understand what he was thinking, and he was an eccentric with a creepy love for the occult, and it's true that he had a love for the occult. Yeah, it was a bit of a strange hobby for him to get into in his final years. I'll admit that his hobby of collecting strange objects to scare his grandchildren and laugh at them wasn't praiseworthy. Even Battler had been pranked by Kinzo in the past. He would do things like showing off an attache case with 7 strange snakes in it, and say something about how they were once used in the Middle Ages to gouge the hearts of victims in a witch's ceremony. When Kinzo did things like that, it was pretty scary, but looking back on it now, they really were childish pranks. Grandfather only scared his grandchildren because he wanted to joke around with them. I would be willing to bet that grandfather pulled a prank like that on you too. It's no surprise that, young as you were, you let that scare you and convince you that grandfather was a strange, terrifying person. I I don't know what you're talking about, Oni-chan. Angie bit her lower lip and stared at the ground. She said she didn't understand. But in truth, she understood perfectly and was refusing to accept it. Remember how we traded Halloween presents in the parlor just now? What was that all about? The Ushiromiya family never did anything that sentimental. It's almost as though you don't remember it at all. Are you saying I got presents once too? I don't remember anything like that. That could never happen. Do you really think that grandfather, a man who loved the occult and Western traditions, wouldn't celebrate Halloween? Grandfather's Happy Halloween was pretty much the standard greeting at our family conferences. He must have said it to you too. Youth can be so cruel, even though grandfather put all his heart into choosing those presents. It looks like your heart didn't remember anything. Are you saying that I was just too young to remember? And that was the truth of October 4th? On that day, just like 6 years before, grandfather entered the parlor with a cry of Happy Halloween. Then he and I traded presents. as he shed tears over our long-awaited reunion after a 6-year gap. Grandfather seemed so sad that Angie wasn't able to come. So he gave Kirie-san a present, telling her to make sure that Angie got it. I never heard anything about a present like that. Mom never gave it to me. True, she never had the chance. I don't believe it. I won't believe that was Ushiromiya Kinzo. Then what about the family conference itself? Wasn't there a tense argument over the distribution of the inheritance? All of the adult siblings were in money trouble. That's why they all longed for Kinzo's inheritance money. Angie, where did you hear that from? What do you mean, where? It's the truth, isn't it? Do you think Dad would talk to you about financial difficulties with his company when you were that age? And not just Dad. Even if Uncle Kraus, Aunt Eva, and Aunt Rosa were in money trouble and wanted Kenzo's inheritance money, do you really think they would talk about it in front of you? But, but it's true, isn't it? In the end, it was true. Angie's words were not mistaken. Not only Rudolph, but even Klaus, Hideyoshi, and Rosa had companies in money trouble. People started talking about the Rakajima explosion accident as though it was some sort of conspiracy, and a mystery imagined by the public covered the island. Weekly magazines and television shows researched the circumstances of Kenzo's children at the time, and in the future where Angie lived, that research had been made public. We learned about all that after 1986. But it's a fact, isn't it? There's no difference between facts and truth. Does that prove that the inheritance created a strained atmosphere between the relatives on Rock and Jima? I guess that might fit with your memory of your parents telling you repeatedly to be extra polite at the family conference. Are you saying that what I know about Rock and Jima, what I know about the Ushiromiya family, is wrong? You're the one who's wrong, Oni-chan. There's no way something like that could be possible. I won't accept that. That was Ushiromiya Kinzo. I could never accept that. So, you don't believe, Angie. That's right, I don't believe. I don't understand why you're showing me something like this. After all, this is your game. No, your game board, isn't it? First it was Beatu and Byrne, one witch after another has sneered at my fate, trying to make me surrender in their games. But I want the truth. Witch illusions won't work on me. Now I get it, you damn witches. So, you sent Oni-chan as a final assassin to finish me off. You're right. This is my game. So, of course, this is my tale, and I'm the one making it. That's why I'm able to add in what if situations like what would happen if you came to the island too. See, you made this tale. It's all a pack of lies, a fiction you created. You're right. This is all a fiction I created. See, you've admitted it. You have, haven't you? Just like I thought, this is all a lie you made. Why are you lying to me? Why won't you tell me the truth? Because there's something I need you to understand. Something more important than the truth. Something more important than the truth. What the hell are you talking about? The purpose of my game is to make you understand that. Just as Beatu's games were made to make Battler believe in witches, Battler's game was made to show Angie something that was more important than the truth. Games never bring about their intended ends by force. After all, Beatrice's game could never be won for all eternity, unless Battler acknowledged witches on his own. Battler's game was the same. Battler couldn't win in this game unless Angie acknowledged it herself. So, Battler had advanced his game just as Beatrice had done in the past. To believe it or not, to accept it or not, the decision lay solely in the hands of the opponent. And so, Battler was trying to enshroud Angie with his own illusion. I finally get it. This is a game between me and you, Oni-chan. Angie, I'm not trying to challenge you to a game. No, this is a game. I made a wish, hoping to learn the truth of October 4th, 1986. And so, you invited me to this game, saying that you would show me the truth. And now, you're showing me this strange illusion, trying to make me believe that it's the truth. Well, too bad. I'm already used to dealing with witches. I can totally tell that you're trying to use that kind face of yours to trick me. The big brother realized that no words of his would have any effect on his enraged little sister. So he just quietly listened to Angie's words. But even so, Angie was dissatisfied. I've had more than enough of this stupid farce. If you don't plan on telling me the truth, then end it all now. I'll find my own truth for myself. I won't rely on you. That's right. There never was anyone I could rely on anyway. I've always been all alone. Sorry, I won't let you leave this game. That's right. Unless the game master admits defeat, the game never ends. Right? That isn't what I meant. I'm just telling you to stay quiet and listen. Oh, sure. I'll just stay quiet then, even if a player isn't around. The pieces just move by themselves, and the game moves forward. Isn't that how it works? That's right. A player can step back and become an observer for a while if they want, and they can return and join in whenever they want to. Then I'll do that. This is an endurance contest. It'll keep on going until you stop trying to cover up the truth. Something more important than the truth. I don't get it. How could anything like that exist? It does, Angie. Whether my tale is the truth or not, the fact remains that you lost something precious on this island. Dad, Mom, and you, Oni-chan. I lost my family and everything that mattered to me. She spat out those words as though no further questioning would do any good, and looked away. Even as he watched this, Battler's expression remained gentle. Just keep going however you like. Later, Oni-chan. At least make sure you watch the tail. Even just listening is enough. If I feel like it. Later. Angie's eyes clouded. Then a particularly strong gust of wind blew by, sending her hair flying. The wind must have been carrying some dust with it. Angie's nose twitched, and she sneezed loudly. Oni-chan, what is it? How long are we going to stand here? The weather's all weird. Let's go back to the guest house. Angie's eyes weren't cloudy anymore. However, the tone and atmosphere about those eyes seemed somehow different from before. In a manner typical of young girls, Angie signaled that she was too bored and wanted to go do something. This Angie was clearly a 6-year-old Angie. Good point. Then why don't you head back to the guest house now? I'm going to stay here. Why? It'll start raining soon. It won't be long now. So I'll wait here a bit longer. You're waiting here. Who are you waiting for? Then, to Angie's eyes, it looked as though the strong winds were carrying flakes of gold along with them. No, she had definitely seen something, but she wasn't able to describe what she had seen. So to her it had seemed like flakes of gold dancing on the wind. So, here you are. I've been waiting a while now. It was as though he was talking to the wind. Battler spoke to the empty rose garden. That can't be right. After all, it was clear from his words that he was talking to someone right in front of him. So Angie thought it must be someone that she alone couldn't see, and she rubbed her eyes. Then, when she opened her eyes wide, another large gust of wind blew past her. She shut her eyes immediately, and when she timidly opened them, from the other end of the rose garden, yes, from the path that led up from the harbor, a person appeared. To Angie, it looked as though she had appeared along the cloud of cold flakes carried by the wind. You're late, Bea too. Am I? I would call it early. You should ride in the boat with us every now and then. You mean grasp the handrail and scream alongside you? Yeah, sure, let's scream. Fall, fall. I see. How interesting. Yes, I suppose I did arrive too late. The pair casually walked up to each other and hugged. It looked like a pair of friends being reunited after several years. Angie, surprised by this unfamiliar woman, looked for somewhere to hide. However, her eyes met Beatu's, and she was unable to escape. Oh, and you must be Angie. She was shocked to hear this unfamiliar woman suddenly use her name. Look, even she can be so cute when she's 6 years old. Oh, Ni-chan, who is this person? A friend of mine. A friend? How can you say that? Oh, Ni-chan's friend. This is Beatrice. You've heard from Grandfather, haven't you? About the Golden Witch who gave the Ushiromiya family its gold. Haven't I heard that before? The Golden Witch. Now I remember. That was the scary witch who would snatch you up and carry you off into the forest if you didn't listen to your parents or stayed up too late on Wakanjima. Mom said that on rainy nights, if you look out the window at the dark forest, you might see the witch looking back at you and get snatched away. Which must mean that I'm supposed to be wandering about in the cold rain, looking into each window to find kids staying up too late. How pathetic that would be. Good point. Angie, your parents just made that story up to get you to go to bed on time. Beatrice doesn't do stuff like that. Very well, allow me to introduce myself. I am Beatrice, the Golden Witch. Or her grandchild, at least. Grandchild? That grandchild part's a bit of a killjoy. Well, it's true, isn't it? The person that grandfather got the gold from and called the Golden Witch was your grandmother, right? I guess. The grandchild of the Golden Witch, am I? Can't I get a better title than that? Is this person a witch? Yep, she is. She's a guest who's been invited to the family conference today. She isn't a scary witch. She's not going to take me away into the forest. Damn, Rudolph and Kyrie. Just what do they think they're telling this kid about me? I don't do things like that. I'll lodge a firm protest later. She looked like a fiercely emotional person, but she wasn't at all what Angie had expected the creepy golden witch to be like. She was very loud, overreacting to everything. Nothing at all like the witch Maria Onechan had talked about, who had lived for 1,000 years and had various servants from the world. She looked, well, like an energetic young woman, the kind Angie's mom might have gotten along great with. Her brother and the witch talked together happily like a pair of close friends. Dogs tend to not trust people they meet for the first time. However, people say that they calm down once they see that their owner is on good terms with the stranger. Surely, something similar to this was going on in Angie's heart. Angie kept staring at this pushy, temperamental woman who called herself a witch as she chatted happily with her brother. What's this key for? Beatrice noticed the gold key hanging from Angie's neck. Angie automatically and defensively grabbed it. That's Angie's precious key. After hearing these vague words, the witch stared blankly for a second. But almost immediately she seemed to understand what he meant. I see. Is that how it is? I thought it would be easier to understand if I made it clear what she's supposed to do. Fear not, Angie. No one's going to steal your precious key. Are you sure? Of course. That key belongs to you, and the choice is yours. Battler and the rest of us are merely signposts to guide you on your path. When her brother gave her the key, he had said that it was very important, so she had to take good care of it. Angie didn't have a clue what the key was for, but it looked like Beatrice did. However, just like her brother had done earlier, Beatrice only spoke in riddles. This irritated Angie, but for the time being, the Golden Witch said that she didn't intend to steal the key, so Angie calmed down a little. Do you know what this key is used for? But of course, however, I cannot tell you. Why not? Because you must decide how to use that key for yourself. The witch said the same thing as my brother. The pair nodded to each other, but it was all Greek to me. It felt like someone had laid out a riddle that everyone knew but me, and everyone was making fun of me. You'll know soon enough. Don't waste time thinking about it. Angie held the key tightly. Even if she didn't understand what it meant, it was her own key, and her big brother had told her to take good care of it. With her youthful suspicion, she was scared that the witch might ask her to hand it over, saying that she would teach her how to use it. Of course, her thoughts showed up clearly on her face. The witch couldn't help but laugh at that honest expression. Fear not. It is impossible for anyone to steal that key from you. No one can steal it. You might say that it has been imbued with magic to make it so. At any rate, fear not. Neither I, nor Battler, nor anyone else on this island can steal that key from you. Really? Yeah, really. The magic won't let them. The key was hanging around her neck like an ordinary necklace. Angie could take it off right now if she wanted, and if an adult tried to use force, it seemed like it would be easy for them to take it away. However, both her brother and the witch said that it was protected by a magic that would stop anyone from stealing it. Does magic really exist? Even the 6-year-old Angie knew about the word magic. However, she also realized that real magic didn't exist, and that certain kinds of magic tricks were sometimes called magic. However, Her big brother and the witch were talking about magic itself. Yeah, magic exists. Really? Maria spoke of me often, did she not? She says that witches exist, and she often tells you that magic exists, correct? True, Maria had talked about that many times. When they were just playing, Angie had believed her, more or less. However, Angie was, in some ways, sharp for her age. And when she heard Maria talking happily about magic, she really sometimes thought that such a thing couldn't really exist. Then, show me, show me magic, or I won't believe you. Hold up a sec. Beatrice just arrived on the island, and she hasn't even gone to say hi to everyone at the mansion yet. Battler spoke as though he was trying to smooth something over. When she heard that, Angie became sure that magic didn't exist after all. Magic is just a bunch of lies. I know. Hey, stop that. You'll hurt Beatrice's feelings. No, it's no problem. Anyone would say that upon meeting a witch. Normally, I would ignore provocation from such a small child, but she is your little sister after all. Why don't we give her a special showing? Are you sure? Of course I am. Watch carefully, Angie. Okay. Though Angie had challenged the witch, now that she was about to be shown magic, she looked a bit hesitant. She gulped, then stared up at the witch's face. The witch held out her left hand, bringing it close to Angie's face. Then she slowly spread her fingers. Angie, thinking that she was about to be turned into a frog, shrank back. However, after waiting a while and grinding her teeth, she realized that nothing was happening. So, the part of her that had been scared began to get angry. Nothing's happening. Don't jump to conclusions. I haven't used magic yet. See? Look carefully at my palm. I'm not hiding anything, correct? Oh, so that's what she was doing. Now that she finally understood, Angie checked both sides of the witch's hand. Yeah, there's nothing there. Watch closely. I'll make a fist and then stretch out my index finger. She stretched out her index finger and held it right in front of Angie's eyes. Angie, thinking that she would lose the game if she took a step back, stood her ground and concentrated on the fingertip. Watch the tip of my finger closely. Ready? It'll be fast. The witch rapidly lifted her index finger high into the air, pointing at the heavens. Just as Angie looked up to see the finger raised high, it swung down as though trying to dodge her gaze. In that manner, up, down, left, right, then left again. Angie, feeling as though she would lose if she couldn't keep up with the fingertip, swung her face this way and that, looking serious. Ever since she was very young, Angie had hated to lose. She would take even the most trivial games seriously.
Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Determined not to lose to the adults. The witch's hand moved faster and faster. Angie didn't lose track of it. Then the high pointing finger was swung down all of a sudden. The index finger curled up again, and the hand was held in a simple fist. Could it be that something was going to come out of that hand? Angie, who had suspected that this might happen, had followed the finger very closely. There was no way that one empty hand would have grabbed anything. Ready? I'm going to open my hand. The witch slowly opened her right fist, and there. What? How? How, Oni-chan? The witch gave the cutely wrapped candy to Angie as a present. Angie took it and desperately searched for some kind of trick on it, but it was just an everyday, ordinary candy. How? That was a trick, wasn't it, Oni-chan? Oni-chan? Nope, that was magic. You were watching the whole time, weren't you? Since I was watching the whole time, how did it happen? Angie didn't like it, but she was unable to see how that could have been anything other than magic. As the little sister furrowed her brow and bit her lower lip, her brother gently told her again that it was magic. It's about time for me to head to the man's son to pay my respects. You should come along, Battler. I'll suffocate if I have to go alone. You sure? Then I'll join you. What about you, Angie? Will you go back to the guest house? I want to stay with you, Oni-chan. She still couldn't accept it. However, could it really be? She still looked grumpy, but it looked like she was getting interested in this witch. Then let us go. The Golden Witch returns. The Golden Witch's grandchild returns, you mean? We really need to do something about that name. The big brother and the witch really did seem close. With kindred spirits like a pair of comedians, they started walking. Angie held onto the corner of her brother's sleeve, trying to make sure he didn't forget about her. The VIP room was filled with the sweet smell of pumpkin tea and packed with smiles and laughter. Simply splendid. I am glad to see you in such high spirits. I could say the same for you. What idiot said you're reaching your last years? I just borrow a bit of cheer from you. Once I return to my study, I will be a little more than a withering, senile old man. Enough with your lies. Give it up and swear that you'll be living at large until you're 100. Same here. I haven't seen you for 6 years, but I was surprised to see how little you had changed. You little brat. So it seems you've learned flattery during these past 6 years. Sorry to disappoint you, but you're hardly a fair judge in the matter. I have grown quite old indeed. I'll bet 1,000 yen that Kinzo's still doing great when he turns 100. Yeah, me too. Grandfather won't be any different when he's 100. Don't think you'll get any more presents for complimenting me. Kinzo laughed cheerily. Viatu, who sat next to Battler, was also laughing merrily. Angie stood all alone by the window, staring at the others and trying to figure out what sort of relationship the witch of the portrait and her grandfather had. There was a knock on the door. Is that you, Genji? Come in. Pardon the intrusion. Kraus-sama and Nasuhi-sama are here. Father. Oh, and Battler-kun's here too. It has been some time, Beatrice-san. Has there been any news? I'm just the way I used to be. Come on, have a seat. And Angie, why are you standing by the window like that? Come over here and sit down. Angie, come over here. I'll just watch from here. Angie grasped the candy she had gotten from Mia too tightly. and with a gaze that was still wearing, she continued to stare. Kenji offered her a chair, but Angie just shook her head. Let her do as she pleases. Come, Kraus, Nasuhi, and have a seat as well. This is something important. I guess Angie and I should leave. Hey, if you leave, who's going to back me up here? Kenzo, you don't mind if Battler stays, do you? I have nothing to hide. I care not. However, he had called Kraus and Nasuhi to the VIP room to meet Beatrice, the Golden Witch. It was hard to imagine that Kenzo wanted to have a casual conversation. After Kenzo said he didn't mind, Beatu also asked Battler to stay, so he decided to do so. In order to avoid getting in the way of their conversation, Battler stood up from the sofa and walked over to Angie's window. When her big brother finally came back to Angie, she clung to his waist as though determined not to let him go away again. Oh, I see. That must be why Angie doesn't like me. What do you mean? Angie doesn't dislike you, does she? You really don't understand women, Battler. Beatrice smiled at Angie, but the latter turned to look the other way. Even a young woman is a woman nonetheless. When Beatrice stopped laughing, the conversation switched gears. Why on earth did Kenzo summon Kraus and Nasuhi to the VIP room, and what was he going to talk about? Everyone fell automatically silent. Golden Witch Beatrice. Each and every day, I remember the debt the Ushiromiya family owes from when it was saved from the brink of destruction. Yeah, you had better thank me. Well, it's actually your grandmother he's thanking. Shut up, you. No, it comes to the same thing. All of that gold has been lent to the Ushiromiya family for 3 generations, and without cost. We truly cannot be grateful enough. Gold bars are the same as bricks to me. I had nowhere else to put them, so it was a relief to have Kinzo hold on to them. I would like to say that just once before I die. Is the Golden Witch a rich person? Well, yeah. After all, she just went and lent grandfather 10 tons of gold. Precisely. I've been borrowing it for several decades, always promising to return it someday. It is a debt I will never be able to fully repay. The head family has never forgotten its gratitude. Isn't that right, dear? Of course. If the Beatrices hadn't kindly lent it to us for 3 generations, the Ushiromiya family would have fallen long ago. Even someone as shrewd as father couldn't have done anything without funds to start with. By now, my money is making money, and the gold that made up my original funds can sleep in peace. Kraus, do you know what I am about to say? Since the moment Kraus had been summoned here, he had guessed what Kenzo was hinting at now. All things borrowed must be returned some day. That day had finally come. Yes, I understand. Father, Beatrice, I do not have many years ahead of me. In fact, this may be the last family conference that we will attend together. How faint-hearted you sound. You must be joking. Beatu alone laughed. She looked at Battler, so he laughed along with her, but Kinzo and the others remained silent. Apparently, there existed some major concerns about Kinzo's health. Of course, I do not intend to die as soon as next year. However, I don't believe I can make any certain promises about meeting you again. I never make promises I cannot keep. If you say it so proudly like that, I'm in no position to disagree. Are you serious about this? Beatrice, I want to make amends, and I must do it while I am still in high spirits. For that reason, I made a decision today. What's grandfather talking about? Quiet. Grandfather is about to talk about something very important. By now, even Battler understood what Kinzo was about to propose. Beatu probably realized it too. At one time, the Ushiromiya family had ruled the skies like an eagle before being crushed by the Great Kanto earthquake. The eagle had one of its wings torn off, and it crawled in the mud on the point of death. Then they were saved by the Golden Witch's golden miracle. Under the Golden Witch's protection, the eagle had nursed its wounds for many years. And now, finally, it was time for the eagle to leave the nest the witch had provided. I will return all of the gold that your grandmother lent me. Kraus, you have no objections, correct? That gold did not belong to the Ushiromiya family in the first place. Of course, I have no objections whatsoever. Are you sure, Kraus? You're an investor, aren't you? You could always do with more money, right? Didn't you want Kenzo to hand the gold over to you? Yes, now that you mention it, it's hard to deny what you say. However, the contract was always between you and father, and the gold was yours to begin with. My husband is the successor after all. Just as father rebuilt the family in one generation, I'm sure my husband will make the family thrive in his. And this is something that the two of us will do together. Well said. Yes, that's the spirit. So, letting go of 10 tons of gold leaves you with no regrets. I must say, that is quite impressive. What can a witch do against an opponent who cannot be swayed by the golden magic? I will return the gold to you, but the Ushiromiya family will always be supremely indebted to Beatrice, the Golden Witch. They would return the gold once lent by the Golden Witch. It was both simple and clear. However, the expression worn by the Golden Witch herself was slightly lonely, and she couldn't understand why this was. After all, if you're returning it, I cannot simply say I don't want it. Take it back. Well, Beatrice rose from the sofa. Then she walked up to the window and looked down at the rose garden waving in the wind. Kraus, I have also decided to present you and the others with my inheritance while I still live. The father, when I die, you will not only be busy with the funeral, but I imagine that you will have Eva and the others at your throats over the inheritance issue. If all is divided now, the funeral will be less trying for you. Kraus, write this down. And Genji, please be our secretary. I will now lay out the distribution of my assets. Kinzo immediately began explaining how the inheritance would be split up. Battler, realizing that he shouldn't be listening in on this conversation, walked over to where Beatrice was loitering by the window. Hey, rich person, if you've got too much gold on your hands, I'd be happy to lighten the load. Gold would be more useful if you turned it into firewood and used it to cook a stew. What's the matter? You're looking a bit bored. So, this day has finally come. I do feel a bit lonely. You do? My magic revived the Ushiromiya family and created Rockinjima. And now, it seems the Ushiromiya family no longer has any need for the power of my gold. It has taken flight, leaving the nest of my magic behind. True. That's how it's turned out. I have called Rockinjima the Witch's Island. My island. Yeah. And now Rockinjima is returning the gold to me. The day has come for Rockinjima to awaken from my magic. That's true. I knew that this would be the last game. However, now that we've reached this point, even in a manner such as this, it's surprisingly painful. You're the type of person who looks totally carefree, but who's actually full of lingering attachments and regrets. The cruel and obstinate ones are usually the quickest to grow attached and then to feel lonely. That's right. That's the kind of person you are. It was a game for you and me. It was fun. A great game you polished to perfection during those 6 years. I once likened it to an eternal torture for the both of us. Eternity is happiest when you can still believe that it's eternal. But all things must end, and we have to be aware of that. So, we must not avert our eyes. Just as the sun always rises, there's no sun that doesn't set. Of course, Angie didn't have the slightest idea what her brother and the witch were talking about. However, even as young as she was, she could feel that the pair had spent an incredibly long time together, and that they understood each other so well that they might as well be a married couple. Then, Beatu noticed her reaction. Angie, at one point, the two of us wove games for each other. However, that time is now over. This game has been made, not for our sake, but for yours. They were speaking in riddles again. Grasping the key that hung by her chest, Angie looked at her brother's face. We need to show you the contents of the cat box of this day. That key I gave you is for opening it. What do you mean by cat box? He means this day. With the miracle of magic, I've brought you to the day you wanted to reach so much. You must continue telling the story of this day as the final witch. Does that mean that I mustn't remain here? Angie's tone was slightly tense. She understood what her brother meant, and it made her frown. Just how long have I suffered, wishing that I could return to the Rockinjima of 1986? And now, I finally made it here. So why are you chasing me out? You said I could decide for myself. That's right. I did say that. I'm not leaving. And please stop trying to spoil me with this strange made-up game. I want to know the truth of this day. She's a moody girl, be it 12 years in the future or in the past. Shut up. I didn't ask you. And what the hell do you think you're doing here? Didn't the Golden Witch come here to perform her resurrection ceremony? Didn't you appear on the island with a crash of thunder and try to offer up 13 people as sacrifices? Why are you acting so happy and casual? It doesn't make sense. You're the one that doesn't make sense. What are you thinking? Do you want me to be a murderer? You wrote it down in a tale, sealed it in a message bottle, and threw it into the sea. 2 of those were later discovered on. Both of them were stories of cruel serial murders. A shame that only 2 of them made it to shore. How sad that land, my greatest masterpiece, was never seen by human eyes. I've been wanting to ask this for a while, but what's up with those message bottles? As I was working out the details for my game against you, I began creating those tales along the way. Once I realized that I could create endless different tales out of the same game board, it really started to get fun. So we wrote them down, hoping that I would beat them someday. Precisely. They were so good, I just couldn't bear to wait for your return. Inspired by Agatha Christie, I tried sealing them in bottles and throwing them into the ocean. Mysterious, don't you think? Don't mock me. Those were your plans for the crime. You used the location of the hidden gold to fan up discontent between the family members as you planned your brutal serial murders. Is that what I've become in the year 1998? Well, I guess I can't blame them. What's with the sudden change of character? Is this some scheme to make me let my guard down? I'm not going to be fooled so easily, Beatrice. Oni-chan, you want to make me surrender and say that witches exist, don't you? You think I'll fall for that? I'll find the truth without your help. Even though that truth is all around you right now. You once called yourself Gretel, but it seems the name Mytil would be more fitting. Enough. Angie tried to slap Beatitu's cheek. However, the difference between their heights was so great that Beatu dodged before the hand could reach her. Stupid, stupid, I won't accept it. I'll never acknowledge this farce as the truth. After Angie yelled those words, her eyes grew cloudy. They cleared up almost immediately. By that time, she had already gone back to her 6-year-old self. You're right, Angie. This is a sin I left behind, and the reason for this final tale's existence. As Angie stared blankly, uncomprehending, Beatu gently patted her head. Indeed, this tale is a farce. Of course it isn't the truth. However, there is something that he feels he must tell you. Something he's so determined to convey that he went to such lengths. Beatu, I'm already showing her. I don't want to force it on her. I see. I don't understand what you're saying. I'm sleepy. True. We should probably go take a nap. Kenzo, must I remain here longer? My apologies, but I must ask you to stay for just a bit. Moving on, Kraus, the continued support of the Fukuin house should be viewed as your responsibility as the Ushiromiya family head. What a pain. Forgive me, Battler. It seems I cannot go with you. Genji, would you mind taking these two to the guest house? As you wish. Battler-sama, Angie-sama, please follow me. Thanks. See you later, Beatu. Of course, I have a mountain of things I wish to discuss with you, and I would like to have some time alone tonight. We must act the part of a married couple every now and then. Oh, what do you mean, act the part of a married couple? Because Angie had gotten so bored, she had grown very sleepy. It would probably be best for her to take a quick nap. Battler walked through the windy rose garden, pulling her by the hand. When he questioned their guide, Genji, he learned that the old servant had known beforehand of Kinzo's desire to return the gold to Beatu and settle the inheritance problem early. The master decided to start preparations early for his final task in this world, the ending of his life. Most people don't think much about what happens after they die. Guess grandfather just lives on a whole other scale. Today marks the start of a new flight when the Ushiromiya family will depart from the Golden Witch's patronage. That's true. That's a pretty cool way to say it. Apparently, a grand Halloween party was to be held tonight, and Goda and the others had been ordered to start getting ready for it. However, it wouldn't just be a party, it would be a ceremony to mark the return of Beatrice's gold. At the start of dinner, Grandfather would make the announcement, and the three generations of Beatrices would be thanked for their gift to the family with a round of applause. Apparently, this was what they had planned. Are we still keeping the secret from Dad and the others? Technically, it is a secret. However, the Master did not suddenly begin thinking in this way today. He has considered this day many times over many years, and has even discussed certain matters with his children. I doubt that any will be surprised to hear this night's announcement. Apparently, my old bastard's been running all over the place trying to get money for his company. I guess he'll be dancing around when he hears that Grandfather's giving him his part of the inheritance early. A nice present for him. I rather think the great responsibility is what will spur him on. Ever since Rudolph Salmon left the island, he has succeeded splendidly. However, his success so far has been supported by the Master's wealth. And now that he's suddenly getting his inheritance money, he'll have to keep going by his own strength alone in the future. That's some nice pressure for him. The siblings must have suffered for decades because of their father's excess of success and ability. Simply having a parent who's too successful can be a great burden to a child. And tonight, they'll be leaving the nest, truly becoming adults for the first time. It seems the Master plans to call this night a gold returning ceremony. However, he originally intended to call it a living funeral. Sounds pretty depressing, having a funeral while you're still alive. I'll admit that calling it a day to start a new journey and leave the nest fits the Ushiromiya family much better. Oni-chan, I'm sleepy. Look, we're almost to the guest house. Do you want to go to Mom's room? Or to the cousin room? I don't care. I'll sleep until dinner. Angie, still holding her brother's hand, crouched down and looked as though she was about to fall asleep. Battler lifted her up and carried her. As she felt the warmth and safety of her brother's back, Angie drifted off into sleep. What happened that day? Just what on earth happened on October 4th and 5th, 1986? Because of the massive size of the Rokujima explosion accident, the time of the explosion was known almost down to the minute. That time was October 5th, 2400. The sheer improbability of that round number proved that the accident had been produced by artificial means. Later on, the following statements were collected from individuals who knew Ushiromiya Kinzo when he was alive. During his lifetime, Ushiromiya Kinzo built a clock rigged to blow up the island at 2400. This clock was apparently inside his secret study. When he felt mentally cornered and wanted to think of a brilliant plan, he would activate that device and use the tension of the approaching midnight to bring some flash of inspiration to him. While Ushiromiya Kinzo still lived, this was only thought of as a tall tale about this eccentric man. But the fact that the Rokujima explosion accident occurred at 2400 supported the story. It sounds crazy. He must have hoped to gain some sort of mystical power from those short periods of madness. If we call this his source of high output mental power, the story isn't that difficult to swallow. Professor Osuki spoke passionately. Witch hunters, enthusiasts who treat the mad fantasies surrounding Wakajima as their plaything. Angie had no reason to love these people who embellished the deaths of her family just for the fun of it. How ironic it was to Angie, who wanted to know what happened that day, that such people knew more about that island than anyone else. If someone used that device, the island would be blown away without a trace. There would be nothing left. No matter what had happened there, they could erase it. Theories that Ushiromiya Iba was the ringleader of some conspiracy sprang up very early on. However, no one was able to explain how she set off such a massive explosion, and the rigged clock proves that such a thing was possible. Correct. We can theorize that Ushiromiya Iba, fully aware of the timing and expected radius of the explosion, took refuge in Kuadoin to get all the family wealth to herself. She killed everyone and used the explosion to remove all evidence. That idea proves the most logical explanation for the Wakanjima mystery. It also conforms with the fact that Eva never spoke to anyone about the events of that day. Where was that rigged clock, and how did Eva find it? Several forgeries have speculated on this matter. There's no need for me to waste time thinking about it. Eva activated the clock device, hid in Kuadovian to escape the blast, and was therefore the only one to survive. That was everything, the answer, which eloquently told the whole story. When Eva first adopted me, our relationship wasn't that bad at all. I asked her several times what happened that day. Every single time she answered, it was to say that she didn't remember. But, well, she must have been flustered at the time. The very first time I asked, she answered like this. I can't tell you about it. It was a slip of the tongue. She knew what had happened that day, and she left this world without telling even a bit of the truth. She sealed the truth in a cat box and left this world, taking the key with her. There can be only one answer. She was behind everything. She got to keep all of the family wealth to herself and became super rich. And afterward, she lamented the fact that her beloved son would never inherit any of what she had created. And she cursed me. Just remembering that old bitch makes me want to vomit. What happened that day? That's what I want to know. It's my only goal, the one reason I'm still alive. However, later on, I had to come to grips with the fact that my goal was an abstract one. After all, though I don't know what happened that day, if it's a question of who did the crime, that's already clear. Ushiromiya Iba, she's the culprit that has never changed since the beginning. That's right, I'm not trying to find out what happened that day. I'm trying to find out what Ushiromiya Iba did that day. If I can reveal that, then I can expose Eva's evil, even though she's already dead. That is my true goal. The police also suspected that the accident might be a crime, and they did investigate. However, no matter how much they inspected the crater that had once been Wakajima, they didn't find anything at all. The public and the witch hunters cornered Eden with several bits of circumstantial evidence, but not a single bit of physical evidence was found. Though Eva was only the merest fraction of a shade away from guilty, they were unable to expose her crime. My goal isn't anything as vague as learning what happened that day. It's to expose the crime Ushiromiya Eva committed that day, and to have my revenge. I haven't been able to expose Ushiromiya Iba's crime, so people are acting as though the events of the island were all done by some bizarre golden witch. Defeating the Golden Witch means exposing Ushiromiya Eva's sin. I won't forgive Ushiromiya Eva. I'll certainly hate her and take revenge for my family. That is Ushiromiya Angie's one and only reason for living. If she knew you hated her that much, the president would probably be rolling around laughing in the next world. Shut up. I'll expose that old bitch's crime. I won't accept that it was a perfect crime with all traces blown away. I'll never do that. In other words, this journey of yours is a journey to take revenge for your family. Got a problem with that? You must be joking. It's great to know that you have a purpose in life. Could you turn that off? You don't like M. Zaki? Amakusa turned off the radio. The dull sound of the engine became the BGM that filled the car. Is it really so strange, fighting for revenge? Not really. Out on the front, I met people who lived for that reason over and over. You've been on battlefields many times as a mercenary, right? Well, I've seen a few. So, are people who fight to take revenge for their families strong? No doubt about it. Some people will even strap bombs to themselves and commit suicide to take revenge for their families. Humans are more than capable of dying for vengeance. That's right, I could do it too. Have you heard of child soldiers? You mean kids who fight like soldiers? That's it. Kids who've lost their parents and have nowhere to go sometimes get picked up by groups of armed insurgents and become soldiers. They get a gun thrust in their hands and they're taught how to take revenge. But in the end, children are expendable. Anyone can be a soldier in a battlefield if they can pull a trigger. Are you trying to say that I'm like that? Revenge can be a reason for living. It can also give you the strength to become a soldier. Like a miracle, it can turn a girl who could do nothing but sob over her parents' corpses into a soldier. Almost overnight. Nothing gives you more power than revenge. I guess so. And that's what I'm like. Do you know about the child soldier problem? No. Child soldiers who are given guns and taught how to take revenge. Make that their reason for living. Well, that's not right. It becomes their reason for firing their guns. But revenge is something that never ends. At some point, they no longer have any reason to keep shooting. What do you mean? They once shot for revenge, but eventually they keep on shooting for no reason at all. You mean they forget about taking revenge? When revenge is impossible, they eventually get tired of it and forget their original goals. When that happens, they have nothing except their guns. Eventually, they'll keep shooting just so they can eat. You're saying that child soldiers who started using guns for revenge end up as bandits or something. After all, they've never even gone to school, and they haven't been taught any useful skills as far as employment goes. They only learned how to shoot guns, and they were only ever praised when they killed the enemy. Eventually, your reason for living stops being revenge and becomes the means you once used to take revenge. It's sad, really. Are you saying that I will eventually get tired of revenge? And what would it be in my case? You'll get tired of exposing the truth, and you'll eventually become a person that can do nothing but hate Ushiromiya Iba. Well, that's true already. Got a problem with it. Come to think of it, that's right. I'm not sure what Amakusa is trying to say. Probably something annoying. So I'm not interested. Revenge is pointless. Is that what you're trying to say? You still have a long life ahead of you, lady. With your youth, you could do anything. I get the feeling that this journey might be a waste of that precious youth. It's none of your business. I've already jumped once, remember? Off that huge skyscraper. And you only barely made it out of that alive. Back then, I died. So I'm already a ghost. And my only purpose is to expose the truth of that day, to take revenge on my family's enemy. Sheesh, that's an iron will you've got there, lady. There's no way a flippant man like you could understand how I feel. After that, Amakusa was forced to shut his mouth. He shrugged, but Angie didn't see. Even so, Amakusa spoke once more. On the first day we started this journey, you said something. You said you wanted to know what happened on that island that day. It's the same now. What's changed? Now you're saying that you want to know what happened on that island on that day so that you can expose Ushiromiya Iba's crime. And isn't that the same? Well, that's true, but I'm tired, so I'll sleep now. Would you mind staying quiet for a bit? Tell me when we get there. Roger that. I wasn't particularly tired, really. I just said that because I didn't like talking about this. Don't become one. A child soldier. Angie, who had decided to feign sleep, ignored him. But Amakusa kept talking. He wanted to make sure she heard at least this much. You started on a journey to learn the truth. It's becoming more and more of a journey of revenge. A journey to have revenge by exposing the truth. But, as you know, there's nothing left on Wakinjima. There aren't even any traces left. Exposing the truth might not be a picnic. I know what Amakusa's trying to say. The police searched the scene so thoroughly just after the crime, and even they weren't able to find any physical evidence proving that Ushiromiya Iba was the culprit. And a full 12 years have passed since then. If the truth could be discovered by a girl like me, waving wads of cash around to pick up a bit of info from those who were somehow related to the incident, then someone would have exposed the truth long ago. I might not be able to reach the truth. If so, then my desire to expose the truth, will probably fade away. After that, only my hatred for Eva will remain, just like those child soldiers who forgot their original purpose and lived just to shoot. I'll forget my original purpose and live just to hate. I'll do nothing but despise Ushiromiya Eva, but my goal, exposing the truth for revenge, will be gone. So hating Ushiromiya Eva will become my whole life. Is there any difference between shooting for revenge and shooting to live? When you pull the trigger, someone dies either way. And what about my case? Is there any difference between hating Eva as I expose the truth and hating Eva after I've given up? There's no difference. In the end, whether I find the truth or not, I'll just keep on cursing Eva over and over until I die. What a crappy life. But now, that's all I have left. Ushiromiya Eva stole my family, so I'll take revenge by exposing her crimes and showing the world. My consciousness was slowly drifting away into sleep. Why is Oni-chan showing me such a bizarre Rockin' Is this supposed to be the truth? Enough with this farce. Why is even Oni-chan trying to hide the truth from me? I'm trying to find it so that I can avenge him and the others. Or would Oni-chan say the same thing as Amakusa? That revenge is meaningless, so I should stop. Is that why he's speaking in riddles, trying to make everything more confusing. That's none of his business. I'm not just trying to take revenge for their sakes. I'm doing it for my sake, too. After all, that's the only reason I'm still alive. Taking revenge is my reason to live. I don't have a clue what Only Chan is thinking. Outside, the rain had started to pour down hard. However, inside the cousin room, it was loud and cheery. It could have been raining spears, and no one would have paid any attention. Full house, take that. You weren't bluffing. The cousins were bursting with energy, sitting in a circle on the bed. And I thought Battler always had crap in his hands every time he acted tough. Of course, I've been losing all this time just to make you think that. Ushiro Mia Battler, the man who loses strategically to win in the end. Battler's incredible. All my coins have disappeared again. I'll give you some of mine. Let's crush Battler together, okay? With just a deck of cards, the could enjoy themselves for hours and hours. They were so engrossed that the occasional thunderbolt hardly even registered as static in the background. I'm starting to get hungry. I wonder if dinner's ready yet. Who knows? It should be ready soon. Go-to-san and the others really went all out for tonight. Which means we've got a lot to look forward to. Is this to celebrate my long-awaited return? I heard from Shannon just now that it's going to be a Halloween party. They'll set up a buffet in the hall. Sounds incredible. A Halloween party? Incredible, incredible. Yeah, who is it? There was a knock. The door opened, and Angie was there. She had been sleeping in her parents' room. Hey, Angie, so you woke up. They said it's time for dinner, so we have to go to the mansion. They said to get ready. Food, food, I'm hungry. Perhaps because she was the hungriest, Maria celebrated more vigorously than anyone else. She jumped up happily and hopped off the bed. As the others all clambered off the bed and started putting their shoes on, Kirie and Rudolph came into view. Hey brats, time for food, so get ready. It looks like today will be extra special. I can't wait to see it. I know, it's a Halloween party. A Halloween party? I know, and Angie doesn't. Mom, what's a Halloween party? Who knows? We'll have to go and see for ourselves. Everyone ready? It's about time to go. Is everyone here? Please follow me. Maria, over here. Your collar's crooked. I'm starving. The food is the best part of these family conferences. Are you starving too, Angie-chan? Eva smiled at Angie. Yeah, I'm starving. Angie, that's I'm hungry, right? Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'll bet you're starving. My tummy's rumbling too. Okay, let's get out of here. Looks like the wind's blowing hard outside. Make sure you don't lose your umbrellas. Everyone, please take an umbrella. Here's your umbrella, Angie-chan. Thanks, Aunt Eva. Girls really are so cute. Come over to play at your aunt's house one of these days. It's a promise, okay? It looks like Aunt Eva's taken a liking to Angie. Yep, apparently, Mother really wanted a daughter. I've heard that too. I think she adored me too when I was little. My mama said she really wanted a son. If your kid grows up happily, it doesn't matter if they're a boy or a girl. Maria is my precious, precious gift from God. When they got outside, the wind was fairly strong. Eva, who had really hit it off with Angie, offered to share an umbrella with the little girl. It was hard to tell what they were chatting so excitedly about, but they seemed to be getting along splendidly already. Battler opened his umbrella as he watched this. His little sister was cute when she clung to him, but she was just as cute and adorable when looking up at everyone else with a happy smile. The wind and rain were strong, but even this must have been the perfect spice to heighten their anticipation of the coming meal. Thanks to some festive decorations, the main hall had been remade into the scene of a Halloween party. The Ushimomiya family always took meals in the dining hall. This was the first time I had ever seen a buffet-style party set up in the main hall. Yo, Battler! Hey, Maria! Long time no see. Be it too. Happy Halloween. Trick or treat. I have some candy for you, but now is not the time. After all, it's just before a meal. Thank you, Beatrice-san. I see you're looking as beautiful as ever. You too, Rosa. You certainly don't look old enough to be a mother. Have you been drinking? Your ears are looking pretty red there. Well, after you left, Kinzo said he had bought this rare drink, so I couldn't help but sample a bit. And this coming from a person who tells little kids not to eat candy before a meal. Pardon me, Beatrice-sama, the master is calling for you. I saw Kinzo beckoning from over by the portrait. Good grief, when it comes to ceremonies, that man is always so obsessed with form. It's probably about that ceremony for the gold's return. This is a huge turning point for the Ushimomiya family. You had better go and play along. It does make one feel a bit lonely, though. This won't change the fact that you're the Ushimomiya family alchemist. Perhaps. Then I'll be back shortly. See you later, okay? According to Genji, today's party has a bit of a theme to it. You had better look forward to it. You make it sound like you did any of the work. You're another one who obsesses too much over details. Later. Oni-chan, is something going to happen today? Is it a special day? It looked as though even Angie had picked up on that much. She seemed to be getting tense for no reason. This is a special day for the Ushimomiya family, but it doesn't have anything to do with you personally, so you should just relax. Okay. Ah, that's right. Hey, did you know? I just heard a huge secret from Aunt Eva. Even Maria One-chan doesn't know, but I'll tell you. So, what's this secret? Okay. I heard that if you get an almond in yours, you win. Win? Is this like a lottery or something? Anyway, if you get an almond, you win. Angie puffed out her cheeks. Apparently she wanted to be praised for sharing this exciting secret. But just knowing that almonds win doesn't really explain much. Okay, Got it. Thanks for letting me in on that major secret. You're mean, Oni-chan, and I even told you my secret. Angie, her cheeks still puffed out, headed back to where Aunt Eva was. They really are getting along well. Well, I guess I have no problem if it's her aunt. If it was some guy from her class, I don't care if they're in elementary school. It's not happening. No playing with the opposite sex without Oni-chan's approval. At that moment, Genji-san's voice rang out. The chatter gradually subsided, and the rain outside once again became apparent. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask for your silence. Silence filled the room. All of the relatives seemed vaguely aware that tonight's festivities consisted of more than a Halloween party. Battler already knew. There was a ceremony to mark the return of the gold from Kinzo to Beatrice, which had been borrowed for so many years. Now, that fact was being announced by Kinzo himself. He spoke of how this gold had not only restored the Ushiromiya family, but brought it to a level of wealth it had never before experienced. He spoke of how he would finally return this gold to Beatrice, the one who had saved the Ushiromiya family. Kinzo personally handed an ingot decorated with a bright red ribbon to Beatrice. This is the debt we owe to 3 generations of Beatrice, the Golden Witch. The Ushiromiya family will never forget it. If you've nowhere to put it, I'll be happy to take it off your hands. Beatrice Sama. It was hard to imagine Beatu, of all people, getting admonished by Genji. I couldn't help but laugh. I am Beatrice, the Ushiromiya family alchemist. Tonight, I acknowledge the end of the loan contract for the 10 tons of gold. Now, several decades following my grandmother's generation, the time has come for the eagle that lost one wing to fly once more. I will watch over that eagle, and I pray for its prosperity in all generations to come. Applause filled the hall. Though she had managed to make such a dignified speech for once, as soon as it was over, she stuck her tongue out and leered at us. I guess that's about the limit to how long Piatu can stay serious. By passing her name on through the generations, Beatrice, the Golden Witch, may live for thousands of years. Therefore, even her descendants shall be Beatrice, and all shall be alchemists to this family. The descendants of the Ushiromiya family will praise Beatrice for her gratitude forevermore, and this will be passed on through the generations. This family will always be indebted to Beatrice, and she will always be our family, tied by a noble bond. Let those who acknowledge this show their recognition with their applause. After Genji's words, the relatives all looked at each other, then started applauding at once. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Beatrice, you are a member of the Ushiromiya family, and that is a bond more sacred than one of blood. Of course, lending money is more important than being a blood relation. Beatrice Sama. After that, Kinzo's long-winded speech continued. Tonight, Kinzo would retire as the Ushiromiya family head. Then, he announced that he would reveal the distribution of his inheritance. A stir of excitement spread across
Stream
the
elements,
siblings,
he said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
and money trouble when they heard that they wouldn't have to wait for Kinzo's death to get their shares. I am aware that each of you is in trouble with money. This should be enough to resolve all of those problems, but do not grow complacent. This is my inheritance, given to you before my death. In the past, though I have been strict, I have always watched over you. However, beginning tonight, your father will cease to provide support of that kind. I shall watch on as you take flight, as though watching down upon you from the heavens. No longer will I interfere. You may live however you please. The dad, father, we understand. We will certainly take flight on our own. Here and now, all of the siblings swear to work together to make the Ushiromiya family even more prosperous. That's right. If we stick together, nothing can stand in our way. Hideyoshi laughed, but Genshi admonished him. However, he could understand why they were so happy. So far, the siblings had quarreled ruthlessly over the inheritance. However, this evening, the inheritance had been neatly split apart, and they no longer had any need to scheme for money. In other words, the siblings no longer had any reason to squabble with each other anymore. On the contrary, this was a time for them to join hands and help each other become more and more prosperous. Eva and Rosa were sniffling, with tears in their eyes, and so was Rudolph. Perhaps now, despite their ages, they had finally left the nest for real. Tonight, the eagles of the Ushiromiya family would leave Wakanjima, the nest weed from the witch's magic, and go their separate ways, with their own power and determination. It made Kinzo think, if only I had done this from the start. If he had settled the inheritance problem himself, there would have been no need for his children to quarrel at all. Instead, he had acted in a sullen manner and left the problem to them, which had resulted in their strained relationships. Yes, it was all about his responsibility, and now the intertwining bonds had been released. It was as though an invisible rope had been wrapped around Kinzo's body. That rope was now gone, and he felt a sense of relief he hadn't experienced for many years. The four siblings stepped forward, and before Kinzo, they all swore to all support Kraus, the new head, and lead the family to greater prosperity. Their faces sparkled with an unexpected youthfulness. It was only natural. After all, none of the four had made such a natural feeling promise since the time they were kids. As the vibrancy of their youth returned to them, the siblings made a promise once again. When Kraus finished his announcement, a friendly applause filled the hall. The cousins, and the servants too, joined in on the applause that continued on and on. Angie watched this dumbfounded. The four siblings were supposed to have quarreled with each other constantly since they were kids, and they were supposed to have pointlessly locked swords with Kinzo's inheritance as their goal, their worries over money spurring them on. Thanks to this ceremony, even the world of truth, the world I acknowledge, has been rewritten. Were they actually friendly towards each other, or did they quarrel all the time like before? It doesn't matter. Either way, right here, right now, all of those problems have been resolved. I mustn't believe this is just Oni-chan's farce, even though I knew that fact when I watched Dad and the others hugging each other with teary smiles on their faces. I couldn't help but feel something warm welling up in my eyes. I won't believe this is all Oni-chan's farce. What will you have to see? What will you have to hear before you'll let yourself believe? Red, if you say it with the red truth, is everything that can't be said in red a lie? I won't believe. This is just. Angie looked at the floor and fell silent. As the game master, Battler was able to use the red truth. However, that rule only exists on a witch's game board. In the world of humans, red truth doesn't exist. People see things, hear things, and when they believe that something is worth believing, they accept it as a red truth. Unless Angie accepts it, no kind of truth can become truth. Battler wanted her to realize this. There was no point in using the red truth, a rule of this game, to force the truth on her. Angie would have to use her own power, her own heart, to accept the truth as truth. The decision was Angie's. No one could force her to decide either way. So, there was nothing wrong with Angie declaring the scene to be a farce. But if so, then what about the hot tears dripping down Angie's face? Angie would have to think that through herself, without anyone telling her. After one sniffle and a rub of her eyes, Angie let the 6-year-old version of herself take control of her peace. What followed was a harmonious, fun stretch of time. Beautifully adorned dishes were brought in one after another, and champagne corks were loosened with pleasant sounds. Several small tables were set here and there, each with its own theme. That was where the fun lay in the stand-up buffet party, as the guests wandered from table to table, pondering what they should eat first. This sort of performance was where Goda's genius shone through. The hotel that let him go should have regretted ever having done so. Of course, a stand-up buffet would probably be a tiring affair for the middle-aged, so chairs had been set up as well. However, each time a new dish was brought into the hall, they could get up to look, wandering through the tables however they pleased. This way, they could each bump into a new group of people, then mingle elsewhere when that group melted apart. People are interesting. As the members in each group changed, so did the topic of conversation. The bustling Halloween party that played out like a colorful kaleidoscope. The origami chains decorating the walls brought back youthful memories. Those would help anyone enjoy themselves like they were kids again. Even to Angie, it was like a dream. She chatted happily with her cousins. She also chatted with her aunts and uncles. Beatrice showed her several tricks that she called magic. Maria said they were magic. Angie said they were tricks, and the night grew even more lively. The two young girls were so fired up that the adults decided to show some tricks they knew, shocking both of the kids utterly. Eventually, they each started showing tricks to the others, asking if they had ever seen this one or that one before. And it became a party of magic, just perfect for Halloween. In addition to magic tricks, several quizzes, riddles, and games popped up, reminding everyone of their childhood days. Even the servants who were serving food got dragged into the groups, and the whole hall was filled with chatter. To Angie, young as she was, every single magic trick, quiz, and riddle was an entirely new experience. They stimulated her intellectual curiosity, and she couldn't contain her excitement. Add in the wide variety of delicious foods and drinks she could choose from, and it was like being in a dream. Angie felt a floaty sensation, as though she was walking on a cloud. Angie, did you drink some of this? This is Daddy's drink. I wanted to try some adult grape juice too, so it's okay. Your face is looking a little red there. Are you feeling all right? She only had a bit, so I think she'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'm not a kid. Angie Chan, drink this one, okay? That stuff your dad drinks is nasty, so don't try anymore. Got it? That's right. If you drink bad stuff, you'll end up as a bad adult too. I'm not going to be a bad adult. I'm going to be a princess. That's right. Angie is our princess. Yup. She's our family's princess. I agree. You had better come over to my house to play sometime. We'll have lots of fun. Okay. Thanks, Aunt Eva. Everyone's being really nice. It almost feels like I've become a real princess. I feel so great I could almost believe that this whole celebration was being held for my sake. Battler stood outside that group of people. As he watched Angie smiling happily from the distance, he smiled too. When she smiles like that, she really lives up to her name. It's so sad. I agree, it really is a smile fit for an angel. I hope that smile comes from the real Angie and not just the piece. Even if it doesn't, she's watching this and she can think it through herself. This game between you and Angie really is overflowing with affection. So much that it's irritatingly slow for me. And what's wrong with that? There's no one to get in her way. No obstacles or tactics or anything else to worry about. That's right. This game is no longer a battle. Now that you mention it, this is cleaning up. Cleaning up after our game. I'll never be able to make up for the sin I did to her through my careless actions. We have to take responsibility for our game. We'll make up for our sins together. That's why we're showing Angie this final game. Do you think that Angie will be able to use that key the right way? Of course, I've thought about forcibly dragging her in the direction we think is right. Such an attempt would probably have been meaningless. When you are forced to make a decision, it's hard to accept that it was truly a correct one, no matter how much time passes. Angie has to think and choose for herself. Even if she doesn't make the decision we view as the correct one, I think we should respect it. You are the game master. I cannot argue with you anymore. I will simply watch on and enjoy this night. This game is really significant for Angie, but for us, it's kind of like a party after the show. It's almost time, but are you sure? Angie might get the wrong idea again, right? It'll be fine. In fact, this is necessary, just like how you appeared in the way you did, and everyone else too. Then let us enjoy this final celebration with the others. After all of them have acted their parts so well in this long game. That instant, the sound of someone clapping for attention rang out. Your attention, everyone. Please gather. And now for today's special event. Goda had been the one clapping. Everyone gathered together, wondering what was going on. On the serving cart in front of him was a large sliced chocolate cake. As the highlight of tonight's Halloween party, I have prepared this sacrament for you all. As you can see, it was made specially for the Ushiromiya family and bears the crest of the one-winged eagle in chocolate. The stupendous cake drew a gasp of admiration from all present. What a splendid cake, a perfect highlight for the party. Oh no, it's not just the cake. Tonight's cake has a little secret. Master, I ask that you explain that secret to everyone. Very well. This is a bit of a game. One slice of this cake will be used to select the winner. It's got an almond in it. Angie shouted happily. Kenzo looked at her and nodded. In just one slice of this cake, there is a single almond. The one who chooses that piece shall become tonight's king. It's been a long time since I played the king game. I'm guessing the subject matter was a bit different when you played it. So, what happens to the person who becomes the king? The king gets to name one wish, then we shall all try to grant it together. Sounds interesting. Kings are boys, girls can't be kings. If a girl wins, they get to become the princess. The almond, the one with the almond wins, right? Right? That's right. You're incredible, Angie. In times like this, luck can tell you something about a man. Can't let myself lose now. Hold up there. Let's let the smallest kids choose first. Good idea. Angie-chan, you can go first. Hey, you're the big cousin now, Maria. Let Angie-chan go first. But what if Angie wins? I am going to win. The almond wins. The almond wins. It seems we old fogies must hope that leftovers are lucky today. If we're going by age, I guess that means Kinzo's last. But weren't you 1,000 years old? No. Everyone burst out laughing. Her real age was unknown, but she claimed to be 19 years old. In front of Angie lay a large cake, split into several pieces. Just one of those pieces was the winner. Well then, Angie-sama, which piece would you like? Whichever you choose, it will be ever so delicious. No way, I only want the winning one. Well then, you'll have to try and guess right on the first shot. Go ahead, pick one. Battler pushed Angie's small back towards the table with the cake. Which one? should I take? The chocolate cake was cut into 15 pieces. I want to pick the one with the almond and become the princess. One of them has an almond. Which could it be? I get to choose first, but it sort of feels unfair. I mean, it is, isn't it? My chances of getting the right one are 1 in 15. There's no way I'll get it. And then, when Maria Onechan goes after me, she has a 1 in 14 chance of picking the winner. Unless you already picked the winner. So that means Maria Onechan has a 1 in 15 chance of having lost already. The next person has a 1 in 13 chance unless they lost already, which would be a 1 in, then a 1 in 12 chance, and the last person will win for sure. Oni-chan, this isn't fair. It's harder for the person who goes first. Everyone laughed. Apparently, there was something wrong with my calculations, but I still didn't like it. Then let's start this contest of luck with Angie-sama. Please feel free to make your selection. Okay. If I have to pick one out of so many, there's no way I'll win. But for some reason, tonight, it feels like I might actually win after all. I have no reason for feeling this way, but when I'm in a good mood, Lady Luck always brings me fortune. Have you decided yet? Yeah, I've decided. This one's the winner. I concentrated on my fingertip and pointed at one of the 15 slices. The slice I chose was... Oh, I actually have to choose a slice? What? This one. This one, are you sure? I've made up my mind. I want this one. When he asked me whether I was sure, I felt a little uneasy. Still, at times like this, it's better to stick with your instincts. It was one of the few bits of philosophy that this young girl had learned from her few life experiences. Goda took the chosen slice, put it on a plate with a fork, and handed it to Angie. I go next. Which should I take? It was Maria's turn next. She was excited, determined to be the winner. I walked away from that group, all by myself. I was struck by temptation to quickly cut the cake open and check for an almond inside. However, I stopped myself. If I check my piece first, my chance of winning is 1 in 15. However, if I wait for some other people to check their slices, then when I see that they've lost, my chances will go up if only slightly. In other words, instead of searching for the almond right away, my chances will go up if I wait for some other people to lose. But if someone picks a winner while I'm sitting around here, the chances of my slice being a winner will go to 0. It'll be tough to calculate the right moment. I need to wait just a little long enough for as many losers to show up as possible. My chances of winning are highest if I can check my piece immediately before someone else wins. Yeah, that's the trick to winning this game. What a strange thought. It feels like I'm missing something. Even though no one else can touch the cake that's sitting in front of me, the almond inside it will appear or disappear, depending on whether or not the other people win or lose. I was in such a good mood that I felt dizzy, and I couldn't figure out what was wrong with my theory. But I did realize that something was strange. There's always just one truth inside a cat box. No matter what happens outside the box, it shouldn't be able to shake the truth inside. And yet, I'm being shaken about by events outside the cat box, trying to use those to change the way I observe the box's contents. I don't even know what I'm saying. Another me inside me is trying to say that, but it's too hard for me to understand. I feel like I'm drifting. I got so cheery and excited that, even though I'm not sleepy, my mind feels hazy. Maybe it's 'cause I drank Dad's adult drink. In the end, even though I chose the first piece, I decided to check it last. After I've seen that everyone else has lost, my chances of winning are still will be 100%. I tried to find the contradiction in my thinking, but I didn't really get it, so I stopped. It's much better to have a 100% chance than a 1 in 15 one. So I decided to bet on that. I couldn't wait to open this precious treasure chest. But I waited for everyone else to choose their pieces and check them. How is it going? Has anyone found a winner? Mine didn't have one. I lost too. Guess I'll have to give up on being the princess. Even if you lose, the sacritor really is beautiful and delicious. It's such a good decoration, it's almost a shame to eat it. How about you? Got the almond? No, not me either. What about you, Hideyoshi Nisan? Mine's a loser too. Looks like I've used up all my luck with my company and my wife. What do you mean by that? What about you, Dr. Nanjo? I'm checking it now. Games like this can truly be fun every now and then. Indeed, sometimes a simple test of luck without any strategy or tactics can be quite entertaining. What about you, Beatu? Where's the liar who said leftovers would be lucky? What about you, Angie? Was there an almond in yours? I'm checking now. Oh, you still haven't touched yours. I had been following my own personal probability theory, but I didn't think I could explain it well to Oni-chan, so I didn't mention it to him. I wonder if there's an almond in here. If I win, I'll be tonight's princess. I'll be happy if I win, but even if I don't, it'll still be a really fun night, so that's okay. I got put on hold when this cake game started, but before then, everyone was having a lot of fun trading tricks, quizzes, and riddles. This game is fun too, but I want to play like that again soon. What's up, Angie? I lifted up that tiny thing with my fork and stared at it, then showed it to my brother. This is an almond, right? Angie got it. That's awesome. At the same time, a stir rose up in the other corner of the room. I got one. I won. So Eva won. My. Congratulations, Eva Sama. That's wrong. I won. Mine has the almond. I held the almond high and shouted across the room. The crowd around Eva split, and everyone stared at me, surprised. I was surprised too. The thing in her hand was, without a doubt, an almond. What the heck? What's going on here? Goda, there seem to be two almonds, so are they both winners? But that shouldn't have. Does this mean that one of the two winners made a mistake? Angie Sama's is clearly an almond. How about your end, Kenrico? Eva Sama's is clearly an almond. Then it seems that they both win. Master. What an odd occurrence. What's all this, Goda? Well, it seems we've had a little mistake. Perhaps they should do rock, paper. Come now, don't be stingy. It just means that two almonds have appeared to signify the queen and the princess. Precisely. Let's have them both be winners. Well, but Goda was hesitant. Actually, he had prepared a single special dessert for the king. It had been decorated in a way that made it hard to split for two people, so it wasn't convenient for there to be two kings. When Eva heard Goda mumbling something to this effect, she shrugged and laughed. In that case, let's have Angie Chan be the princess. The princess? I'm the princess. I'll be your attendant. That works, right? Of course it worked. Angie had been worried that Eva would be declared the winner since she had spoken up first. So she hadn't even dreamed that Eva would give it up to her. But are you sure you won too? It's okay. I get to be your attendant. Come, princess. What wish do you want granted? Let's hear it. I've already chosen my wish. And what is it? Won't you tell your aunt? I want this fun time to keep on going. Forever. The young me spoke for the desire in my heart. But what we were doing before this was so fun, so I would like to keep doing it. I get the feeling that the nuance has changed. Still, that was unmistakably my wish. What we were doing before this. You mean those tricks and quizzes? Yeah, then let's do this. Listen up, everyone. This is an order from your princess. Remember how much fun we were having earlier? Let's all entertain Angie Chan with tricks and quizzes. Hold up there. I've already used up all my magic tricks. Then let's do quizzes and riddles. So we just need to entertain Angie Chan with quizzes. We can all present quizzes for our princess to enjoy. I see. Understood. Yes, how intriguing. Then, Angie, let us do it this way. Everyone will give you a quiz or a riddle, and you can try to solve them. Each time you succeed, I will give you a medal. A medal? He probably means some sort of commemorative medallion. If you get a lot of puzzles right, you'll get a lot of medals. Just gathering medals is a tad boring, don't you think? Yes. Depending on the number of medals you collect, I shall give you a fantastic present. Well, do you suddenly feel fired up? It sounds amazing, so there's even a prize. Isn't that great, Angie? Yeah. Everyone gathered around me, smiling as they thought about what sort of puzzle they would give. They're all thinking about me so that they can play with me. Just the feel of having that all to myself almost made me explode with joy at becoming the princess. I became the Halloween party princess, and the tournament of quizzes and riddles just for me began. It looks like I got a medal for each puzzle I get right. If I get a lot, I'm supposed to get a wonderful prize from Grandfather. Okay, here I go. Who should I start with? I don't think it matters. Start with whomever you like. I had better think up a killer puzzle while I have the chance. Maria, didn't you have a quiz book in your bag? I do. I'm going to give Angie a nasty one. Maria Onechan laughed with an evil smile. Looks like everyone's going to try and bully me. I'm sure they'll think up some really hard questions. Don't worry, I'll lend a hand. Really? Of course. After all, I'm the princess's attendant. So let's give it our all together and get a huge pile of medals. Okay. Come now, Angie Sama. Start wherever you want. I, Goda, am ready to challenge you whenever you please. Whoa, not so fast. The honor of the first audience with the princess belongs to me. Angie, begin with my challenge. Okay. I suddenly got tense and my tummy began to feel tight. Then Aunt Eva gently held my hand. It'll be okay. Let's do this together. Okay. Then let us begin, Angie. This is a story about December 25th, Christmas Day. Christmas. Even though it was October, he suddenly started talking about Christmas. Is he going to ask what day Christmas is? I know that. It's December 25th. On Christmas Day, a old man looked up at the night sky and spoke. Eventually, the night will end and morning will come. Wouldn't it be wonderful if, after the sun sinks and it becomes night once more, it could be Christmas again? And then the man spoke. Okay, I'll make your dream come true for you. Is such a thing possible? The day after Christmas is the 26th, a normal day. That's impossible. Still, Christmas even after the sun rises. I've got it. How? How can the day after Christmas be Christmas again? Think about it for yourself, Angie. Oh. Oh, we actually have to... Oh. We've actually got input. Okay. I mean, depending on where they are, yeah, I guess it's possible. If you like, I don't know, time left, like, took an airplane to the next time zone. I mean, it's technically possible, right? I see. It is possible. Yeah, that's right. After all, there are 2 nights in every day. Right. December 25th starts at 12 midnight. Midnight is during the night, so that's the first night. Then morning comes, and when night falls again, it's still the same day until midnight. Okay, yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it. And both of those nights are nights on Christmas Day. Am I awesome? Am I awesome? With a delighted smile, Aunt Eva patted my head vigorously. Well done, Angie. I tried to make it a hard question, but you solved it like it was nothing. Congratulations, Angie Sama. Here is a medal for getting the first question right. Genji-san held out a gold-colored medal. Grandfather smiled at me, urging me to take it. The thank you. Keep up the pace. Well now, that is all for my puzzle. Head over there and ask whomever you choose for a quiz. It was a heavy, gold-colored medal. If I get a lot of these right, my pocket might burst. I'm going to get so many that I can brag about it to everyone. After bowing to Grandfather, I hurried off with Aunt Eva to where everyone else was gathered. Yay, I got one medal. Okay. Kenzo watched Angie go with a warm gaze. Even if my reasoning was completely different. Did I make it a bit too easy? No, I think it was just right. Genji, have I managed to act the part of a good grandpa? Of course. Angie is young, and she frequently grows sick and is unable to come to Rockinjima. She probably won't remember me well. Young children have their own kind of cruelty. They think of kindness as something they'll naturally receive. And because they think of kindness as only natural, they forget about it quickly. It is no different from gratitude to one's parents. It will probably take Angie some time, Sama many years before she finally understands. Do you think she will eventually remember that I was a fun grandpa? Yes, I am certain of it. Kinzo's expression grew slightly darker. Eventually, even Angie will get older, and she will probably hear how the public at large regards Ushiromiya Kinzo. The Ushiromiya Kinzo known by the public is completely different from the Kinzo who plays with his grandchildren. When she learns, will Angie remember the face of Kinzo the Tyrant, known by the world, or that gently smiling face? I would hope for her to remember my smile, if possible, but such a thing is probably too much to ask for. There's no way around it. That's what children are. Oh, it's you. Children just eat up kindness, and it never remains in their memories. By the time 12 years have passed, she will surely learn what a bizarre, eccentric Ushiromiya Kenzo was. Your smile is fated to be painted over by that and forgotten. Most probably, no matter how much I spoil her, my love will not be rewarded. However, just as it takes a long time to remember what you owe your parents, Angie will surely remember someday. She will remember the smiles you showed her. Let her forget. One smile from her is the greatest parting gift I could ever take with me when my time comes. This is the essence of unrewarded love. I guess grandfathers are always
DJ
unrewarded.
Nexus Grade said, hello.
Hello, hello, Creed. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Oh, but I have been rewarded. With Angie's smile just now to look back upon, I could happily pass on in my sleep tonight. With a lonely laugh,
DJ Nexus Grade said, it has been a long time, friend.
has it been a long time or has it been a short time? Time is an illusion, friend. It doesn't really exist. Well, I hope you've been having a good time. With what time you have been having. With a lonely laugh, Kenzo spun around, setting his cape, uttering, this was all the love he could offer Angie as a grandfather. A part of him wanted to be remembered, but he knew he mustn't wish for that. That was how unrewarded love worked. After looking at Kenzo's back, Miyatu stared at Angie's
DJ
back
Nexus Grade
again.
said, I have been having a time regardless.
Angie, even so, please remember it someday. Remember the smile that Kenzo once showed you. I wonder if we would have gotten different dialogue there if we had gotten the question wrong. Does each question have unique dialogue? Because, hmm, whose quiz should I take next? I'm going to challenge more and more people, get more and more medals for getting them right, and get a wonderful present to show everyone. Uncle Kraus and Aunt Nasuhi are over there. They're looking this way and smiling. I'm sure they thought up
DJ
some
Nexus
interesting
Grade
puzzle.
said, not a bad time but a time regardless.
Well, as long as it's not bad, yeah. I mean, not all times can be good times. That's just the way it goes. Because, That's how you can recognize
DJ
good times
Nexus
for good
Scrade
times.
said, I truly hope you have been well.
Oh yeah, I've been pretty well. I pretty much just stay in my lane and do me, right? Yeah, no, I've been pretty good. Thank you for asking. Well, at least it hasn't been necessarily a bad time, so that's good to hear. There's Uncle Hideyoshi beckoning for me to come over. He's a fun uncle, so I'm sure he's thought up a fun question. Mom and Dad are across from him. They're waving at me, telling me to have lots of fun. Dad probably knows a lot of really hard questions. He
DJ
might be
Nexus
tough.
Scrade said, that is the best way to beso me times.
Yeah, right? I mean, just vibe and just chilling. Not everything is exciting, but as long as it's not bad, you're doing mostly good. Over there is Aunt Rosa and Maria One-chan. It looks like they're reading a quiz book together, searching for a problem. Every now and then, Maria One-chan glances over at me, laughing. She can be mean sometimes, so I'm sure her puzzle won't be a nice one. Beyond them are Battler Oni-chan, George Oni-chan, and Jessica One-chan.
DJ Nexus Scrade said, stay in your lane because some people do not know how to drive.
Oh yeah, they be driving all over the place, right? Driving into other people's lanes, sipping their Kool-Aid. They just want to cause chaos. Some people just need to get straight. Yeah, that's defensive driving is very important. Just do the best you can, and what will be. Battler Oni-chan is usually nice, but he
DJ
sometimes
Nexus Scrade
says
said, that part.
really mean things, and I think he likes seeing me get confused. I get the feeling that he'll give me a really tough problem. Is there anyone who looks like they won't be mean? If I can, I'd like to start with some easy puzzles to warm me up. All the way over there are Genji-san and Dr. Nanjo. I don't think those two will be mean to me. And then there's Shannon and Cannon. Shannon knows about a lot of quizzes and fairy tales. I'm sure she'll give me something unique. Then we have Goda-san and Kumasawa-san, who are serving tea. Kumasawa-san might be tough. I kinda think she'll give me a really confusing problem. It looks like everyone might be pretty tough. Angie-chan, I've got a good one for you. Over here. Uncle Hideyoshi is calling for me. What should I do? Should I go? Do you want to try Uncle Hideyoshi? Yeah, the order doesn't matter. After all, I'm going to challenge everyone. I rolled up my sleeves and headed towards Uncle Hideyoshi.
DJ Nexus Scrade said, that looked like Bill Clinton for a minute, but my eyes have been bad recently.
Oh no, well, hopefully you can still see properly. Here you are. Mine's a tricky one. That happens though when you get older. As you get older, your eyes get worn out and they start going bad, right? That's just part of life. Mine's a tricky one, okay? I wonder what sort of question you'll give her. Don't make it too hard, okay? It's okay if it's hard. I'll solve it. Looking pretty confident there. Here it comes. After clearing his throat, Uncle Hideyoshi started telling his question. Mine's a riddle. Listen closely now. You know the story of Momotaro, right? The boy who floated down a river in a peach. That's right. But you know, one day an apple floated down that river. An apple.
DJ Nexus Scrade said, I can see enough to know I saw no saxophone.
And the next day a butternut squash floated down it. I hate all butternut squash are nummy though. And then the next day some cabbage floated down it, and the next day a dill pickle did, and the next day an eggplant floated by, and the day after that a fig did. What a strange tale. Did a greengrocer live upstream or something? Okay, here's the question. What floated down the river the next day? I've got it. Do you get it, Angie-chan? I don't get it. Then I'll give you a hint. There's a pattern. Yeah, I kind of figured that. It's like that word game when the beginning ends with a. That's probably what it is, isn't it? Can you guess what the pattern is? What a huge hint. And they're even giving
DJ
us
Nexus
options
Scrape
here.
said, "Did you eat anything yummy today?"
Not yet, not yet. I do plan on eating after stream ends. I'm probably honestly just going to smash these chips. I have a bad habit when grocery day comes, which was yesterday, of just eating a whole bunch of chips the next day because these chips are just so tempting. I don't know if you know the Takis. Takis are just really spicy chips that are just so nummy. So not yet, but I will later. A, B, C, D, E, F.
DJ Nexus Scrape said, "I have two options."
You have two options, huh? Yeah, good food is important to eat. A for apple, B for butternut, C for cabbage, D for dill, E for it. So it's G, a grapefruit. What two options you got, friend? A.
DJ Nexus Scrape said, "I could eat a steak and cheese sub or chicken breast marinated in teriyaki sauce with peppers and onions on top of egg noodles."
Ooh, both of those sound good. Decisions, decisions. Do you want me to link you to a coin flipper? I know. It's a grapefruit. That's right. It wasn't one of the choices, but green beans would have worked to anything starting with a green G, pretty much. The names all followed the alphabet. Apple was A, butternut squash was B.
DJ Nexus Scrape said, "If you want to choose my path, then I am good with it."
Nope, I'm just gonna make you flip a coin. I'll just make you
DJ
flip the
Nexus
coin.
Scrape said, "Honestly, to me either way would be good."
If you make me choose, I'll just flip a coin. So yeah, that's coins are useful that way. I'll be oh, what's his name? Two-Face from Batman. I'll just be Two-Face from Batman. Cabbage was C. It kept going with D, E, and F. So after F comes G. That's why the answer
DJ
had to be
Nexus
something
Scrape
that started with G.
said, "Do you have a coin to flip?"
Well, there. If you Google coin flip, there it'll pop up a coin flip. I don't actually have to have a coin. I don't think I have a coin though. I don't think I have any cash money. Period. Everything's on the internet nowadays, right? Thanks, Aunt Eva. I got it right thanks to your hint. You solved it by yourself, and you can't. I can't remember the last time I had cash money. Actually, now that I think about it, when was the last time I actually had an actual physical money? Hmm. You solved it by
DJ
yourself,
Nexus
Auntie
Scrape
Chan.
said, "I do not understand what Bitcoin is yet, but I do not want it to be honest."
Yeah, I vaguely understand Bitcoin, but it seems really volatile. And I just don't see it happening there. Yeah, it's too volatile. You solved it by yourself, Angie Chan. Incredible. And that's not to mention all the offshoots of Bitcoin, you know, Dogcoin or whatever. Or Trump's newest one. Whatever, Trump started one too. I don't remember what it's called. I think his wife started one too. Anyway. Yep, nice work. Now here's your medal for getting it right. Hideyoshi took out a gold-colored medal and placed it on my palm. It felt heavy in my hand. Yeah, this is what victory feels like. I had better
DJ
keep it up.
Nexus Scrape said, "I do not follow politics, so when I hear that name I do not know what you're talking about."
Ah, that's fair, that's fair. I read the news every day myself, so I do kind of keep up with it. At least a little bit. For better or worse. Not like I can do anything about pretty much any of it. I had better keep it up. We got another medal. We got another medal. I've got another medal for Eva's puzzle.
DJ Nexus Scrape said, "I would keep up with it, but I do not want to fill my head with stupid stuff every day."
Yeah, that is completely fair. It is pretty much all just ridiculousness, especially here lately. I've got another medal for Eva's puzzle, but I can't think of any more. Then maybe I should give Angie Chan a puzzle. You will? Sure. How about a quiz for the princess from her attendant? I thought of a fun one, so please have a go at it. Aunt Eva smiled brightly. I want to get as many medals as possible. Like, for instance, a guy who doesn't believe in vaccines.
DJ Nexus Grade said, have you ever played Chrono Trigger?
A guy who doesn't believe in vaccines is now heading the department in charge of vaccines. Yeah, it's a bunch of stupid stuff. Chrono Trigger, that sounds vaguely familiar. Is that one that I've seen but haven't actually played myself, or is that one that I've played? It does sound vaguely familiar.
DJ Nexus Grade said, it is a JRPG made for the SNES.
It sounds vaguely familiar, but I'm not placing it off the top of my head.
DJ Nexus Grade said, the main character looks kind of like a red-headed Gaku.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Steam page right now, and it doesn't look familiar, but the name sounds familiar, so I don't know. And it is similar to other games I've played, like Sea of Stars. It has Steam achievements. But no, I have not played it. Are you recommending it or something? Okay, I'll have a go at it.
DJ Nexus Grade said, I feel like if you are a true gamer, which I know you are, you should play that game one day while you are still young.
Okay, well, it is going on the wish list then. It's only $15, so yep, maybe eventually at some point. Eventually. I do have a bit of a backlog. That'll be for the RPG days. We're currently doing Backpack Hero. I don't know if you know Backpack Hero for the RPG. It's been pretty interesting. That's the spirit. Okay, here it comes. We've talked about how I love to travel, haven't we? Yeah, you said you like traveling overseas a lot.
DJ Nexus Grade said, I understand what a backlog is, so take your time, but please play it before you die.
Well, I don't plan on dying ever, so that should be fine. That's right, so this will be a puzzle about traveling. There's a traveler in a certain place. A traveler. First, the traveler walked 5 kilometers north. Should I write this down on a piece of paper? Don't worry, the puzzle isn't that hard, so listening to it will be enough. The traveler first walked 5 kilometers north, then he walked 5 kilometers to the east. Then he walked 5 kilometers to the south. 5 kilometers north, 5 kilometers east, 5 kilometers south. You mean like a blocky N? That's right. So he would end up a spot 5 kilometers to the east of where he started. That's what you would think, right? But incredibly, this traveler ended up in the same spot he started. Is something so mysterious possible? There's no way. His compass must have gone crazy. Of course it didn't. Do you know Angie-chan? It wasn't because of his compass. Is this a play on words? No, this is a real quiz. For a hint, why don't you try thinking about a globe? There was a certain traveler walked 5 kilometers north, 5 kilometers east, and 5 south. And our potential answers are a very hot place, a very cold place, or such a place couldn't exist. Well, if it's a very cold place, maybe he slid?
Stream Elements said, stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
That might be it. That's the only thing I could think of, because I don't see how a hot place, unless it's, sand and he's shifting. I think like a cold place and he like slides on the ice or something, right?
DJ Nexus Grade said, please hydrate.
Yep. Hydrating is important, especially for a turtle. because we live in the lakes and stuff. Can I save? Oh, I can save. You know what? We're going to go ahead and save, and I want to just get all the answers right. So, I have a feeling it has something to do with ice. I got it. It's a really cold place. Yeah, it must be incredibly cold there. Perfect. Angie-chan, you must really be a genius
DJ
to get
Nexus
something
Scrade
like that at your
said,
age.
I am thinking about taking a bath, so hydration is very important.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And bathing is too, for that matter. If you start at the South Pole, then after you go north, going east just draws a circle around the South Pole. So anytime you head south again, it just takes you right. Oh, okay, so they're playing with the poles. Okay. I tried to make it an extra hard puzzle, but Angie Channel's just too good. Congratulations, here's another medal for ya. And I was
DJ
thinking about
Nexus
slipping on
Scrade
ice, okay.
said, also Donatello, Leonardo, Raphael, and Michelangelo are sitting right beside me as my brothers.
That sounds fun. Make sure to give them lots of pizza. They do love their pizza, yeah? Yeah, make sure to give them lots of pizza. Mmm, pizza. I got a heavy gold colored medal. Alright, I did it. Aunt Eva and I held up our fists in celebration. Okay, that's all for our puzzles. Go ask one of the others to give you one.
DJ
Okay,
Nexus Scrade
thank you, Uncle
said,
Hideyoshi.
I would cook pizza, but at the same time we have pizza the other night and we got to do
Oh
something
no, you
different.
don't have to do anything different. We can have pizza every night. Your aunt's real, and really, considering how many toppings you can put on a pizza, you can still make it different. I mean, really. Your aunt's really clever. With the two of you together, you'll be getting medals left and right. Yep, that's right. Yeah, let's do our best together, Aunt Eva. I dashed away. Who will I ask next?
DJ Nexus Scrade said,
Ooh,
trust me, the pizza I made was very delicious.
I do love good pizza. Mushrooms are almost always a must for me on pizza. I do love some mushrooms. Uncle Hideyoshi waved goodbye, smiling.
DJ Nexus Scrade said, it had pineapple and jalapenos in the middle and pepperoni around the outside.
Nope, you lost me. Pineapples? Yeah, no, I'm good. Hideyoshi and Eva watched as Angie ran off happily, looking for the next quiz. Even though that kid can wear such a cute smile, I will be the one who takes that away from her. Eva. Eva hung her
DJ Nexus
head.
Scrade said, to each their own.
Hey, yeah, I mean, really, to each their own. You're the one eating it. I love jalapenos, though. Jalapenos is good, too. A single tear sparkled in her eye. Her reaction was only natural considering how she felt. But I wasn't able to see past it and accept her feelings. It can't be helped. You're as human as anyone else. Humans tend to be more fragile than you would think. Even so, it was my fault. After all, I already had the experience of bringing up a child, right? I should have become her mother. And yet, I let sadness overwhelm me, and I didn't do it at
DJ
all.
Nexus Scrade said, I like meat lovers pizzas and also like mushrooms as well, but sometimes you just got to do it at the fundamentals.
It can't be helped, I tell you. Don't think you are the only one at fault. You shouldn't blame yourself so much.
DJ Nexus Scrade said, when you eat a pizza with pepperoni and pineapple and jalapenos, you getting savory, sweet and spicy, and technically that might be umami.
By now, Eva was unable to hold back her sobs. Large tears dripped down her cheeks as she stared at the ground and shook. There's this frozen pizza I get from a brand called Private Selection. They have a fantastic mushroom pizza with a... It's not Alfredo, it's one similar to Alfredo sauce. That is just amazing. Okay, friends, it is 2300 though, which means unless somebody redeems more, it is time for us to end for today. So maybe I will see you tomorrow for some more Backpack Hero. But yeah, okay. Slow clap for you. But we probably don't have much left of Backpack Hero, so we'll probably be starting Troubleshooter Abandoned Children tomorrow. Stay safe, Creed. Maybe I'll see you then. Thank you for coming by, and yeah.